tell me when you're ready to go.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Can go now.
Welcome back to the Costa del Sol, and the action's really been hotting up this week. It's the first week of 4 of the Euros of cricket. Now we're heading into day 2 of Group B. 5 teams here in Group B have shown up, but only European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Welcome back to the Costa del Sol, and the action's really been hotting up this week. It's the first week of 4 of the Euros of cricket. Now we're heading into day 2 of Group B. 5 teams here in Group B have shown up, but only 4 can remain to finals day tomorrow, and then only 1 can ultimately return in Championship week. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Buenos dias. Welcome back to the Costa del Sol. It is La Fiesta de Cricket, which basically means it's a festival of cricket. 31 nations ultimately will be whittled down to 7 in week 4 of the championship week, and only 1 European champion. Right now we're in Group B. It's day 2. 5 teams here in Group B. It'll be 4 by the end of the night, as we'll take 4 into finals day tomorrow. First up, we have a pretty interesting clash between Bulgaria and Belgium. A battle of the bees here in Group B. Let's go over to Charles Croucher, who's got the refereeing duties today. He's with 2 captains. Let's see what happens in the coin toss for match 6.
Okay, that's fine, Where are you going to go?
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you. Okay. Belgium to call.
European cricket.
European cricket's the call.
I'm a little back first.
So Belgium win the toss and they elect to bat. No surprises there. Ali Raza, I'm sure he's keen to have a hit and get a bit more batting into his batting unit. Now Belgium are known for their attacking style of play. They're a team that made the final all the way back. I'm talking about the Championship Week final right back in 2021. So they were top 2 in Europe back then, and they built it on this kind of hashtag Belgium ball philosophy, which is just kind of attack at all costs. They've got a long, strong batting order, and I think that they're going to be a handful for the Bulgarians. First up. Belgium, though, this time yesterday, they did put a big score on the board, 140s. They weren't able to defend it, though, against Jersey. So I suppose with the Belgians, their bowling is a little bit of a concern at the moment. So that's something they're going to have to sort out. For Belgium, with a 1-1 record, it's all about trying to push up into the top 2 today, because the top 2 teams, at the end of the day, they will get the double chance, and that could be critical in such a tight group like this. Watch out for some of their hitters. I mean, Ali Raza, probably he's the one I'm always looking at the top of the order, but there's a lot of them there that can come out and smash the ball. Notice that Sabah Zakhil isn't in the 11 this game. I see somebody they're constantly managing, I think, with his shoulder, though he does assure me he's fully fit for this tournament. Burhan Niaz is one as well. I think he was doing some quite creative things with the bat, and also he's a bit of a key bowler for them with some of his variations and his on-speed deliveries as well. Let's talk about Bulgaria, though. They have their own kind of battle today, and that's a battle, I think, just to make it to tomorrow. They found it tough going in the first day of ECC cricket yesterday. I do like the way they're playing their cricket, though. They have great attitude. Chris Lakov, he's a really interesting guy. We might be able to speak to him a little bit later. But for the Bulgarians, I think this is a great chance for them to test their skills against a side that's a lot more experienced. Their big game, though, I think, is against Croatia a little bit later on today, because I feel that might be the game that decides who makes it to tomorrow and who doesn't. Weather-wise, we'll rinse and repeat here on the Costa del Sol. 29 degrees, the expected maximum, about 23 for us to get going. Plenty of sunshine. That is why they called it the Costa del Sol. Well, here's a man, I've been waiting to get him up in the box, and we finally got him. It's actually the Spanish coach and ECN commentator. It's Corey Rutgers that'll take us to this one. Corey, great to have you with us. The Belgians, they want to smash it, and they're going to bash it. They've won the toss. They're batting in match 6. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of Group B, day 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Welcome back, everyone around the world. More live action coming today. 5 live games. We're here into the evening. I'm excited. Great to be back. Bulgaria taking on Belgium. Belgium winning the toss, electing to bat, and here we go. Yeah, short, pumped, 1 bounce for him. Boy, am I excited to watch from the comm box this week. Here are the 2 lineups. Ali Raza's just put that one away for. That is a dangerous looking batting lineup. Khalid Ahmedzai and Khalid Ahmadi Smiling Assassin at 6 and 7 both hit a long ball as well. With a dangerous top order, it's going to be a tough game for Bulgaria, but hey, it's a learning experience. Let's see what they can get out of this one. 4 off the first ball. The scores have been crazy at Cardamania. Full toss. See you later. Thanks for coming. That's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. So a 4 and a 4 to start. Ali Raza loves the leg side, and he's getting a little bit of fruit early on this. What day is it? Friday morning? Must be a Friday morning. So 2 4s to start, and this could be a big score coming here for Belgium. I know a lot of these players quite well, and they are a dangerous, dangerous team. Shaw, outside off, hits it high, long, but it could be out. Oh, dropped for 6. Oh, no. Oh, it's gone straight through the fielder's hands. Unfortunately, that's Chuktai out there. He didn't have to move. He stood there still. Ali Raza was about to start walking off. He pulled it straight down his throat. And have a look. This is going to be a great shot. Moved a little steps to the left. Nice and calm. See you later. 6 runs. Good opportunity. Welcome all the viewers around the world, all our network partners, wherever you might be watching from, and everyone in the chat. Welcome back. 14 off 3. Make that 20 off 4. This is going to be chaos. Ali Raza given a life. He's now on 20 off 4 balls. And I am a little bit scared of what we're going to see here today. I've been on the other side of the fence with the Spanish team and watched a lot of France and seen how far this ball is travelling. We're using new balls this year, and I'm telling you they are going 20% further. My 2 tips for ECC are we're going to see the 229 broken at some stage. We are going to see the highest score on the network, I swear. Spliced, and that's going to fly for 6. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Unbelievably, it goes all the way. So that goes for 6. And another big boundary. I don't think he got any of that. That was off the toe. So 26 now off 5. Given a life. And if you're a Bulgarian cricket supporter, might want to hide under the pillow here. This could be violent. And thankfully a bit of respite. A play and miss. He should have had a wicket, but that will end the first. And Belgian ball's back, baby. They are 26 for none. What a beautiful day it is here in Spain. This is the who will win, and that is a very generous 14% from the supercomputer. I'd say Belgium should be in the 90s there, but I'm not a computer myself. As a welcome back, someone that does enjoy all the statistics and all the cricket action, and it's Peacock Friday. He's gone very well. Welcome back, Mr. Maxo, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks very much, Corey. Great to be back with you up in the Dream Box. First time in quite a while. It's the ECL.
Nice.
I've been here with you.
To see 6s and boundaries from this angle. My neck was getting a bit sore because we got pumped by France a few times last week.
You said you wanted to see Belgium up in the 90s. Well, they are now. That's the live. Of course, what we just saw then was before the game started. Up to 95 already. Says Daniel Raja to bowl over number 2. Can he stop the bleeding?
Oh, that is
not too bad. First up, Wakas Raja gives a bit of respect. They liked Wakas at the top of the order. Of course, you are a former Belgian coach as well, so you've got a pretty interesting insight in some of these players.
Yeah, I would have been tempted a little bit for maybe throw Sherry Butt up there straight away if you wanted to, or some other names, but they're going with Wakas, and he can hit a long ball when he gets going.
Raja. Little wristy cut there. The other thing, for Belgium here, essentially their day is all about trying to get the top 2, right? Because they did lose a game yesterday, and then that means their net run rate is actually quite important in case they are tied on points with another team. So I think they need to go out there and basically be merciless against the less experienced Bulgarians. This is a nice drive, but also well handled. Most a chance of a run out. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about you, Corey. How has your week been? Obviously, Spain reaching the championship week, winning Group A, going through undefeated, playing some very good cricket. I know a lot of media attention as well around Spain about it right now. Maybe you can give us a bit of an insight into that after this ball from Raja, which is whacked straight back over his head. Fielder comes around and, well, It's a late decision to go with a foot from Chugtai. Well, his hands failed him earlier. This time he goes with the ankle stop.
Yeah, went the old ankle first. Always a brave option, especially with these hard grizzly balls. Look at that, bang, cop that. Saves a couple runs. Yeah, it's been a very exciting first few days at Cartamania for myself, Vinny, but I have to admit I'm very excited to watch this Belgian ball.
At 6. And I can tell you that as soon as I heard the noise off the bat of Ali Raza Maximo. That one was large. I know you were telling me about an idea that you had this morning because you'd like to know exactly how big some of these sixes are.
Well, you know how you see those long drive competitions in golf? I think in that pocket there where we've got the grass, we should be spray painting the 90 metre, 100 metre and 110 metre.
So some like kind of distance indications.
Because Spanish Booney, a.k.a. Bubba Khan, had to have hit one. He hit one at the far tent. That's about 120 metres. So I'd love to start measuring how big these hits are.
I like that idea. Raza 32 off 7. This time he backs himself to go up and over again, and he does. This time offside, Maximo. Something tells me the ball retrievers could be a little bit busy first up this morning.
Oh, you got to feel for Bulgaria. They're going to be chasing a lot here, especially if Ali Raza is in the mood. And if you drop him early, something like this can happen. 39 for none after 2.
Yeah, we did see the 200 yesterday, didn't we, come up? And talk me through some of your thoughts.
Yeah, just saw 200 come up. Yeah, the ball is flying, but great first few days with Spain. Obviously, we had a tricky year with a few internal things, but good to get the boys on the park. Excited for Group B. Obviously, it feels like it's a 3-team group, doesn't it? It's a bit of a learning curve for Croatia and Bulgaria, but they'll only get better for the run.
Yeah, for sure. And look, I'm really excited because I know you'll be in here with me for the first 2 games this morning. The Bailiwick Bash, Jersey Guernsey, coming up in the second match of the day. A lot of anticipation with this one. Chugtai, has he got a nick on this? Yes, he has. So Wakas Raja's going to have to go. Just didn't click for Wakas this morning. And Chugtai, well, he had a bit of a rough time down on the boundary with the ball in his hand. He makes an immediate strike, 39 for 1.
Well, Wakas goes. It's a bit of an odd sort of looking shot. It's a swat outside off stump. Never looked comfortable. Looks like he's playing a different game to Ali Raza. Yeah, it's a weird sort of... He likes shooing the flyaway. It's not a cut, it's not a drive, it's a bit of nothing. And well done to Bulgaria that pick up their first wicket.
Well held by Rasul behind the stumps, and he was actually in the news last night. I think what's going through Wakas's head there, he's kind of dabbed a few times to the offside infield, and he's thinking a bit more leg side in his head. He's saying, okay, if I'm not going to get a run there, maybe I can kind of just time one through the leg side where there's a few more gaps, but he couldn't fetch it. And that is the first wicket of the day.
Yeah, so no, we had a great first week, and yeah, we're going a bit viral at the moment. I think 6 million views on certain tweets, and they say any publicity is good publicity. But a lot of the journalists are writing some really nice articles about the multiculturalism in Spain.
Yeah.
And we've got 7 different ethnicities in the national squad, so really proud of the guys, and well, they've done a good job, and they're looking forward to coming back to finals week, dependent on availability. A little bit tricky.
Okay, we'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, I think it's a really good point you make that the Spanish team has a lot of different cultures and backgrounds in it. And I think some of the footage of them singing the national anthem proudly, I think, has been getting some attention and shining a light on the fact that it is a very multicultural society. And Chugtai gets this one past Khalik. So, for a team like Bulgaria here, I think it's all about just trying to play some good cricket and staying in the present. I think it is tough with them against some of these teams that are a lot more experienced and a lot more, I suppose, skilled in this format of the game. But they have a huge game coming up against Croatia, which could essentially be a bit of an elimination match. So they just want to try and win the battles they can win. And they already have the 1 wicket, and even something like a dot ball, or getting the ball in the right spot. And the other thing is, if you get hit for 6 off what's essentially a good ball, you can kind of wear that, but you don't want to be giving gifts. You don't want to be short down the leg side, kind of putting it on a platter. There's Chris Lakoff. He's a guy who is leading the side. Very, very popular cricketer, Super Mario. All right, in the air now, this is a chance. And he's going to leave it for the fielder, and he'll take it. So Zainasif takes the catch. I thought for a second that was the keeper's catch, Rasul. I felt he might be able to get there, but he said, Zain, it's on you. A little bit of the crocodile about this one almost pops out, but another highlight for Bulgaria as the Belgians lose the second, 40 for 2.
Yeah, well done. 2 wickets in the over after he spilled a catch earlier. Ali Raza getting a little bit leg side happy there and balloons it up to backward point. The old crocodile, doesn't matter how you catch it, Vinny. You just got to catch it.
Yeah, and so this is what I'm talking about for Bulgaria. there's no doubt we're going to see some balls just getting smashed out of the ground in this innings. But, you know, create chances, take chances. Chances will still happen against good players. And I love the fact that, you know, in Bulgaria, you're never running into a batting lineup like the one they faced from Belgium today. So it's a really good opportunity to test yourself. Ali Raza, he looked on for one of the quickest 50s we've ever seen. In the end, he'll have to go for 38 off 9.
Yeah, that does bring out Sherry Butt, and yeah, I'd be tempted to open with him sometimes as well. He hits it really powerful. There's our resident DJ. Boy, he kept my ears burning over the last few days. The amount of sixes and boundaries that are happening, music's going almost frequently all the time.
I told you at one stage, the maximo rate of Spain was 24, which means in an average innings they're hitting 24 sixes,
well done,
which
guys.
is insane. The average is about 7 during the year. Anyway, Chuktai has got 2 for 1. Ooh, this one wasn't that far away. Just sneaking down the leg side, maybe a little bit high. Sherry Butt gets off the mark. And you got to be happy as well. I mean, you've obviously covered a lot of cricket around Europe with me on the tour, going to these different countries to see them all come together. And I suppose, you know, in the 20-over format, Bulgaria and Belgium, they're not playing each other very often, if ever. So, yeah, what a great opportunity to see them square off. Khalik, a bit of an ugly-looking heave, doesn't leave the infield, almost run-out opportunity. So again, that's just a little highlight. Good piece of fielding, dot ball, end of the power play, and it's 41 for 2.
Well, it's actually not too bad a start. The 9 balls they bowled to Ali Raza went for 38. So the other 9 balls, they've taken 3 runs off them against Wakas Raja and some good players. So not bad from Bulgaria, especially after the 26 off the first over. Fighting back as hard as they can. And these sort of tournaments, it is a bit of a baptism of fire when it's your first time, but they're only going to improve.
What a over from Chuktai, 2 for 2.
What a player.
It really took 2 for 1 because the second one was a leg by.
How's it been in the commentary box though, Vinny?
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, good vibe, relaxed, excited. Mixture of all these things. You know, it's just, it's the kind of jewel in the crown of the calendar, isn't it? When you've got the Euros, you've got international cricket, some very good cricketers we're going to see over the next 4 weeks as well. Big hello to everyone in the comments section as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the action so far. We're just getting started. Here's Yusuf in over number 4. This is cut away, and it's cut for 6. Well, that's jungle bound. And you talked about Sherry Butt getting up to the top of the order. Well, you know that I like Sherry Butt and I cannot lie, and that one is going to fly over the offside for 6.
Yeah, good one from you, Vinny, but another 6. And yeah, he's a destructive player. I think Khalik up the order, I'd be going Sherry above him for me, but if he faces 20 balls, he's making 60 or 70. He's that destructive, uses that bonsai blade and gives it a whack.
Yeah, that was good shot selection. That's the thing with these field dimensions. You can hit boundaries anywhere. So often it's just about choosing the right shot. I think that batters that have premeditated less have had more success as well because they're not, I suppose, cutting off options before they see the ball. Now and then it's okay, maybe try a ramp or something. Yusuf with the comeback ball. It's a little bit short as well. He pulls. Doesn't really time it, and that'll just be a single. That's Chris Lakov out there.
Well, a lot of the batters in Group A that we were speaking to saying the pitch is true. They think it's a little bit quicker than last year, and the bounce is very consistent. So if you stay still, you just play the ball outside off, put it over the offside, down on the stumps, put it over leg side, and that's why I think also scores are going up. You're not seeing so many Hollywood shots where people are running at the ball. You can actually just stay deep and try and get the leverage to pump it for 6.
Wow, this is on a length and it's going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximo! And that's what you're talking about. You'd like to know how far that's actually gone.
If you put a little white line out there, I'd like to know how big that must be 80, 85 metres. That's not a little hit. He got every piece of that deep in the crease, as I said, and yeah, thanks for coming.
That's just playing on length. So, yeah, just natural kind of, your natural bat swing as a right-hander is a little bit leg side, just because where your backswing comes from. That was really well hit by Khalik. Oh, edged. It won't carry. It's a really good slow ball there. And Yusuf, again, these are the kind of skills I'm liking watching Bulgaria try out and actually kind of win that little mini battle.
Yeah, well bowled. A little bit in the arsenal. There's a little bit of silver in the hair as well, Vinny. That's beautiful. Glistening off the sun.
Yeah, a little bit of the
I like
Costa
it.
del Sol sunshine. Just kind of
how good's the weather been?
frosting the tips.
My word, we're being treated to some fantastic weather for some T10 action.
Chance of rain today, minus 4%. That would have been a wide.
Catch it.
Might be out. It is out. Well, Zainasif with his second catch. He went chasing something he probably should have left alone, and Khalik's going to have to go. Another highlight for the Bulgarians early, 54 for 3.
Yeah.
Yusuf with the breakthrough.
Brilliant catch from Asif. He made good ground to his left. This is a real hot spot at the moment in this T10 format. Balls are flying off the edge right here. He was probably a little bit wide, but he made up the ground. He steadied himself and holds on to a good snare.
You know, my old Dean Jones quote that I like to hear, fielding is 90% anticipation, 10% application. He could recognise what was happening there. It was going to go fine. It was going to go to his left. Took it on the run, perfectly balanced. And the Bulgarians, you know, to their credit, you know, they've held their catches so far. That's all you can do. They're competing, and I'm loving it. Actually, it's 54 for 3.
Yeah, so last year, most teams, I know we did with the Spanish team as well, we had third in the ring. Ball wasn't flying over too much and was an extra man in so we could have someone else out. This year, that spot, for whatever reason, probably because the balls are flying a bit further, has become a real hot spot. A lot of catches down there, a lot of boundary-saving options. So good captaincy, I think, from Chris Lakov to have the man there and brings a new man to the crease. Chima, who will look to get himself in and have a bit of fun out there.
When we get to their batting order, there's a little bit of interchangeability about it, isn't it? It's like they're all almost like you got like some golf clubs and you can just pull out whichever one you want, throw it in there. The Belgium batters all like to smash it.
Yeah, they got one tempo, Belgium. They'll live and die by the sword. Sometimes it curses them, sometimes it's great to watch. Last ball, the 4th over.
Wow, plays this on length, gets it squarer than the fielder. That's going to disappear for 4. Chima is away, into the 4th over, and it's 58 for 3.
Yeah, 58 for 3. So the platform's there despite the 3 wickets. Sometimes you can ignore that wicket column unless you've got, well, not many batsmen playing more bowls, but a lot of these teams now bat all the way to 9 and 10. You ignore that wicket column and just keep going. That's what I expect Belgium to do here. Looking at that graph, it started good, but well done to Bulgaria. They've pegged it. First over went for 26, Finney, so they've pegged this back quite a bit.
Yeah, and so we're going to get a bit of spin now. This is actually the captain, Chris Lakov, who's going to bowl.
Question, what he's bowling spin last year? He's bowling a bit of seam up.
Yeah, well, he typically is a pace bowler, but he's had trouble with his back. I know he had a herniated disc in his back, and it's been something that's bothered him a lot. So now he's kind of transitioned to bowling spin. Had some success with it as well yesterday. He's probably one of the most lovable characters on the tour.
He would have fit in the Spanish level with that tash. That is fantastic tash.
Chris grew up in New Zealand, but you know he's a Bulgarian heritage, and he lives in Bulgaria. He speaks fluent Bulgarian.
Oh, wow.
You know, I'd love to actually get him on the player mic, and something we're looking into as well. Here he is in over number 5. And this is going to be pounded through the offside. Sherry Butt holds his form and strokes it away. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, nice shot. Little bit short, and that gave Sherry the opportunity to extend the hands through the ball. A little bit deep in the crease, not much, but it's just power. He's an extremely strong player, one of the strongest in the T10 format. Another full toss, low full toss. Not the worst option sometimes. You don't want to miss the other way, just the single.
Yeah, so Chris is a guy who just loves his cricket. Cricket plays the right way. You know what I like about him? He does all the little things right. He has that kind of, I suppose, he's been coached a bit. As this is up in the air. Clever shot, because he just gave himself a little bit of room and opened up that offside. And the result, Cuatro carreras, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. No deep extra cover in place, and it goes for 4. I'm excited. I think this will be called wide. So one thing about Chris I was going to say, he has played a lot of matches on ECN, and so even though he's kind of transitioning his type of bowling, he kind of would have seen what worked in some of the strategies, such as, if you get smashed, sometimes go a bit slower and try and lure them into doubling the dose. Sometimes. A question for you, Vin, is that's worked away for one. So we saw, with the Spanish boys, we were able to chase 140, 150 in 8 overs. I heard yesterday Jersey chased 150 in 8 overs. What's the par now these days? Because it feels like, man, we never really saw 150-run chases. Yeah, I feel like it's up. Well, that's up as well, and that's travelling. It's flying into the Costa del Sol sky. What an attempt. Well, I hope we've got that.
Is that
Oh, no, that's Alistair.
Alistair? That's your strength and conditioning coach.
Look at those
who's
pipes.
Just jumped. I mean, Chompers has just gone full on body. Someone has to have this on the camera. He's tried to catch it in the bushes. It's not even close to him. Nice pull the over. Oh, nicked. And into the keeper. Not really a chance, to be fair. It was Rasul. Wasn't able to react to the deflection. It'll be at the end of the 5th over, and the score is 76 for 3. See, big edge there. Not much you can do about that as a keeper. Anyway, I want to say a warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Corey Rutgers with me for the first time as the players head into their strategic timeout. Because of the heat here, they're able to get a quick drink and a bit of a rest. We've got Corey, of course, who's also the Spanish coach. Great to have you back in the commentary box.
Good to be back. I like watching from this angle. This is one of the nicest pitches to see all the sixes and the chaos. It's good to be back, Vinny.
Yeah, certainly. And obviously, there's something that we have gotten involved in this year, and that is the Share the Meal program. For as little as 70 cents, you can help. And I know it's part of the UN-backed World Food Program as well, which is something that's aiming to help with people that are going without meals, people that are hungry. 1 in 10 people every day doesn't have enough to feed themselves comfortably. So if you'd like to donate, if you're enjoying the coverage, then in the bottom right-hand corner there's a QR code. You can scan that as little as 70 cents, which is about $1 Australian.
It's a couple of clicks. It only takes a couple of clicks.
100% of that money goes to the program. That's the other thing as well. So that's something we're trying to basically make 44,182 meals happen. And that's because in 4 years, we've scheduled 4,182 matches on ECN. So that's a little bit of a number. It's our way of, I suppose, trying to help the community and grow the community. Anyway, we're getting ready now for the 6th over to begin. And I'm hopeful that we might have on the player mic Chris Lackov.
Oh, really? We've got the old player mic happening.
Potentially. So, Chris, are you hearing me loud and clear?
I am indeed. Dimmel, push around. Yes, I'm here, mate. I'm here. How are you guys?
I'm very well, thank you, Chris. I know you're captaining the team, which is pretty busy.
Yep.
So I'm not going to interfere too much, but I'm going to try and get in your head a little bit in the next couple of overs as we see Husayf Yusuf coming back for over number 6. Dot ball first up. Firstly, Chris, how's your tournament been so far? I know it's been a bit of a tough initiation, but how's it been?
It's been a very tough initiation, mate. Very tough initiation. Not the best days in the office, but it's been fun, mate. It's been fun. Beautiful ground. Great organisation from you guys. Can't complain. Not in the office.
Yeah, good energy from you, Chris. Corey here. Hope you're doing well. Your tash is looking fantastic, by the way.
Recognise that voice. Thank you, mate.
Go on, Chris.
Some work to do, Chris. Say low. Very good. So, Chris, as you feel that one, it's great to have you on the player, Mike.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your journey to becoming the Bulgarian cricket captain, and where you played your junior cricket and how you ended up leading this nation.
Yeah, funny story. So, Bulgarian-born, Bulgarian parents, moved to NZ when I was about 4, and it's either rugby or cricket. Hold on.
Let's go nowhere.
It's either rugby or cricket in New Zealand, and definitely haven't got the rig for rugby, so I had to play cricket. And started playing my cricket over there. Managed to play a pretty high level of club cricket, premier, borderline first class once upon a time. And now I've just gone downhill big time. And and now you're
leading your country.
Yeah, and now I'm an international player, mate. Look how things have gone 360.
Well, Chris, you're a really lovable character.
Chris, just a quick question with the growth of cricket in Bulgaria. How many club teams are over there, and is it growing steadily?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of progress. I mean, the Federation has really been putting in a great strategy, and we're implementing that. And we've seen the club teams grow quite a lot. We've got about 6-7 proper full-time club teams. And yeah, we've got the domestic league going. Hold on, boys.
Well, you won't have to field this one, Chris, because good shot, as you say. You got to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
And it kind of brings me to my next point, Chris, as we see that one disappear for Maximo. I mean, you guys would never really face a batting lineup like the Belgians, so I see that as a tremendous opportunity to test your skills. And you do have 3 wickets so far.
Yeah, that's it. Look, I'm not going to lie. T10 is not our strength. It's quite a unique form of cricket that, growing up in New Zealand, I don't think we've even heard of this. So, high elbow drives through the covers have just gone here.
As we see a high elbow drive, which goes high, up, going towards the boundary, right back, but it's just going to make it Maximo 6 to show. But well, maybe it wasn't the highest elbow, Chris, but that will be the end of the over.
Yeah, no, these
90 for
boys,
three.
I mean, I take my hat off. Take my hat off to these T10 players. They're actually really, really good players. I'm going to have to bowl this one, boys, so bear with me while I roll the arm.
Well, Chris, if you're happy, you can stay on with this because this gives us an opportunity to, to kind of.
No, I'm going to bowl mediums.
Yeah, you're going to go back to your medium pace,
Chris,
are you?
Yeah, stick with the spin. Back yourself, Chris.
No, offies are no good, mate. And it's not spin, it's called darts.
All right, well, Chris.
Good luck.
Yeah, we'll let you bowl this first one and we'll see how it goes. Let's see you rip that middle stump out of the ground.
Oh, I don't know about that, mate.
Thought about putting on a helmet? That's a pretty good one. Wide Yorker.
Well bowled.
Oh. No way, mate.
Yeah, good start. That's a dot ball on you. That's a bye to the keeper. There's 1 from 1.
Batson, other side, mate.
Good
All
start,
right,
Chris. Going for something similar again.
Yeah.
A little bit straighter. This should be cut off though. Thinking it too, but it's not
Sorry,
there.
boys,
Chris,
sorry.
really good start to the
yelling in
over.
your ear.
No, it's all right. Tell us what's going through your head. You talk us through what you're thinking at the moment.
I'm trying to get it down there, to be honest, boys. I'm not really thinking too much.
Good, Chris.
No, some honesty, yeah.
Yep, good.
Yeah, not a bad spot to miss there, full and wide. But
The shaping of it here, fellas.
Credit to bowl with an ear pod in. That
not
can't
just
be
that,
easy.
he's had a back injury, Chris, and so he hasn't been bowling his regular medium pace. He's gone back to it. Anyway, he's bowling really good over so far. Let's see if he can keep it up. And now, big swing and a miss. So, Chris, well, maybe we should be in your ear all the time. This is a brilliant over so far.
You know what? You boys might have to buy me a pair of AirPods and I'll just wear them in every game.
All right. So far, so good.
Donation.
It's not the budget. All right, that one is going to travel and it is going to be out of the ground. That's going to be caught, I think. Well, Chris, I bet you'd love a 12th man. That was pretty well taken over the fence, Maximo time.
Well
but I mean, still, even with that, it's one of the things you don't have to worry too much because you've kind of had such a good start to the over that you still have very good over your bowling.
Problem is I've got 2 left. So that's the issue there.
All right, come on, hit your spots here. Oh. Yeah, thought of it. Oh, great effort.
I missed that.
Great effort. Well, don't worry, Chris. I'll tell you if it was going to be out or not, and then you can. I'll tell you if you should be upset or not. It was. I think he was in, so don't worry about it. Don't let it throw you. It's quite amazing. Your glasses stay on, and the earpiece stays in as well. All right, mate. Last
In
ball.
New Zealand.
Wish you the
Harry
best of
Potter,
luck.
mate, so that's how they stay on. Cheers,
Maybe
boys.
we can grab you just for a couple more balls after this, but anyway. Great over, Chris. You hold on to that, mate, and just take it as he pings at the stumps. That's the end of the 7th. It's 101 for 3. So, Chris, just one more thing. I know you're probably going to have to try and sort your next bowler. No worries, mate. So, yeah, Chris Lakoff, great insight. We're about to say goodbye to him and let him get back to it. Although maybe we should stay with him. He's actually put in a really good over there. It's just gone for 11 runs, and that included a bite and a leg bite. Chris, just checking if we've still got you there, mate.
Yeah, still here, boys.
Of course, you speak fluent Bulgarian. After this ball, maybe you
indeed,
can just say a message in Bulgarian to some of your supporters back home that might be watching.
Sure, mate. After this ball, I will please you guys with my fluent Bulgarian.
You're already pleased
Come on,
with your
Danny.
magnificent moustache. He's already got a bit of a cult following here. Chris Lakov. It's going to be Daniel Raja. Come back over number 8. Starts with a wide.
Oh, Danny.
Ooh, drops a bat there as he comes through. That'll be 2 wide. Any adjustments you need to make in the field here, Chris? Otherwise, I always love listening to you speak Bulgarian.
Let's go, Bulgarian. Здравейте на всички. Криста тук от български национален отбор. Играем на живо в Испания. Малко се мъчим, ама този матч очаквам Малко по-добре и последния да спечелим.
Well, this will be whacked away for 6. And, well, you know, Chris, on that note, I want to say big thank you from all of us at ECN for spending some time with us, telling us a little bit about your background in Bulgarian cricket, and wishing you all the best for the rest of the day and the tournament.
Cheers, boys. Enjoy your day. Thank you for having us. Lovely ground, lovely cricket. Thanks, boys.
Wasn't it great to get that insight?
Very
Corey?
nice from Chris. I know he'll be in the fan zone later. He loves the socialness of the cricket network as well. He's always about the boys and always about the comms and everyone here, so nice to chat with him and nice to witness this. They're fighting hard, Bulgaria, against a very good team.
And this should be stopped as well, so... What? As soon as Chris stopped thinking, he started bowling incredibly well.
Not an easy thing to do to actually bowl, think as captain what's going on with your fielding angles and also have a conversation with the commentator. So credit to him. He's obviously a calm young man and good to see him back on the network.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, the story, born going to NZ, New Zealand, this is cracked. That's an absolute laser beam that's going to rattle the bottom of the fence. Maximo. Belgium just pegged back a touch, but still building a very healthy score first up here on day 2.
Yeah, a tad full from Raja and he cops the treatment, does he? No extra cover in place deep. So another 6 to the total. I think Belgium still want that big net run rate boost. They're going to want that 170, 180.
Yeah, for sure. Gets this one wrong, and it's going to go further. You don't need that when you've been holding things back. That went down the leg side, just kept going further away. 5 runs.
Yeah, it happens. A little minimo there down the leg side. I didn't see much yesterday, Vinny. I took a day, but I hear the biggest bowling figures got beaten. The worst.
No. They weren't. They were challenged.
Challenged.
They had 1 or 2 up in the 50s.
Ooh.
But the record at the moment is 61, which was set in the ECR Hungary, which had an average run rate of 17.2 one day. Again, I think that's off the pad. I mean, they've taken a run, so we'll see what the signal is. It has been called a leg bye.
I just feel like we're going to see some records broken this trip. I'm still waiting for a 6 sixes in the ECC, or I still think 229 could be under threat. Even 156, the highest score, could happen eventually sometime as well. So it's going to be a difficult tournament for the bowlers. Who can get their defensive skills right? Chima's looking good, 30 off 12.
Yeah, this is whacked away, just deflected past the field. That'll be 4. Not a good ball from Raj. He's got way too straight. Well, there's Shub, and I want to say big happy birthday to Shub's wife, Dora. It's her birthday today, and they have a daughter together as well. So Shub is out there doing a great job umpiring here in Group A and B. But big happy birthday to Dora. I know she's a big supporter of the network as well. Last ball of the 8th coming up. Bit of a walking heave, and it's going to be effective for Chima, who's enjoying his time out there. He's 38, and that's the end of the 8th over. It's 130 for 3.
Yeah, just unfortunately, Bulgaria lacking a little bit of pace, and sometimes it's going to catch up with you. Belgium, they'll be looking for 20 and 20 off these last 2 overs to get to that 170, maybe even more. You have a look here, and well, it was a violent start, and it stayed pretty pedestrian after that, but at a good rate of 15s. But for me, I think past score is honestly 140 now. I think it's gone from 120 last year to 140 this year. If you don't make 140, you're behind.
Time will tell. And I suppose I almost feel like it's a bit of a 2-speed par, because you've got the, for example, in this group, you've got 3 teams that are, let's just call them genuine contenders, and you've got 2 that are, I suppose, fighting for that 4th place. This is the reality of the situation.
Who's got the best bowling attack you've seen so far out of Guernsey, Jersey and Belgium?
Oh, good question.
So I haven't seen much. I didn't see much yesterday.
I think they've all been patchy, if I'm honest. Anyway, Zeg Chuktai took 2 for 1 in his first over.
It might sound like a funny thing, they could get an overthrow here, but I don't think so. He ran through too far. But it might sound like a funny thing that I'm saying past scores are 140, 145. But it'll be the best bowling attack of each group in the end will get the team through. Still bowlers, massively. If the bowling unit can have a good 10 overs and you keep a team to 110, you're almost guaranteeing a win at the moment. So what bowling group can click during Group B?
Oh, this is another ball that's going to fly up into the bushes. Maximo! Chuktai, who avoided any kind of punishment the first time he bowled. And the search is on to find that grizzly ball.
Yeah, you got to be careful. A couple of killer pythons in there. And They've hit a few in the shrubs. I don't think in Australia you'd be going through with without your gum boots on to get that one back.
Well, you know what they say, bat for show, bowl for dough. And batters might win your matches, but bowlers win your tournaments. You know, bowlers will ultimately be the difference, I think. You see, that was a bit of a premeditated pull from Chima, who's within 6.5 century here.
Yeah, that was a little bit cowboyish from Chima, and in the very bright colours of Belgium. What's your thoughts on the kit?
Love it. It's for camouflage, it's probably not doing the job of blending in, but yeah, it looks a bit like finger painting as well. The Belgian kit. Slower ball, but he picks it and he drills it straight. And that's going to go the distance. Great effort from the fielders down there. But Maximo Chima brings up his 50 in 17 balls. It's been a solid knock from the middle order Belgian batter.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. First 50 of the ECC for him, and 50 off 17. You're doing something right when you're striking at nearly 300. So 8 more balls here for Belgium. They'll be wanting 4 sixes out of those 8 balls.
He's actually outscored Sherry Butt here, which is not easy to do. This is up, but it might be a catching opportunity. It's dropped. Just got a little bit low on Issa Zaru, didn't it? And Bulgaria, to their credit, they've been pretty good at holding the catches, but that one goes down.
Yeah, he just didn't get to it quick enough, unfortunately. A little bit of a hesitation at first, and they only get through for the singles. That gives Sherry Butt the last ball over. Credit to Chook Dai, the bowler, though. His figures, I mean, amongst all the chaos, are quite remarkable.
This is hooked away, and it's just not a good ball from Chook Dai. It's too short. It's going to be 6 more. Sherry Butt this time brings up the 150 for Belgium. 150 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, so that 150 mark has been passed once again in this tournament. It's happening regularly. Chook Dai, well done though. 2 for 20 off 2 amongst the chaos is actually quite impressive. I think bowlers, if you go at 13s, you're actually happy with that.
Yeah.
Tough time for, are they going to go back to Issa Zaru? Do you back him in to bowl the last after 26 off his only over? Tough to call.
Yeah, I suppose the issue with that, he bowled such a good first over, didn't he? And yeah, second, I think he just let himself down with a couple of poor deliveries. Ended up going for 20, including a leg bite. So Belgium, 150 with an over to play. Zaru, to put that tough one down, is going to bowl over number 10. Chima faces up. Slightly slower ball this time. There's nobody back at deep square. That'll be 4. So Chima does like to kind of premeditate the wander down. I suppose that ball's just perfect for that shot as well. Some batters have been really good at charging. Ace of Tribes, one I would describe that seems to be able to premeditate the charge and keep his balance and his poise and his kind of shape. But a lot of batters find it difficult. Chima's had some success with it here as well. Now this is in the air. Is it going to travel over the line? They go right back to the wall, and 6. Maximo. Chima takes it on and wins and swings his way into the 60s.
Yeah, big 6 gets that one away. And right now, Chima's enjoying himself. He's up the order. Vinny, I don't know about your little stat sheet, but we've got him listed here to come in at 11. And
yeah.
if he was the number 11 that got given a go at the top, well, might be saying I'm staying at 5.
I don't think Belgium have any 11s, if I'm completely honest. Slow ball this time just draws him into a slight miss hit. Yeah, it reminds me of in social cricket, we used to sometimes draw a batting order out of a bingo barrel, and whoever's drawn goes in. And I think Belgium could pretty much draw their order out of a hat and be just as effective.
I think it's also important in these group stages. If you're ahead, you can give guys a go. We tried to make sure everyone gets a bit of batting time before you get to the finals day, because you don't come away for 3-4 days not to have a hit. So always good to experiment with the order a bit. 3 balls remaining in the first innings. 6. Yeah, that's been mullered over wide extra cover. It goes over our little grandstand there, which I'm looking forward to having a look at later.
Yeah, it's interview day up there. I know that doing a few behind-the-scenes interviews with some of the officials and people involved with cricket in these nations, just to get some of the stories behind their journey to Europe, or if they've been in the country really since birth, what their journey is in cricket. So looking forward to some extra content there. Well, Sherry's got a couple of chances to bring up his 50 here. He's on 44. Bulgaria clinging to that 1% chance. Couple to come. get one here. He hits it onto his pad, I think. So I think Cherry Butt's going to end up on 45.
Yeah, good comeback from Zaru. Obviously, it hasn't been his game being hit around the park, but just to get that Yorker in, a little bit of confidence for himself. Can he have a good finish here?
Yeah.
They've fought hard. They have fought hard. It's just a big gulf in talent, and that'll happen sometimes in group stages.
They've had some good moments as well. Zaru just needs to keep it in the ballpark to avoid going for an unwanted half century himself. Last ball. Yeah, good finish. And, well, now, I think they'll just settle for one because it's a bit of a messy situation as Chris pings the ball in. This will be the end of the 10 overs. And so they'll all get a bye off the last 169 for 3 sets, 170 for the Bulgarians. But look, like I said, it's a bit of a gulf between the two teams. For the Bulgarians, I wouldn't worry about that 170 target. I think you're just going out there, trying to put a respectable score on the board. And, of course, they've got a big match coming up that could determine whether they stay or whether they go at the end of the night.
Yeah, they fought hard, but unfortunately they have been hit pretty far around the park, haven't they? Belgium balls back, and a dangerous batting lineup. They'll be hoping they can defend this pretty respectfully and get themselves a good net run rate boost. But credit to those men on your screen. They're here to learn, here to grow the game in their own country, and great to have them here live on the network.
Yeah, and so in Bulgaria, they walk off, and they certainly had some moments to remember. So did the Belgians, as we saw the officials and the players and all the kids here as part of the Cricket School project. We were ready to go as well. It's good to have Corey back in the commentary box. That's footage we'll probably use in a court case one day. But look, I think Bulgaria, they had some early wins, didn't they? That wasn't a great moment for Chuktai. You don't want to drop Ali Raza, who actually put on a bit of a show in the power play. Chuktai was having a bit of a shocker, but as can happen in this form of the game, your day can turn around pretty quickly. And it was Chuktai with a couple of wickets that chipped in. He took 2 for 1 in this over. So Bulgaria, they certainly had their moments in this first innings of the day as well.
Yeah, it's moments that they'll be looking for, and this was another one. A nice safe catch. The old crocodile from Zayn Asif at backward point. Doesn't matter how you catch him, you just got to hold on to him. Overall, everyone's still having a lot of fun around the ground, but Belgium, they got some time at the crease. They put Kareem Chima up the order. Fazil Khalik came out at number 3. A little bit surprised about that. I think they've got more firepower that can bat at the vital number 3 position. That was a very good catch again from Zayn Asif, so fly third. And then the destruction came. Chima, Sherry Butt, they enjoyed themselves. They faced a medium pace and they hit it to all parts.
Yeah, they end up putting on 115 for the 4th wicket. A partnership that basically took tick over 6 overs. But this was a kind of, I won't say a ho-hum innings, but it was a fairly normal kind of innings for Belgium. But just to give you an idea of the level of hitting we're seeing, there were 18 maximos in the innings. And so, if you're getting those kind of 2 balls for 6 and over, that's 12 at a minimum. And then normally a lot more, as Sherry Butt has looked in very good form in this tournament. That didn't help either. One got away. But like I said, learning experience for the Bulgarians. For me, their biggest game coming up next. And they'll want to put on a good performance with the bat as well. Belgium, I mean, their bowling's been patchy, like I said, so it's an opportunity for them as well to execute their skills and try and get it right with that double chance on the line.
Yeah, that's right. Belgium will come out and show what they can do with the ball, in Bulgaria, well, they'll want some batting practice and to enjoy themselves on the network. Got us right to the back end. Runs were flowing, and it's a big score. It's over the 140, which we think's par. Look at those beautiful scenes. It's a gorgeous sunny day on this Friday. This was the scorecard. 38 off 9 for Ali Raza. And in the middle order, what a partnership that is. 45 off 18 for Sherry Butt and Kareem Chima, 62 of 22.
Yeah, probably, you take out the 5 wides of that. There are a few things, I suppose, Bulgaria could have done a little bit better. I think for most part, their catching was okay. You look at some of the players that didn't bat. I mean, Burhan Niaz, he was doing some incredible things with the stick yesterday. Doesn't even get a hit. So that is a long, strong Belgian batting lineup, that's for sure. 2 for 20, Chuktai probably the best of the bowlers, though his second did go magical after a really tight first one. A bit surprised they didn't bring him back straight away. They elected for some other options. Hazaf Yusuf in there, 1 for 30. Good to see Chris Lakoff bowling pretty well as well. He was mic'd up with us, which was a great experience to hear all about his background in Bulgarian cricket as well. We'll take a break. Second innings starting in around about 10 minutes. It'll be 170 the victory target for Bulgaria, searching for their first win in this ECC. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. McLeno for ECN, alongside Corey Ruckers. Great to have him back in the box, and hopefully you're back with us very shortly for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Australian Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Carter Mania. We're here, it's Friday, beautiful sunny conditions. And Belgium, well, they've enjoyed themselves out there. They've piled on the runs this morning against Bulgaria, who are here for the first time and learning the T10 format as a nation. Great to have these group stages. Sometimes you see some powerhouses, sometimes more minnows, but it is always a lot of fun when the T10 cricket is on here in Spain. Great opportunity to welcome all the viewers back around the world, wherever you might be watching from. Might be Fan Code in India, Fox Sports Australia, Sports TV, Turkey, the rest of the world on our network partners. We're in Sportsmax in the Caribbean, Willow in USA and Canada, Viaplay, United Kingdom and Ireland, and much, much more. La Liga Sports TV in South America. Wherever you are watching from, I hope you're enjoying the tournament so far. It's been mighty impressive with some of the power hitting. And the bowlers still, I think, trying to find out the best methods in this format this year to try and keep the runs down. So the players have made their way out to the middle. Looks like opening the batting will be Chuktai, left-handed batter. And for Bulgaria, it's not likely they'll get these runs, probably a 1% shot. I think the supercomputer's telling us. But a learning curve for them. Little milestones, get to 50, get to 100, then look, can we get to 140, 150? It's going to be a long way away, but you never know. It is a crazy format and anything can happen. Fazal Khalik's got the ball at the top of his mark. The umpire says play. Here we go. Ball one of the run chase. It's well played. Just pushed into the leg side, gets himself off the mark, brings Razul on strike, and yeah, you can see in your screens it's a 1% shot, but fighter's chance. You've got to always have belief as a team, and they're going to need a lot of sixes if they are to do it. So deep long on in place and deep third. Third's a little bit wide, I'd say, for my liking. I'd be getting him about 5 metres to his left, a bit finer. And a ring field for the rest of the Belgians who are not patrolling the boundary. That should be okay. Dot ball. Fazal Khalik back into the side. Saw him a few years ago. I used to call him Robo-Arm. He had a couple of surgeries on elbows and had metal all over his body. Good to see him bowling again and playing cricket again. Decent fast bowler. A little bit of a way swing. Has a couple of slow balls up the locker as well. So another dot ball. Can't miss the Belgian team this time in that very bright camouflage kit. So they stand out even though it is camouflage. What can Bulgaria do here? Little targets, 50, 75, 100. The more experience, the more they play at this level, the better they'll get as a nation. So another play miss. And one thing we do have to touch on was Vinny Sandhu mentioned that there's 3 teams standing out in Group B. Obviously, Jersey, Guernsey and Belgium. Net run rates could play a big part. You want that double chance, mainly because if you do lose that game 1, you obviously go up and you'll probably be playing one of those teams I mentioned. But if you win the double chance, you get some rest before the final, and you do not want to be playing 3 games in this hot conditions on a Saturday. That's well bowled as well, so there'll be another dot ball. So last ball of this first over. Razul, he's getting a little bit of width here. I'd like to see him put his hands through the ball. Watch the ball closely. See if he can get a boundary through that offside. That'll be signalled to wide. So you can see Fazal Khalik's plan here is obviously keep it away from the bat. Wide outside the off stump. Target that tram line. And Well, if you miss, you want to miss a little bit wider than straight up. This one a little bit straighter, tucked away off the leg, but it's only going to be 2 runs off that first over. Well bowled for Kalik, who's got some decent pace about him. And the first over is complete. The score is 2 for none. Well, good opportunity to welcome back. Good friend, co-commentator for the tournament. The one and only Mr. Maximo. Morning, Vinny, or afternoon?
Yeah, it's afternoon already.
I haven't...
It throws us, doesn't it, with a later start?
I'm not ready for this later start stuff. I haven't got my head around how it works yet.
Can I tell you what I am ready for?
Go on.
Is the Jersey versus Guernsey.
That is a...
Channel Island smash. The Bailiwick Bash.
Arguably the biggest rivalry in world sport. Australia, New Zealand, pff, Barcelona, Real Madrid, pff. Jersey, Guernsey's a bloodbath, and I can't wait for that game.
Zakel, it's bowled pretty well in this tournament. Kind of a replacement for Ekrami, who is late withdrawal for this with the spin, the left-arm spinner, but he's doing a good job for Belgium.
Yeah, most teams have a couple of left-arm offies. Not an easy format to be bowling left-arm spin in.
Oh, it's gone over everyone. So something I identified with Ali Raza yesterday is that, you know, sometimes he's just not tracking the line of the ball. And this is an example of it here. This is a ball that is pretty much straight over middle stump in the end. But you see, look at Raza, he never actually never reacts.
I wouldn't say
a spectator.
Ali's not really a traditional keeper. He usually keeps his feet planted and relies on his hand-eye coordination. So that can happen from time to time.
Yeah, it's just about trying to keep the ball in front of your eyes and your head. As much as you can should remain behind the ball. Okay, sometimes it's so wide you have to kind of go a bit more sideways with your hands, but just little things. Because, for example, okay, in this game probably doesn't hurt them, but in a big game, you know, you don't want to give up 4 runs like that.
I wonder where Jersey, Guernsey do stand in the rivalries around the world, Vinny. They must be right up there. That means a lot.
Yeah, it's good. Good question. As this is in the air, it's just over the fielder. Nice shot, Rasul. He had to eat 5 dots. But the chewing gum champ is able to lift this one up over mid-off. Gets a boundary for Bulgaria.
A nice shot. Slightly over-pitched, and he elevates it over mid-off. So 4 runs for his treble. Always nice when you get off the mark with the boundary.
Yeah, for sure. Always just nice if you get off the mark. And now this one looks high in the air. It's catchable. It's not an easy one. It's taken. Yeah, just then the sun was a factor there. There's a bit of an element of whose it was. I think Wakas takes the catch in the end. And so Zakel with the breakthrough. Bulgaria 11 for 1.
Yeah, just spinning across the right hand. A little bit of purchase on this cut of Madek, and he tried to swat it away to the leg side. Sploons it. Easy catch for Wakas Raja, really. And the first one will go. And Belgium, in that huddle, they should be talking about how much they can try and win this by for the net run rate. Very important indeed in this group.
And so Zaid Sulat.
Oh, the old bat exchange.
Yeah, the ceremonial swapping of the bats.
I've always thought
European cricket.
If someone got out, I don't want that bat. I reckon it's cursed. Unless they've hit a 50 with it, I don't want to touch it.
Depends. Maybe you end up with all the bats being cursed. Rasul, unfortunately for him, he's going to go for just that one boundary. 11 for 1.
Go on, Vinny. Name me some bigger battles in the world besides Jersey, Guernsey. Boca Juniors, River Plate. Pff, nothing.
Like kind of Arsenal, Tottenham.
Oh, not a bad one.
I think they're playing
Liverpool United. Oh, Jersey, Guernsey's bigger. It's the biggest in the world.
If you don't know where Jersey or Guernsey are, and I'm sure a lot of people around the world, maybe they're far away, they might not really know. They're kind of 2 islands in the English Channel, and they're really close to each other. So it's you can actually fly from one to the other. It's a 10-minute flight.
Really?
It's a 10-minute flight, yeah. Or you can go on the boat. I think it's about an hour in the boat. And it'll take us to the end of the over right now. Back to boat chat in a second, 11 for 1. So I had a question in the comment section from Aman asking what's the format of the tournament. So this is the format of the tournament. There are 6 groups. They run for 3 days each. And each 3-day group consists of 2 days of qualifying matches and then a finals day. So we had the Group A finals day on Wednesday And Wednesday night, Spain ended up winning Group A. They get to come back for the championship week. Right now we're in Group B with these 5 countries. The winner of this group gets to come back, and so on and so on and so on. Netherlands 11, as last year's winners, they automatically get through to championship week, which starts 16th of October. They've been joined by Spain, and there'll be 5 other teams that we don't know yet. Hopefully that answers your question, Aman. Any more questions? Please put them in the comments. Wow, extraordinary looking glance, and now he's forced to run. And that, again, that's a little bit of playing at a higher level, isn't it, from Chugtai, who normally can just trot away and get a single here, but he's almost run out.
Yeah, good movement from Burhan Niaz, who has a shy at the stumps, just misses. Vinny, with that 10-minute flight and the Battle of the Islands, arguably, if you win today, does that mean you own the other island? We should put quite a lot on the line between these 2 countries.
I mean, I don't know if there's any politically that would support that, but it will certainly, you will own them in a way. Check out the stance here from Sulat.
Oh.
A crouching tiger, hidden cover drive there from Sulat as he blasts it for 4. What a shot.
Well, I've read a lot of coaches' manuals, and that wasn't in any pages. That's a great shot. I love it. He's got the reverse footstep and then just goes, have some of that. Shot. You got to love it. Plucky little Bulgaria.
And the player of the tournament is Sulat.
Stop right now. Give him the MVP award.
Reminded me of Daniel in Karate Kid 1 when they swept the leg and he was just kind of forced to go.
There we go. Look at it. What a style.
I love this.
Oh.
That one's gets a bit big on him, but he's still my new favourite player.
Do you remember a few years ago when George Bailey started doing the reverse, and he's sort of showing a bit of the tush to the bowler?
Yeah.
I think Sulat and George Bailey have a lot in common here. Look, everyone's got their own style. I love it. I hope he hits another boundary. I'm all team Sulat here.
So Zaid, of course, playing in the ECS Bulgaria.
He's got that right leg retracted.
Yeah.
That's George Bailey-esque.
Well, he does play for Trakia in Bulgaria. We saw him in the ECS earlier this year. Oh, that'll do.
Yeah.
That's the latest of late cuts, and that'll be 4 as well. So, yeah, well, a bit like the ending of the Karate Kid here. Daniel's son is doing a good job. There's 4 more.
Yeah, he meant that. I'm going to give him credit. He's just run that down to 3rd beautifully and just out the eluding keeper.
I mean, there is a little bit of someone controlling Sulat with hitting X, which is the same shot every time. It depends where the ball is, and he's had a couple he could whack away.
So that's all. You see Ali Raza drive a lot, and he'll take some very good catches diving, but because he doesn't move his feet much, you see that's why he always has a big dive. If he was a traditional keeper there, he might have got that.
Kalik.
He's a weapon.
Yeah, that's a great shot. I mean, they keep aiming at his bat, but he'll enjoy it. That's going to be cracked away over cover. Excellent shot.
Vinny, hold on. I'm just opening the coach's manual, entering a new page called the Sulat turn. That is an unbelievable shot. Why would you have an open stance when you can have a closed stance and whack it like that?
The thing that gets me is it seems like he's not even really kind of planting that.
Don't we have Andalusia shot of the day in that? I'm calling it early. That's my Andalusia shot of the day.
Love it. But what he's doing, he's watching the ball really hard. He's not worrying about the feet. He's ready to go. This is where I was a bit worried. I don't think there's any bat on this. But, I mean, it seems to suit him throwing his hands at balls that are a bit wider where he can free his arms. But see, this one, which is basically between him and the stumps, didn't deal with as well.
Yeah, 3 overs complete. 24 for 1. So currently, Bulgaria right at the bottom of that group. Net run rate we think is going to come into play. So Belgium would want a big win here, get themselves to 4 as well. We got the big game next, Guernsey, Jersey, and then the bigger game tonight, Croatia, Bulgaria.
Yeah, not just that with Guernsey, Jersey though. The fact that could also determine who gets the top 2 spot. Well, so it's not just the natural rivalry, but situationally it's quite a big game as well.
The reason why the top 2 spot's more important, it isn't because when you lose that top 2, you're probably then going to be playing a decent team, but it's more the fatigue. You're going to be fatigued. If you have to play 3 on a Saturday in 28-degree heat, you don't want that.
Feels hotter out there as well, I think. Yeah, Aman asking about championship week format. Yeah, the 7 teams will play each other once, and then they'll be cut to final 4 on day 5 of championship week. Same finals format. Okay, time for Zaki Shah.
Tell you one thing about Zaki Shah, his brother Hassan Shah, absolute legend in Belgian cricket, runs a very good ship over there, should be in charge. Fantastic man, beautiful family, the Shah family, and great to see Zaki here playing for the national team.
Zaki took a hat-trick in the
I heard.
ECI in Dresden. That was a great ECI. Belgium, Germany, Netherlands 11. And Netherlands 11 came third.
Yeah, interesting. It'd be interesting to see who Germany bring over this time as well. I think they're a dark horse to look out for.
Yeah, nice shot. He's absolutely nailed that. Well, Sulat's come out and he's just bombing him. So I'm loving what I'm seeing from him. Ball retrieve almost gets caught in a tree as well. Maximo, 6 to Bulgaria.
What a nice shot that is. He's definitely got his own style. He swats it away, and that's the beauty of cricket. You don't need the textbook. You can stand any way you want. You see Steve Smith these days in Test cricket. It looks like he's got something in his pants that's a bit too hot. He's jumping all over the place.
True.
Look at Sulat here.
There it goes again, but has he found the fielder? I think he has. So the show's over. It was a pretty good show while he was there. Sulat just missed time that, didn't he? Kind of off the end of the bat. Khalik down there takes the catch. End of an entertaining knock, though. 31 for 2.
Yeah, some personal highlights there for him. He got 3 falls away and a 6, so 4 boundaries for Sulat. This time, right off the toe end of the bat. Still almost went for 6, just showing how far this ball is travelling. But a safe, easy catch, and another wicket will go down.
Yeah, so, yeah, Sulat. I mean, you'll have kids all over Bulgaria now, setting up with the back toe on the ground.
Well, it's amazing.
Throwing their hands at balls outside the off stump.
It's amazing what Lakov was telling us. 4-7 clubs, growing, and it's great to hear. No one in their right mind would think about Bulgarian cricket. You just wouldn't think about it. But
I don't think you've done a series in Bulgaria, have you?
I never have. Well, they beat VOC Rotterdam. Their club team beat VOC in a T10 here.
We covered them into Bulgaria in their champion club. Yeah, dropping 14 catches under lights, but still beating VOC Rotterdam.
The ex-champions. Just shows how poor VOC Rotterdam were that tournament. But Indo-Bulgaria, very impressive, and that's the Bulgarian champions, and great to see the national team here as well.
Give me a bit of stick to, of course, the club that you formerly represented.
They were terrible, Vinny, at the ECL. They're coming back, though.
Don't start any fires. We don't need any crying Dutchmen. That's the route.
Not bad. You flying Dutch. Good from you. How has the commentary box been the first few days? Good fun? Andrew Ryan enjoying himself?
It's been pretty organised, actually, until today. Anyway, here is the start of a new over. In fact, it's not even the start of a new over. It's the start of a new innings. Throw me now. No, but I'm just looking forward to the fact that, you know, although we get around Europe and visit kind of over 20 countries a year for ECN cricket, this is the time when they kind of come to us. And so it's really nice to see people making those connections. Now, Chukhtai's had about enough of it, so he slashes away. And then you've got Shafila Zakel just throwing a Hadouken at that, keeping it inside the field of play. It keeps it to 1.
Yeah, I think Belgium should also be thinking, look, under 100. Let's not let them get too many free runs. So that's a good bit of fielding. Last ball for Zaki Shah here to end the 4th.
Caught wide. It was one of those real tight ones. Come on. So, yeah, the way that these wides are called, if any of the ball is over the blue line, and I'm meaning any of the ball, then it will be called when it passes the popping crease. So, if I felt that ball got a bit of the blue, probably fair enough. This next one worked away for a single, pretty tidy over from Shah, and picks up a wicket as well. End of 4, it's 35 for 2.
Yep, 35 for 2. Don't think we're going to get a boil over in this one. When do you think, Vinny, we're going to get our first major upset? We'll get one this trip. We didn't really get a major upset in Group A.
Yeah, it was all kind of went to
script.
Pecking order, didn't it?
Yeah, Group B, it seems unlikely we'll see a major upset from Croatia or Bulgaria. Maybe Group C is the one that will throw us up a can of worms.
I'll throw an upset that I think is fair to call an upset. Is Greece knocking over Isle of Man in the Eliminator?
Yeah.
You know, Greece didn't have a very good start to the tournament at all. Isle of Man, I think pound for pound, on paper they're a stronger team.
Can you see why it's crazy they got bowled out for 10? They're not that bad.
I know.
They're not that bad.
Yeah.
Well, good to see the fans out there enjoying themselves.
Yeah, it's great to see so many people, locals as well, coming down. Got the kids here as well, of course.
Razak now, and that's a very big wide. So, a couple of extras just sneaking into the bowling unit here. Bit of shape, though. The balls do swing. I've noticed that. There's always a little bit of swing with these Grizzlies. They do go.
That's it. I mean, there is something with the bowlers. And I had a question from Vinay asking when will we see some women's cricket on ECN? Well, the ECCW is coming 17th of December. And so, 5 countries involved there, including the host nation, Spain. And if you want to know how many days that is, do you know how many days that is, Corey?
How many?
It is, to carry the 4, 79 days to go until the ECCW. And of course, you covered a lot of women's cricket for us during the summer in the Netherlands.
Yeah, hoping to be back for that one, Vinny.
Adnan Razak coming out.
I tell you what, if we are back for that one, I've just put the fan on in the commentary cube here. We might be needing the heaters that time of year.
Can I tell
be a little bit fresh.
Can I tell you that I bought you a present?
Oh, I'm getting emotional. What'd you get me?
Do you want me to tell you, or do you want me to just give it? Now I've brought it up, and you brought it up organically. But you, me, and Rico probably going to do the bulk of the work after this tournament. And it does get a bit cold. So I bought you a present, and I bought one set for me. They are kind of USB-powered hand warmers.
Oh, yeah.
That you, and I don't know if they work. I don't know if they'll catch on fire.
So I'm connecting to AI.
So you, wait, they're still in the box. It's just I picked them up last night. Driven. Should just be one note. So I've picked up these USB hand warmers that, you can charge them on like a phone charger kind of thing.
Oh, wow.
And apparently they stay hot all day.
What happens if the USB connection to my hands take over me and I become a cyborg?
Well, it'll be nice to have some
thank you,
sort of
Vinny.
intelligence.
It's very thoughtful of you.
So don't tell Rico. It's a secret then.
All right. He won't be tuning in. He deserves a morning off.
I'm sure he's lurking. He'll be here a little bit later in the day. Slides into the pad. Frustration from Shuktai again. Doesn't think about running that hard. And I think the Belgians thinking about throwing there. Yeah, I'm always looking to say thank you to my colleagues here in the commentary box.
I have to admit, I thought maybe coming over this time of year we might get a few cool evenings, but I can't believe how good this weather is in Spain right now. 28 degrees
it's the sweet
and sunny.
spot, isn't it?
Oh, it's perfect.
We do get some extreme weather, both hot and cold, on the tour, and so I think you really do learn to appreciate.
I know what side I like.
Yeah, you learn to appreciate the Goldilocks zone. Zaru tries to make something out of nothing.
Well, while we're talking a bit about Bulgaria and the weather and that, didn't you go to an ECS over there and it was -2 and snowy?
It was the coldest day of ECS cricket we've done in Bulgaria in 2022. It was between 1 and 5 degrees for the whole day, and then the second day we had to abandon a match because of snow. And we played there in April.
A little bit disappointed it didn't get taken on that
We
tour.
also had wild horses running across the ground at one point in Bulgaria. Wow. Is that off the bat? If it's off the bat, it's 4. If it's not off the bat, it's LBW. And the short answer is, it's off the bat. So Chugtai will move to 9. And that'll take us to the end of the over as well.
I reckon that's straight off his foot. I reckon that's a full toss on the foot. He pointed to his bat.
Yeah.
But for me, that's all leg.
Nah.
Yeah.
I think it's hit the bottom corner of the bat.
If you look at front on, Vin.
Nah.
Yeah. You need to see it on a different angle. But anyway.
You're wrong. It is 44
that's
for 2.
the one. That's off the foot, Vinny.
Just one more time then. Go on.
Go on, Vinny.
All right. Well, let's just agree to disagree. But Bulgaria, they can use the runs. 4 of them. Welcome to you, wherever you watch from around the world. And once again, I just want to encourage everyone, if you're able to support our World Food Program, Share the Meal project. There you go. It's down there. Okay. 70 cents. If you can help us get close to our target, if you're in a position to do that, then obviously we really appreciate that. It's our way of trying to help the world and also make it a little bit easier for those that are struggling.
Make a game of it. Every time you see 2 sixes, click in 70 cents.
That's such a great idea.
That's what I've been doing.
Such a great idea.
It's about 3 clicks.
Yeah.
Every time you see 2 sixes, throw in 70 cents,
So
feed
easy.
someone around the world. It's a great initiative. I'm really happy to be on board with it.
Yeah, definitely. And we have that goal of 44,182 meals. Hopefully by the end of this tournament, at least by the end of the season here on ECN. And, they actually helped over 160 million people. This UN-backed, the World Food Program, and we're very passionate about it here at the European Cricket Network. So it's great to have them as our charity partners. Back to the game out here. Great to see Bulgaria, throwing a few punches, landing a couple as well on the Belgians. And, I really like the fact that the Bulgarians, they've got the confidence to go for their shots. like I said, they wouldn't have really faced the kind of bowling very much that they're going to face here in the ECC.
No, it's a massive step up, but this is why group stages are quite good. It's almost like the FIFA World Cup. You'll see little nations take on bigger nations. That's how you grow the game, and the little nations never shy away. They always give it 100%.
Definitely, they're very, very proud as this is hit straight. Not a bad shot by Zaru, and you heard that from the captain, Chris Lakov. Nice boundary stop there from Khalid. Come back for 2, and it's actually pretty good running as well.
Great to see this man come in and bowl. Really like Khalid Ahmadi, the smiling assassin.
The smiling assassin, yeah. It's
He's very talented. He got this whippy sort of action. He got 2 or 3 slower balls. One's a knuckleball that floats out. He's one to look out for this whole competition.
But see, the quick ball is pretty zippy, and that's what makes those slower balls even more effective.
He would be easily, I mean, at the end when we see all 31 nations, he'll be in the top 5 quicks for speed. He really gets it through. He's got a lot of skills. He's not the strongest of men, a bit of a skinny frame, but boy, does he get it through.
This one's going to go thigh pad. This is 4-leg bias.
And, might have been a bit of glove, and he might be more runs.
Are we going to... Yeah, it has been given runs.
Yeah, that was glove. That really shot up. So, you take every run you can. Oh, yeah, right off the glove.
Yeah, you're right. So I'll take the runs.
Khalid Ahmadi's actually one of those type of bowlers. I'd be tempted to bring mid-off up and have your fine leg back. He really gets it through.
And it's hard to see him getting drilled over mid-off. But maybe a slower ball could, but they'd have to pick it first. 50's up for Bulgaria.
There it is.
There it is. And you see how effective that change of pace is.
So he's a bit of a tape ball cricket background. He actually played in the Dutch top class of this year for Sparta.
Yep.
And did very well. Did very well. The whole club of Sparta did well this year. But he's become one of their strike bowlers. And also, with the bat, he hits one of the longest balls. Very destructive versus spin.
There's that slow ball again. This time he tries to muscle it. And it's been caught. It's been caught down there by Zaki Shah. I don't think he picked it up for a little bit, but then he saw it hanging, and so that'll be the end of Zaru for 10. Ahmadi, the smiling assassin, comes down another victim. It's 50 for 3.
Yeah, good catch from Zaki Shah. There was a slight hesitation, but he made up the ground late, got the body forward, and he held on to it in the end. Look at this, just steadied, and good catch from Zaki Shah. That'll give him some confidence in the field because that spot down there is a hot spot.
It's an uncontrolled zone, isn't it, for the batters? It's like the new slip, isn't it? Or slips.
Almost.
Because it's not a shot you can really control where it goes.
In a lot of formats, you're like, well, if 50 over crew 20, you're like, put the weakest fielder down at third.
Yeah.
Now it's like, put your best fielder down at third.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. I know that in the comment section, good to see Neil in there. He's talking of extreme weather. Where was it when we were under the blanket? I think that's Croatia.
Don't ever remind me of that again.
About.
I'm going to tell you this, Khalid Ahmadi, when there's a new bat, he usually wants to fire in a Yorker. Expect this to be very full.
All right, you called it. Tries, and well kept out by Zain Asif, who took a couple of good catches in the first half of this game. And 6 overs, it's 50 for 3.
Yeah, the Bura wind in Croatia. And it was the worst day of my life.
It was like an orange wind warning. And we said, well, if this is orange, what's red? Because the computer was blowing over the table.
If you look it up, it's 3 days a year in Croatia where the winds are 100 to 120 kilometres. It's Arctic cold, and it was going straight into our eyes. And
you,
Mr. Rutgers, could not handle it.
Under a blanket for most of the day. And the tennis courts were there. We were talking about that ground yesterday when Croatia were playing, actually. No, Bulgaria is the one. It's kind of got a few apartment buildings in the background. It's got a kind of few hills around it. It's part of the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy, so it's part of a multi-sport.
Look it up. It's an interesting little story about 3 days a year, and we happen to be there.
Now, Bulgaria's an interesting ground as well. That's the original vortex through deep third, where balls just, when you edge them, they just go into another galaxy. Anyway, this isn't really controlled at all. Chuktai's going to have to hustle. This would have been gone by some distance.
Well, that was a catching opportunity. Wackes wasn't paying attention at all, and he's copping it from his captain, Ali Raza, right now, and that's fair enough. He had plenty of time to get in, but he was on his heels, and then he misses the run out.
I suppose you're thinking fairly defensively
as
an infielder in this form of the game, but still, it wasn't there a long time. Khalid Ahmadzai, the bowler. Zain Asif wants to get off the mark, and he won't here as he finds the field. They've made that change you talked about, putting the fine leg back and bringing the mid-off up, and I think it's a good move.
Well, we tried with Spain. We had mid-off in the ring for most of the week. Dan was standing straight, trying to have a deep cover. So I still think T10, the angles have to be different. I don't think you can use T20 fields in T10.
It depends who's batting as well and what their strengths
Very
are,
true.
of course. This is going to be knocked away for one. More questions from Neil about grounds around Europe. Of course, we are doing over 1,600 matches this year, covering them on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe. Free cricket, 11 and a half months a year at the moment. And we go to some really interesting locations. Yeah, the ground with the tennis courts, that was Croatia. The ground with the duck pond, that's Sporting Alfaz here in Spain.
Yep.
And
Splash.
and the ducks actually take over the field
Well,
sometimes.
that's on a golf green. The outfield's a golf green.
Yeah. And oh, well, pretty comprehensive from Ahmedzai, who sends the off stump into another dimension. That's going to be the end of Chugtai for 10. It's 52 for 4.
Yeah, Belgium be happy with that. They should push themselves here, Belgium. Try win this game by 100 runs. Get that net run rate up. Bulgaria fighting hard, but obviously a big golf in ability here. Went deep in the crease, tried to launch it. Disturb the stumps.
Good length, though, isn't it?
It is.
No, it's pretty close to a Yorker. Chugtai kind of gave up his stumps and lost one of them. So, always nice to see the stumps flying if you're a bowler. And Chugtai, well, he battled out there, didn't he? He made it to double figures, but he becomes the fourth man to fall. It's 52 for 4.
It gives our man of the moment in the first innings, Chris Lakov, the captain, who we had a good yarn with. A man born in Bulgaria, moved to New Zealand, then came back, captaining the country. Fantastic mustache, 10 out of 10 tash.
Yeah.
Good human, Chris. Really good human.
He's a fantastic human being, Chris. And he says even when he was in New Zealand, he kept speaking Bulgarian because of his grandmother.
Oh, wow.
And that's why, even though he's lived in New Zealand for so long, he's Bulgarian. He speaks it fluently.
Yeah, that's very nice.
It's a great
to hear.
skill to have, obviously. To be multilingual. Let's go down the leg side first up. Chris is a guy, what I like about him as well, he was the player of the series last time I was in Bulgaria for an ECS in 2022. And he does little things right. He backs up, he runs the first one hard, he backs up in the field. You know, he's probably not a power player, but still, he's a guy, you know, he'll give you 110%. And I think the fact he's captain, he'll lead by example. Digs this one out and gets off the mark. This will be the end of the 7th over. It's 53 for 4. Okay, Corey, let's talk biggest rivalries in sport. Coming up next, Jersey-Guernsey, the match we've all been waiting for in match 7. Could determine the double chance.
I've got it for you. Fifth place, Australia, England Ashes. 4th place, Real Madrid, Barcelona. 3rd place, Boca Juniors, River Plate. 2nd place,
India, Pakistan.
India, Pakistan. 1st place, Jersey-Guernsey. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, this is one you want to tune in for. About an hour away from a start there. The toss will happen straight after this
It honestly could be a bloodbath. There could be stumps thrown. It could be,
well, we hope it doesn't get... Actually, you know, the two teams are very sporting to each other. I know that they're natural rivals. They know each other pretty well. I mean, every year they have a very historical 50-over game that they play between the two countries for bragging rights, and also it's expanded to T20 international.
Rumour has it the winner of that game will take their flag to the other island and plant it for the day. So everything on the line.
I'm surprised you didn't get Springfield, Shelbyville into the natural rivals as well. All you Simpsons fans out there. Anyway, that's going to be a really good one. And again, they decide to run. And they get it on the fumble. Wakas probably needs to just sneak back into the hedges after that. Look, yeah, they're two islands that are close together. They're both kind of self-governing crown dependencies, so they're kind of controlled by Britain politically. But they're pretty close to France. Actually, they're in the English Channel. Like I said, it's a 10-minute flight between the two islands.
So would you spend more time? What, sitting on the plane waiting for it to take off and landing than the actual flight time?
Probably.
Can you swim it?
I'm sure you can swim the whole English Channel, so I'm sure you can.
I wonder how long that would take.
Swing and a miss this time. Yeah, so Jersey's kind of the bigger brother, if you like, but there's not too much between
watch
them.
what you say. There's a fair few Guernsey fans
I'm just
here.
talking about,
Tell you what I do like,
population.
though. If I said who was the bigger brother in the fan zone, Guernsey. Guernsey love a fan zone. Good bunch of blokes. And it's going to be a good game of cricket. Looking forward to it. Another play and miss as Bulgaria fighting hard, obviously a little bit out of depth.
So Jersey population about 100,000 people. Guernsey population about 65,000. That's why I said that. Although, I do believe
Is it like...
that
Where's Isle of Man come into this? Is that the second cousin?
Isle of Man, it's another little island, but it's kind of different place.
In the air, this is a chance Wacker should catch this, and he does. Holds on to that. Another wicket goes down. And, well, Asif has to go. Never really got going as 8 overs are complete here, and the score's 56 for 5.
Yeah, and so Wakas kind of has the ball following him around at the moment. It's all smiles now. And Belgium, they have an interesting day, of course. We'll see them playing against Guernsey in match 9. And depending how that bailiwick bash, bailiwick is a term because essentially Jersey and Guernsey, they have bailiffs that are responsible for, you know, the governance and order on the island. So, you know, the bailiwicks is what
I told you the bailiwick word a few weeks ago.
So, depending on how that game goes, then potentially that Guernsey-Belgium might be for the double chance, for example.
Yep.
Might be for second place. We'll have to see, though.
Yeah, I think between Guernsey, Jersey and Belgium, I think Belgium have the most firepower, but Jersey are quite cricket educated, same with Guernsey. It'll come down to the bowling attacks. What bowling attack can handle each other? And for Croatia versus Bulgaria later today, that might be battle for 4th place, Vinny. Who can sneak into finals day?
That's it. I mean, that's kind of, I think, both Bulgaria and Croatia, if you ask them what their realistic achievable goal is, it would be to qualify for finals day and then see what happens. Amadi, smiling assassin comeback, starts with a dot. Yeah, to give you an idea, so Isle of Man is actually quite geographically a lot bigger, but has a smaller population, I think. So Isle of Man's 572 kilometres, and yeah, the population is about 85,000 people on Isle of Man, we saw in Group A. And yeah, I know you probably didn't hear a lot of the TV because you were coaching Group A, but yeah, Manx was the traditional language of the Isle of Man. It actually went completely, it was considered extinct, but they brought it back. The last native speaker died, I think, in the early 70s, and so but they made a conscious effort to get it into schools to resuscitate the language.
What a story.
But it did bring it up the term Manximo for when they hit a 6 in Group A. There's Dimo Nikolov, or the Demolition Man, as he was called by Rico and Rhino last night. Again, he's another great Bulgarian cricketing story. You know, he started playing reasonably recently, now captains his club in Bulgaria. He's done some pretty good things in the tournament. He's going to find Amadi a bit of a handful, I think, with his variations in pace.
A lot of good players find Amadi a handful.
There's the slow ball, but it's going to be called wide.
I reckon he's only going at about 50% here in Marty's way. He's one of those, I swear he runs in with a smile on his face. Remember how Brad Hogg used to run in with the tongue out?
Terry Alderman was the original smiling assassin. He used to come in basically smiling.
Oh, that would put me off if I was a batsman. Just watching the bowler smile, that means he runs in. I've had that once while I was playing cricket.
What's that?
Freddie Clarkson. So a good friend of mine, he bowled me a ball. I got one away through point for 4. And instead of sledging me, he came up to me and said, "Oh, really good shot, right?" And
that'd be more off-putting.
And it put me off. Next ball, my leg stump went flying. Absolutely flying.
Did you wink at him and say, really good ball?
Yeah, it confused me a lot.
Yeah, it's a good shot by Demo. Might as well run. Might be your best chance. Hits the stumps, but I think he's safely home. Well done to Demo. Gets off the mark. So, yeah, I do encourage everyone, if you're not sure where these places are, look them up. Of course, it's very easy today to look them up where they are. So you'll see Jersey and Guernsey kind of between England and France, whereas Isle of Man is kind of between England and Ireland, like right in the middle there. Anyway, here's Amadi. And this will be worked away by Chris Lakov for a single, and it'll be the end of the 9th over. The score is 60 for 5.
Yeah, so moral victory if Bulgaria can get themselves 11 runs off this over, not to lose by 3 figures. The bowling figures obviously are looking pretty handsome for most of those bowlers there. They've kept it under control.
For your 6 bowlers.
This is a game where it's also good to experiment with your bowling lineup sometimes. I mean, we went Bubba Khan at one stage thanks to a little tip from a good friend of mine and a few others out there. We'd like to try and see what other bowlers could offer, because in T10, someone that might not bowl normally in T20 or 50 over cricket could be effective in this format.
Definitely. I mean, we saw Sherry Butt bowling actually yesterday with some of his off-spin. I thought they might have given him an over here. They've elected to go back to Khalid Ahmadi though. He's over number 10. Pretty good Yorker. And Chris will get a single. I want to say a quick hello to some of our viewers in the comment section as well. I know that it's pretty hard for us to keep up with all the discussions in there, but we do appreciate the fact that you're taking an interest. Demo tries to demolish, but misses out. Hello to Terry, hello to Ben in there as well, to Dave B, of course, to Marnus, to Kroom, to Twilight, Stephen Kelt watching from the Netherlands, and to Neil, of course, to Roger Lane. Good to have you once again watching from Belgium.
Good guy, Roger.
Yeah, and anyone I might have missed, hello to you. Rob, of course, he's getting excited for the Jersey Guernsey game. And that's out. That's a good in-swing Yorker. And really, it's the kind of ball I think that'll trouble batters no matter how experienced they are at cricket. It's a ball, to be honest, I haven't seen enough of it in week 1. This one tilts back middle stump, and it's 61 for 6.
He's got that low arm action, so the ball actually tails into the right-hander, sort of like Mohammad Waseem from Pakistan, and it's pretty comprehensive. Middle stump uprooted, and Belgium on for a big win here.
Yeah, that was a good challenge for Deem out there. I even don't mind, he's trying to get a little bit funky with the footwork, trying something. But yeah, just keep it simple as a bowler. Fall straight through the gate. Demo, big fan of his work. He's represented his country with distinction this week, and I think he's a pretty important player going into their crunch match against Croatia in the middle of the afternoon. But as he departs at 61 for 6. Hello to Danny Pinsuti and Simon Keeling, by the way, as well. And Terry said that Terry Alderman said in an interview he didn't know he was smiling when he bowled. It just was natural to him. It's kind of more like a grimace, you know. This is Daniel Raja coming out. Yeah, so I don't know if you realise this, because I know you've been busy with coaching, and of course you took a little bit of time off at the end of the round, but we actually did a viewer sweep, so everyone got allocated a country.
Oh, okay. Who got Spain?
We've got 100 plus people involved. Pretty good York.
Just for a bit of fun with the viewers.
Just for a bit of fun. And so, yeah. So Rob, for example, Rob Thompson, who's watched from New Zealand, he's adopted Jersey. He got.
Did anyone get Spain? Who got Spain?
Let me tell you who got Spain.
Yeah, I'd love to hear.
So we also then threw it on my social media. So yeah, we got quite a few people involved.
2 balls remaining in this clash. Lack of. Nice looking stroke through backward point. He'll want the strike back.
Yeah, he wants it, but then he thinks, okay, I'll give Danny one more chance. So Spain actually was drawn by Jeff Maguire from Grizzly Bet Sports.
Oh, you're kidding me.
JJ Nowdy, who is in Malta, as well as Ian Lockwood, and our very own Danny Hudacek.
Also, multiple people got one team.
Yeah, because we had more people that wanted to get involved. So we
Did you win a T-shirt or something?
Officially, no.
Okay.
Just for legal reasons.
Last ball. Oh,
that's a shot. Well, Danny, he'll feel a lot better after that. So Bulgaria win that battle, but Belgium win the war in the Battle of the Bees in Group B. It's going to be 102 runs the margin, which I think shows you the distance between the two teams. But a pretty entertaining game nonetheless. I think Bulgaria, they had their bright moments, I think, with the bat and the ball, but the Belgians just way too strong. 2 teams looking to get something out of the day, but for different reasons. Belgium hunting for that top 2 in the double chance. Bulgaria, they'll just be looking for survival, won't they, in their next match against Croatia. But a very entertaining spectacle to start day 2.
Good way to start day 2. Look, it was a David versus Goliath, and obviously that team on your screen there, Bulgaria, cool. They're learning. Great to see them out there. And well done to Belgium. They just did what they had to do to win this game, and they will get a pretty decent net run rate boost. Yeah, that's true. Anytime you get a ton-plus victory, it's a pretty good result. Coming up next, of course, the Bailiwick Bash. Match 7, and starting in around about 50 minutes time. Join us for that. Toss will come straight after the game. Send your kids to bed, because they cannot watch this. This will be violent. 2 peaceful nations that share a king as well. So let's just remember that. But it certainly will be a really entertaining battle, not just because of who's involved, but what's online. Potentially, again, that could shape the top 2. Join us for that as we look back at the highlights of the second innings, chasing 170. Bulgaria, I think, as you would say, there's more chance of him scoring that than there's more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way. But ultimately, they did throw the bat here. I like the way they were going for their shots. Ultimately, the Belgians
it's a bit of a tune-up, bit of a training run, I feel, for their bowlers in particular, who have been a little bit inconsistent, I think, over the last day or so.
Yeah, just a tune-up for the bowlers, but there were some highlights. These were the 3 consecutive boundaries that we loved. He had a different technique than Sulat, but he played some nice shots until the party came to an end there. Overall, though, I think that Bulgaria have improved a little bit. Good to see them with the bat. They didn't get bowled out. They tried some funky things, and they got away with some nice shots.
Yeah, they did, and I just think cricket's all about challenges, and I just think I keep going back to the challenge of having seen cricket in Bulgaria, seeing the setup and kind of the backgrounds of the players, and a lot of native players involved in there, and a club called Barbarians that has pretty much all Bulgarian players, and to see them coming through the ranks and see some of them now playing for the national team and getting challenged against a Belgian side, that do have a lot more experience, and they gave as good as they got, really. Wakas had the fumbles for a little bit, but then he came back well. This is a cracking Yorker, and I think this is the kind of ball we need to see more of in pressure situations. Can't give the batters anything they can get under. Daniel Raja finished things with a bang, almost took his captain's head off as that cracked into the fence in front of the side screen. Belgium end up big winners, though, in match 6 as they are chasing that double chance. As far as the bat went for Bulgaria in this one, a bit of a tough initiation for a lot of them. Got to say, Sulat was a standout for me with his slightly unusual technique, the trackier bat. He scored 18 of 8, including a couple of cracking strokes. 10s also for Chugtai and Isa Zuru in their 10 extras as well, as Bulgaria found it pretty tough going. We're not really surprised about that. They ended up 67 off the 10 overs. If we look at the Belgian bowlers, you said it, bowlers will be the difference ultimately in the end.
Yeah, they will, and they've got some fantastic bowlers there. Obviously, the figures look really good in this game, but how will they stack up against some bigger teams? We'll have to wait and see, Vinny. This is a very open group.
So we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 45 minutes. Take you into the next one. The Bailiwick Bash will be here, and you don't want to miss it. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers, who will return for that match after this break. You're watching ECN. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol Peacock Friday today, and a big game coming up now. It's the game that we have coined the Bailiwick Bash because Jersey and Guernsey are going to go head-to-head, kind of traditional rivals. Imagine that they're playing here in Spain, but of course they are two islands in the English Channel that are pretty close together. I think they're enjoying the weather though. I'm going to enjoy this contest. So match 7 on the way. The Sheriff, Charles Croucher, has the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Thanks.
Guernsey to call.
Crown.
Crown's a call.
So Charles Perchard, the Jersey skipper, has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. So obviously backing their ability to chase. And we know that Jersey, they've done that very well. I suppose not only at the international level, but also Farmers, who are a club we've seen here at the Cartermore Oval in the ECL, the Champions League in the last 2 years. They are kind of known for holding their nerve under pressure and pulling off those big chases. But we know that the Tribes have been in incredible form for Jersey. I think Asa Tribe is 94 not out. Yesterday was perhaps the innings of the tournament, but they got a lot of class in there. I think it's a matter of whether their bowling unit can, I suppose, sustain the pressure over the 10 overs. We know that yesterday they were a little bit patchy, so you know it's going to be a very interesting game against a Guernsey side. I mean, they've had some good performers as well. Damarel at the top of the order has been doing some very good things. I think Stokes offers a lot, the skipper, and of course we'll get to see our old friend David Hooper as well, who was on the player mic last night, so it'll be good to see him out there this time as well. Potentially this game has a big bearing on the double chance. Of course, the top two teams do get the double chance and kind of that insurance policy, I suppose, on finals day. Corey Ruckers, he's been waiting for this game as well for a long time, and it is true that he's not welcome in one of these two islands. I won't say which one, but let's go over to Corey now. News from the toss. Jersey winning the toss and bowling here in match 7.
They can't prove anything, Vinny. They can't prove anything. Welcome back, everyone around the world, wherever you might be watching from. Hope you're ready for a really big clash of the islands, the Bailiwicks, as I'm informed. And, well, looking forward to this. That's the Jersey team walking out to the middle, the Jersey unit. I'm sure they're super excited to play this game. And, well, there's the Guernsey opening batters. They'll be looking for a big score. The scores have been big. The cricket's been feisty, and I can't wait for this. Both teams 2-0. Plenty of good names there. Charlie Brennan, Asa Tribe, Zach Tribe, Josh Lawrence. And what a top 4 that is. For Guernsey, Luke Bichard's going to have to bowl well with Adam Martell, David Hooper. I'm thinking a high-scoring clash. Can the bowling units keep the runs down? And the supercomputer telling us 57% for Jersey, 43% for Guernsey. I reckon that's a pretty accurate number. We'll have to wait and see, though, if it does work out that way. Good opportunity to welcome back all the viewers around the world, wherever you might be watching from. Plenty of network partners. We've got the SSC in Saudi Arabia in the Middle East. We've got La Liga Sports TV in South America. Sport en France in Francais. And Star Times in the Sub-Saharan Africa. Got that one out. It is pretty warm out here. I've just come back from a very nice walk. And it is a warm, warm day. And don't tell me, oh my word, the hypes are back. Now, that is what I call a grade advertisement. Anyway, we're back. Ball number 1. Huge clash. I'm going to welcome back quickly Vinny Sandy. Welcome back, Vinny.
Guernsey just went up 3% after that sip of hype. Here we go. Here's Chuggy to get us going. And yeah, this is the one. It's a game we saw on the calendar a long way out when the fixtures first came out. We saw that Jersey and Guernsey were drawn together. I mean, they do play each other a few times during the year, but the idea that they're playing on the Costa del Sol is kind of madness.
What were the odds of them getting drawn against each other? And us with Isle of Man, it's crazy how things can work out. It's the cricket gods.
1 in 6. Same kind of line from Chuggy. They'll take on the run, they'll get there. So, look, there's a lot on the line here. I mean, of course, the natural rivalry between these two nations, but also the fact that the double chance is still in play. And it's basically these two and Belgium fighting for the 2 spots, which could be very, very important. You mentioned it earlier, not just the fact that you can afford to lose your first game, but also that if you don't get the double chance, your only way to win the group is 3 consecutive wins and to play 3 times on finals day in this heat. Just misses the right-hander, Chuggy Pershard.
Yeah, and it is very warm indeed, Vinny, so you want to be able to keep cool out there. So big game of cricket this. Obviously these two proud little nations, they do very well in the cricket world. Guernsey have had good results lately, and Jersey always up there in the 50 overs and plenty other formats.
Yeah, they made their ODI debut this year, didn't they, Jersey? Oh, it's a really good shot. It's a little in-swinger, but he goes inside out. Fitchett is going to whack that one over the offside. Cuatro carreras, 4 runs. The first boundary of the contest.
What a nice shot that is. Ball swinging in and going inside out over extra cover is not easy. Good extension of the hands and bat flow. First boundary.
How can I put this delicately? These two teams yesterday were horning it. And now this one swings even more. Shot back over Chuggy Pershard. But I suppose the thing is, they haven't played each other yet, obviously, is one thing. And we did see Jersey take down the Belgian attack and chase 140s in the first game. I don't think Guernsey have really been tested with the bat yet. It's been the biggest test so far. Take it on. Direct hit might have been interesting. They'll get there. Single. And just that one boundary so far in this over.
Yeah, good bowling from Chuggy Perchard, who's keeping it tight. They're going to want that 140. 140 for us feels par. The scores are ballooning this year at ECC 2023.
Yeah, I feel like it's a tale of 2 pars. I feel like there's a par for the top 3 and a par from the bottom 2. You know, I don't know you can necessarily average those 2 out because it's a bit of apples and oranges about some of the teams here. This is hit straight. Is it going to get over the fielder? Just great effort from Asa Tribe. He had no regard for his own personal safety. That'll be a single to finish the over. Guernsey, they are 8 without loss after 1.
Lovely set, Chug.
Yeah, top effort from Asa Tribe. Very close indeed. He clothed that right off the toe end of the bat. Just a single to the toe. So good over from Chuggy Perchard. This is the championship week and how it works. We're in Group B. Obviously, Spain got through Group A. We're going to have winners from Group C, D, E, F. And, well, Netherlands 11, they're waiting.
And, of course, now that you're in the commentary box with us, you're getting a very good look at some teams that you could potentially be playing in championship week as well.
I think any team we come up in championship week has got the right recipes for T10. So it'll be interesting to see who do get the remaining spots. Plenty of good teams and nations and very good players everywhere as well.
And Corey, of course, the Spanish national team coach. Spain qualifying from Group A, going through undefeated. Despite being pushed, is Sumaret. Gets the ball to swing away from the left-hander. Damarel was an interesting one. I mean, he did score a lot of runs yesterday. Just looking at him, I don't think he hit them particularly well early in the day, but, you know, just found a way to stay there. Had a few shots a bit like that. I mean, on another day, maybe he nicks off, but then he also got handed a few gifts. And then, you know, as he batted longer, of course, he started hitting a few more in the middle. This one's going to swing away from everyone, and Kemp doesn't have any chance. That swung the other way. And Sumaret, he is a bit of a wizard with the ball, but he moves too much that time, and that's going to cost him 5.
Yeah, 5 free runs after a good start really hurt. Watch this go. Just kept tailing away from the keeper. And despairing drive, but that'll be 5.
Yeah. So you saw how much the first ball swung kind of left to right on your screen, and that one went the other way. It's very tough for the keeper there. Kemp is kind of setting up for that away swinger. Now he overcorrects, so kind of spraying him all over the place at the moment, isn't he?
A bit difficult to face sometimes though as well. You have no idea where it's going, and it's moving quite a lot both ways. So Guernsey won't mind though. 3 runs to the toe now. 14 off 7's a much better start.
Sumarat just has to sort himself out. Much better ball, nicked away, and this will be 4 as well. So Guernsey with a bit of a slice of luck there. Gets good movement, but these balls are flying in week 1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you make your runs. You just got to make them. So 5 wides, another wide, and then the edge for 4. Things going Guernsey's way at the moment. There's our men in there, men in green, enjoying themselves.
It's probably more
No
So
ball.
he caught a no ball. This must be for second bouncer.
Yep.
When was the first one? Was the one that went down the leg side?
Yep. It was over. We've got signals, so that will be for the second
So,
over
I mean,
shoulder.
I was thinking this would be a wide anyway for kind of down the leg side, but yeah, just getting too much bounce there, didn't he, Julius? And so, free hit coming up. Damarel, will he get creative or just stand and hit? More the latter, and he hits it straight to the fielder, who just takes it easy as you like. It's quite an incredible bit of fielding. Actually, the fielding with these two teams has been of the highest standard.
Yeah, unbelievably that just didn't go for 4 or 6. He laced that straight to the fielder out there. A metre either side. That was a boundary. So unfortunate that time for Damarel. Smoked that pull shot. Guernsey, good start though. Can they keep exploding in this power play?
Hit back and a dot. So, yeah, we're talking about, you're talking about 140 par. Do you think that's where you kind of end up between these two teams?
I think 140 for teams that we know with deep batting lineups. Just the ball is flying this year. You could maybe go 135 on the softer end, but last year it was 120, and now it feels 15 runs or 20 runs more.
I tend to agree with you there. This is a slower ball, hit out towards the fielder, but it's just over his head. Maximo! Fitchett with his first. That one's in the Snakes. And Summerer is in danger of going magical here in the second.
Well, Battle of the Islands has begun, and Guernsey are taking the early plaudits. I don't know if he got that right out the middle, but he got enough to get it 52 metres, and that's a 6.
Good enough, isn't it?
Yeah. That's one thing we try and say to these players, is that you don't have to hit it 100 metres. You can time this ball. You time it, she's going for 6.
Even where you're hitting the ball, I mean, 360 degrees, you can get value. So often it's also about choosing the right area to attempt to hit the ball as well. Summerer has one left in this over. Oh, this always takes out the leg stump, goes between the pads and the sticks. That'll be the end of the second over. Guernsey 26 without loss.
Yeah, good start. You've got Chuggy Percharm will come back and bowl the third over. Very economical bowler with that late in swing.
I think this is all about, he is a genuine swing bowler, so you want to give him the ball while it's in new condition. Could do some other things later, maybe some changes of pace. Looking at this, it's a case of the haves and the have-nots, isn't it, here in Group B? So you've got these top 3 all on 2 wins competing for the double chance top 2. You've got Croatia and Bulgaria. They're just trying to get a win, I think, which would be enough to get them into the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, the team that might lose here as well just doesn't want to get smashed. A close loss won't hurt too bad.
Well, creative stuff first up as he goes the ramp. 1 bounce 4. Damarel gets funky to Chuggy. And the result's a boundary.
Yeah, underrated shot the ramp, especially when you play it that well. Look how still he is at the point of contact. Doesn't move the body, gets into an early position. Really good batting. And another 4 to the total. Good start from Guernsey here.
Yeah, Chuggy's got a very good slower ball, and he's not afraid to bowl it at any time, even early on. And Damarel just seems to be a fixture for Guernsey. Continues to perform and score runs. Ooh. This is the kind of ball, though, that occasionally hasn't been able to deal with. No surprises there, because Perchard got that one to really take off.
Sometimes you can get it to kiss this wicket. It sort of happens more in the evening, but every now and then, if you bang it in hard enough on this pitch, you will get the carry through. So good ball, good option.
Yeah, you've got to be brave, I think. Whether you're batting or bowling, you've got to be brave in this format. Chuggy backed himself to get it over the top edge of the batter, and he did. This time, not so lucky, though, but
wow,
straight to that fielder. It's Googe out there.
That's twice now, Vinny.
Googe is a very good player. We saw him do some very good things for farmers in the ECL.
Well, got to see his sister play in the Netherlands this
Yeah,
year as
of
well.
course.
Very talented player herself.
And don't forget, he had Jersey beat the Dutch in the first 10 over international between those two nations in the ECIW earlier this year. Great game. Tense. Another in swinger this time. He goes with the swing, just clips it away. Maximo. Pitch it very strong off the pads. That one put the crowd in danger.
Yeah, just controlled hitting as well. Swinging in, clips it beautifully. 6 more to the total. That one just gangling down the leg side, and he goes with it. Really good batting.
Yeah, I suppose with Chuggy with that big in swing, it kind of swings from the hand, doesn't it? So the batter kind of gets a look at it, can predict how much it's going to go. This one's a change of pace, though. That Fitchett doesn't deal with particularly well. Hello to Kieran Legale, who's saying, hit the rubbish. Well, there's early shots fired there.
Wow.
It's, I'm sure he's watching from Guernsey right now.
It's the biggest battle in the world, these two nations. Gotta love it.
Kieran, great to hear from you, of course. National team player, saw him last year. This time he goes up in the air. Now this one should be out, it's hanging and it's gone. So the catching has been pretty good between these two nations as well. That was Theo Pullman, who found himself in the hot seat and he handled the heat well. Fitchett goes for 17. Chuggy Pershard with the wicket with his last ball of the contest, 37 for 1.
Yeah, they needed that wicket just as a steadier, get the boys in the huddle and regroup and replan. Yeah, but disappointed he didn't get that away. There was a bit of width on offer, but skies it in the air. First one down, and now we've got a good contest on our hands.
Yeah, it was kind of a row of infielders there. Could have formed an orderly queue. Probably 3 or 4 fielders could have reached that. But still, I mean, that's the intent you want from your openers. Fitchett does hit 2 Maximos and a 4 in his 17 as he departs. End of the third over as well. It's 37 for 1.
Yep, 37 for 1. They still want to get that 130, 140. Interesting. We'll probably see some of the spinners come in now, won't we? We see young Toby Britton with his left arm off spin and a few others. What were the odds years ago, Vinny, that you would have Jersey, Guernsey playing in Costa del Sol?
Yeah, I know. You'd
One in
never
a trillion?
imagine it, would you? 1 in a trillion's probably...
Seriously, if you...
Well, I know, to be fair to you, you're a guy that has a very loose grasp of numbers.
Actually, good with numbers, thank you.
Some numbers, you know, like 3. It's one of your favourites. Look, yeah, but you're right. And I'm loving the blend of experience and youth in these sides as well, and seeing the young players come through. Toby Britton's one you mentioned. Now, did you know that Toby's cut his hair?
Nah, not happy about that.
He's cut his hair.
You're kidding me.
It's still pretty kind of wild, but we'll see him in a minute.
Gone from Sideshow.
There he is. He's going to bowl the next over.
Sideshow Bob to Cecil.
I wonder if you have to use the kind of head trimmers. Yeah, I know Cecil. And he's going to get hit 1 bounce out first up, so into the power play, 5 outfielders allowed. Yeah, so did you say it was Sideshow Mel last time? Sideshow Bob?
No, Sideshow Bob, and remember his brother Cecil?
Yeah.
That's what he's gone from.
I know what you're saying. Simpsons fans out there.
There's a few.
A lot of people saying this is a similar rivalry to Springfield and Shelbyville. Again, just a single. Tom Nightingale comes in at 3. Very good player. And these two teams, like I said, they do play a fair bit during the year now. 50 over and 20 over cricket.
Yeah, really well bowled. He watched Damarel go across his crease there. So it's a good matchup right now. Damarel's the left-hander facing left arm. If he wants to launch at leg side, but Britton adjusts, goes wide. Really good bowling. This young man is super impressive. Yeah,
he's kind of wise beyond his years, isn't he? And I don't know, he doesn't have the kind of normal trajectory of a young spinner. You know, he's kind of bossing it for a guy that's still in his teens. Oh, he's chopped on here, and so basically Yorks himself here, Damarel, who's going to go for an unlucky 13. Britton is bowling a really good over here, and now he gets the big wicket, and it's 39 for 2.
Yeah, boy, this kid is a talent. Really good bowling from him. And it's that quick left arm off spin, and he turned it into a Yorker. He kept it wide of him, gets the inside edge, and the luck goes to Jersey this time. So a second wicket down, and the last few overs, they've pegged this back nicely of Jersey.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. Damarel kind of runs out of luck. I was mentioned that he didn't nick a few yesterday and even today. That one he gets a big chunk of bat on it. And it just crashed into the stumps. Having said that, plenty of batting to come for Guernsey. And the openers are back in the shed. It's 39 for 2.
Yeah, 39 for 2. Someone needs to get in and get going. This man on your screen walking out got going last night, didn't he, Vinny? They've got some talented players, Guernsey. They need somebody to step up here and see how far they can take it.
And a bit of trivia from Kevin in the comment section as well. Did you know that on this day, 10 years ago, Guernsey and Jersey considered merging?
You're kidding.
We don't joke about this kind of thing.
What a team they'd have then.
Matty Stokes, the captain, comes out at 4. Oh, gets a Gundy ball first up, really. Not a great offering from Britton, who is whacked away. Stokes off the mark with a boundary.
Very, very rare you'll see little Britton bowl a poor ball like that, but that time loses control. He's clipped away for 4. Gets the total going again. Stokes is a very good player. Correct player. Good to watch.
It's better from Toby. He can't quite handle the return. In fact, you know what? They've turned this down. I don't know if this is because of the sportsmanship element there as well. Maybe they just didn't think there was a run there. End of the over. Britain, just one bad ball in there, and he goes for 6 in the fourth. It's 43 for 2.
Yeah, 43 for 2, you'd say at the moment. Points are going Jersey. So 10 years ago, they went to merge.
10 years, because they both have thriving financial
And then
industries. So
what
why compete with each other? Obviously, they must have decided against it.
I dare say there would have been a bit of rivalry.
But if you go back, centuries, and you go back to the English Civil War, for example, they kind of, Jersey and Guernsey took different sides. So, we kind of say it a little bit tongue-in-cheek now.
This is bigger than River Plate Boca Juniors, bigger than Liverpool Man United. This is the biggest rivalry in the world.
Let's just say there was a time if you gave them a box of grizzly balls and some cricket bats to go at each other, it might not have looked as serene as what you're seeing right now. Ace of Tribe to bowl over number 5.
Boy, Ace of Tribe's been doing some good things in County 2s. Been a couple of hundreds for Glamorgan 2s. And he's a talented batter. Look, nice to see he's worked on his bowling as well, offering something a little bit different.
A few people saying that Sunil Narayan of the West Indies was going to sue him for copyright. He copied his action. But Asa, he's very serious about playing top-level cricket. He's eating well. He's worked on his strength and his conditioning, and really he's reaping the fruits of it right now. Reverse, but missed just inside the tram line. It's a tough one for the keeper, that, because you're very distracted, but then also bothered because you are now in the firing line.
He's done well just to get something on that. Keep it to a bye.
Asa, of course, probably more in for his batting, but a handy off-spinning option. This one's a fraction short, drilled towards deep mid-wicket. Slow to go. Oh, that might have been out as well because Nightingale was on the back foot. He kind of trotted the first couple of steps, then had to put the boosters on.
You've got to be careful with the parameters of this outfit. You might hit it flush to someone at deep mid-wicket, but if you don't get going straight away, the run-out's on. Yeah. You've got to go.
I mean, if you run straight away, you'll always get there.
Correct.
But if you take it a little bit easy, you can be in trouble. Tossed up. This is an opportunity, and it's taken. So once again, Jersey not missing out on an opportunity. It is the Tribes combining as Zach takes the catch. Asa with the wicket. Spin doing the trick through the middle overs as Stokes departs. It's 46 for 3.
Jersey have just done enough the last few overs. The spin of Tribe and Britain have pegged it right back, and Guernsey need an explosion in these back 5 overs to get up to a good score. Quite remarkable. But Jersey, once again, just keeping the wood over Guernsey, which they've had for quite some while in the cricket universe.
And so, disappointment for Stokes. I'm sure he'll have a part to play with the ball later on. And as he walks back, it's 46 for 3.
Well, this brings out Josh Butler. Not Josh Butler, Josh Butler. He whacks it. I can't believe they're not opening with him.
Me too. I mean, you, of course, were coaching Spain, and I covered the T20I tri-series in Desert Springs last year.
He opens in T20 cricket and he bombs it. I don't know why they hide him so low. Look at those arms. He really gives it a hit, but obviously thinking to have him in the middle, maybe to offer something different against the spinners maybe, but yeah, I don't know. I'd be having him up the top if I was their coach.
He's a pretty useful insurance policy, put it this way, for this kind of situation. As the players stop to take the strategic time out there because the wicket fell just before the end of the 5th over. Want to do the Comcam with the strategic timeout? Don't worry, we'll do it after this ball. So, Ace of Tribe. He's only conceded 2 here, 3 if you include the bye, and then last over he went for 6. So that was 4 and 5, comprehensively being won by Jersey. Butler will get off the mark. It'll be the end of the 5th over as well. Good one by Tribe. 3 and a bye off it. It's 47 for 3 after 5. Want to welcome you into the Dream Box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers, in the unique situation with Rhino still being around, of having 4 commentators. So we've got most of the first bit of the day, and I get that Rico will step in the next game for you, Corey. Rhino will cover me a little bit later on. And isn't it great? We always love spending time together because not often we get all of us around at the same time.
Very, very rare, and it's a perfect event to do it because this is probably one of our biggest marquee events. Nice to have more face around. The Blue Crew's always doing a fantastic job, so it's good to see everyone over the 4 weeks because everyone in the staff usually comes.
Yeah, that's right. And we want to welcome you to the broadcast, whether you're watching on ECN or, of course, Fancode in the subcontinent. One of our international broadcast partners. It's just great that you can share in this Fiesta de Cricket. It's a party of cricket. It's a festival of cricket. 31 nations involved, the biggest ever. It's grown from 15 to 21 to 31 nations. It just keeps going up. 109 matches over 4 weeks. And we're going to see some pretty interesting encounters. Not many more interesting than this between the Channel Island neighbours. As we're going to see Sumaret getting another bowl. And he gets drilled by Butler, and that's what Corey Ruckers is talking about. He just picks that up off a length and goes large. Maximo as the 50 comes up for Guernsey.
He is a power-hitting machine. I can't believe he's batting so low, but look at that beautiful bat plane. That is a gorgeous swing of the blade. And if he bats the rest of this innings, they can still get up to a massive score.
Yeah, 103 pace at the moment. Looks a bit under. Well, goes the hook and uses the pace to get 6. It's a Maximo. Backwards Maximo as Butler takes on the short ball and wins.
It's super rare you see this. Mid-off and mid-on were in the ring. So they televised the short ball. I think players at this level, dime a dozen, I don't think you can have mid-off, mid-on in because he knows that's a short ball. He just had to go with it and he gets the 6.
You almost need the backstop or the very, very fine leg.
You have to leave at least one out so the batter doesn't know what's coming.
Yeah, he was sitting waiting for it, got the hands through really quickly. Now tries to give it funky slow ball this time from Sumaret. He'll kind of give you the whole lolly shop in and over.
I know his name's Josh Butler, but not Josh Butler. I'd rather him stand still and pump that straight. Josh Butler loves the old little ramp. I'd love him to just stand still, pump it straight. He's so powerful.
Is it because he was thinking full because the last one was short, I'm guessing? Now another slower ball. So he guesses wrong that time.
It's good to see Jersey also. They're thinking on their feet. They're trying to change things around, do what they need to do.
Some people liking that Stokes is out and Butler's in the middle order.
Yeah, quite remarkable, isn't it?
Hit leg side. This will just be a single. Yeah, hello to everyone. And yeah, great to have so many people tuning in. I know that Ben's tuning in from Perth in Australia, watching on Fox Sports Australia and KO, which is their streaming offering.
G'day everyone back home. Been a while.
You haven't been back for a while, have you?
Been a while. No, it's been a good while. Hope everyone's doing well out there, wherever they're watching from. Local TAB.
I'll give you something in a second. Nice for the over, which is punch. They run. They get there into the 6th. Guernsey 61 for 3.
What do you got for me, Vinny? Talk to me.
Yeah, so I found out yesterday that Zach Tribe is about to play some club cricket in Australia.
Oh, well.
Over the summer. And I think he's leaving pretty much straight after this tournament because the season will begin probably a week away.
What state? Where's he going to?
He is going to Western Australia. Maybe we can get a camera on Zach. He's out there at deep mid wicket.
He won't be in that team.
He won't be in that team, no. Yeah, he's going to play in Pinjarra.
Hey lads, keep going there, lads. Come on.
So, yeah, he's going to play in Pinjarra, which is, say, it's about an hour south of Perth, maybe an hour and a half.
What league would that be in?
I think it might be in the, I'm totally guessing, but it might be in the Peel League, which is kind of the southwest of Perth.
Yeah, bit country cricket, that.
Yeah. Toby is coming back for a second over. Mistimed this low full toss. Yeah, so that'd be a great opportunity, although I've already had to give Zach a few pronunciation lessons of some of the places. He's like, yeah, because, you know, we play against Mandurah, and he's going to Pinjarra. And I said, look, you can't talk like that. You're going to go down there. So, yeah, Pinjarra, lovely place. Let's call it maybe semi-rural. But what a great opportunity for him to play in some different conditions and play and just, yeah, great for his development.
The more European cricketers go away for a year, always helps.
Oh, this is actually hitting on strike, and he might almost cause himself to be run out. It's quite dramatic stuff as Butler He wasn't the smallest target, gets in the way.
Boy, that was laced. That was really laced. Whacked him on the foot.
I was going for 4, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was going for 4 because the mid-on isn't particularly straight. Now a dot. So it's even little things like that. Got to be frustrating.
They've bowled well, Jersey. They really have. They've just put it in the right areas, created dot balls and singles, which don't hurt you in this game. And right now, they're well ahead. We think 140's par, so a lot of work to do.
Now the full toss. Britain seems to be fooling them with pace a couple of times with these full tosses that you'd assume would be tattooed out of the ground. But he's just kind of hurried onto the right-handers a couple of times.
Well, he's trying to hit the Yorker, isn't he? And he's overcooking it. But you'd rather miss full instead of shorter and bowl up a half volley. So gets away with it, you can say. But low full tosses sometimes are very hard to hit.
Good example, I think, a couple of times. Takes a bit off this one. Bit of work for the field. He won't get there. This outfield is lightning, isn't it? As Butler gets 4. End of the 7th over. It is 68 for 3.
Yeah, 68 for 3. That's a gorgeous cover drive. And you said it's almost like the whacker of this outfield. Beautiful green. And if it stays on the carpet, it races away. Just goes to show you don't always have to go aerial in this format. And 3 overs to go. Best case scenario, 15, 15, 15. Maybe they can get up to a good score. And this is what we've got coming up at the end of the year, Vinny.
And
Cardamania.
Dave, who is in the comment section, he said, actually, finals day of the ECCW, so the 22nd of December there, it's actually the first anniversary of the first ever ECN tattoo. And Dave, yeah, he's a super fan. And we've got some of the fans there watching. He loves ECN so much, he's got the first ever ECN tattoo. Rumours are Corey might be getting the second.
Yeah, rumours are wrong.
Okay. Couldn't handle the pain. Here's Asa back for over number 8. He gets drilled over point, 1 bounce 4. Halfway up the hill, Nightingale was cost to boundary by his partner. And no one was stopping that, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot. Gorgeous shot. Width on offer, no one at deep cover point. And he crunches that for 4. So a couple of boundaries back to back. They need to keep going here.
Takes a bit of pace off this one as well. Just a single though. It seems the timing's been inconsistent from these two.
Yeah, it's probably one of the first innings in a while that we've seen just the timing's gone amiss for a side. So they can still catch up here. A couple of sixes.
Oh, don't know if there's an edge on that or not, but I'm pretty keen to see if Kemp could hold that. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? One thing that really surprised me is how well everyone's hitting it on day one. Often, the batting can be a bit scratchy or maybe a bit over keen, but that both these teams were timing the cover off the ball yesterday, including that man on your screen, Asa Tribe. Well bowled, again, full and straight. George Richardson from Jersey watching right now. He's stuck at university saying, wish he could be here.
Hello, George.
Pulled a little bit too far left. Asa was actually bowling well on the player mark yesterday, which has been pretty cool innovation. And Rico and Rhino were dialing up what they wanted from him. Right now, he's fully focused on this contest. Mistimed, hanging in the air. Don't think he'll carry. It doesn't.
Just another one that's just missed time. They have not found any rhythm this innings. And I mean, they're looking at maybe 100 here. They're going to have to bowl out of their skin if they're going to defend 100.
True. Well, one can do, the other can do, I suppose. The full toss mistimed.
But this is good. I think it's good. They're missing the Yorker full, and you don't want to miss it short because it's a half volley. 8 overs complete, 76 for 3.
Having a look at the run rate, you can see that it started pretty strongly, but overs 4 and 5, big wins for Jersey as the spin has been effective. And I wouldn't even say they've bowled perfectly, but like you said, where they're missing, they're getting away with it. You won't always get away with a full toss, but I just think the key here, you don't want to give them a length that's kind of a metre short of a Yorker that they can drive up with good shape and drive up, get up out of the ground.
Yeah, that sort of step hit delivery is almost a guaranteed 6 at this level with such a good surface and a short boundary. But credit to Jersey here, they've been pretty calm and consistent with the ball, just doing what they need to do.
So Pullman is going to get the 9th. It'll be his only over of the innings. As we say on ECN, it all happens in the 9th. Medium pacer just hit for 1. Actually, was that going to Pinjarra? kind of on the outskirts of Perth. I actually referred him to you with your Country Week. They were telling me about Country Week.
Country Week's and I said,
I thought Corey likes to talk about Country Week.
Week's one of the great weeks in WA.
Yeah.
Played a lot of Country Weeks. Had a few good tournaments. Got to represent WA country once. Good days, good memories.
A few people think WA should be its own country, but that's probably another debate. As that's hit for a single. Are you going to talk about your 200 in Country Week?
Oh no, I'm sure he'll look it up himself.
I gave it to you on a platter because I know you like bringing that up.
I'm just a bit surprised here. They've just lost their timing. You know, maybe they're swinging a little bit too hard, or all those hypes are looking good though, Vinny. Shot.
Hit straight, yeah, this is into the gap. Haven't really protected that straight boundary. In fact, goes all the way. Maximo! Tom Nightingale, who's a very good player. He gets this one away. Maybe that's the start of a resurgence for Guernsey. You know what I think the biggest thing is? They haven't batted anyone that has been drinking the hype yet. Maybe that's the key. You've got to get Hooper in next.
100%. Maybe that's going to get him going. That was a good shot.
Maybe the shipment arrived just after the first ball. But anyway.
Oh, they're going with the straight man. Hey, I like it.
Well, they bit a lot of bottom hand in this. I think it's going to be the end of Nightingale. And that shot kind of sums it up, doesn't it? You know, he tried to drag it, kind of knew he wasn't quite in the right spot to hit it, went through with it anyway. Simple catch taken out there. And Zach Tribe, the man we were just talking about, is about to head down under right now. He pouches the catch. It's 84 for 4.
Yeah, good safe catch. Doesn't get it out the middle. That sort of sums up the innings. He got 1 or 2 from the screws, but the rest were just in the awkward spots of the bat. Another wicket goes down, and Jersey are in complete control of this T10 fixture at the moment.
Disappointment for Nightingale as he departs for 19 off 14, just 1, 4 and 1. 6 kind of sums it up.
Yeah, never got going, did he? 19 off 14's a very slow innings in this format, especially from what we've seen with the scores ballooning up.
Some questions in the comment sections asking, Chris asking, are Jersey and Guernsey independent countries or are they part of the UK? Things regarding British Isles and UK are a little bit complicated.
It's like my Facebook status. It's complicated.
It's complicated. No, well, basically, if you want to be technical, they're self-governing crown dependencies. So they have self-governance, but they kind of, I suppose, rely on resources and support from Great Britain and the United Kingdom. But they are certainly proud cricketing nations as well that play kind of above their populations, which I think, what did we say?
100,000,
100,000 for Jersey, 60,000 for Guernsey or so. This is hit and well cut off. Get off up in the circle, which is a bit of a...
I just like to say they're thinking on their feet, Jersey. They have not set just a standard field and left it. They're moving the field ball by ball. The bowlers communicating well with the captain, Perchard. They're a switched-on team, and I love watching a good fielding unit, and they're a very good fielding unit. Last ball of the night. They need a boundary desperately.
Yes, they do. Goes up, hits it straight down the throat of the fielder, and another catch goes down. Butler goes for 21. They're picking him out. Jersey well on top in this contest at the moment. Pullman with 2 in the 9th. It's 85 for 5.
Cruel game sometimes. I actually thought he hit that in a nice pocket of space, but he picked the man out. Everything's going Jersey's way. It was a half volley that just didn't get the elevation or the distance required. The pace-off delivery, couldn't get the power through the shot.
He tried to time it, didn't he? It's one of those times where, you know, considering where he was trying to hit it and whether he was conscious of it or not, it was pretty much directed straight at that fielder. And so, unfortunately for Josh, he can't get as many as he wanted, although he does contribute 21, which is the best individual contribution so far. He's gone last ball the 9th over. So with 1 over remaining, it's 85 for 5.
So 1 over to go here, Vinny. 1 over to go. I'm going to need at least 15, 20. Just hasn't been their natural flowing self, Guernsey. But credit to Jersey. The bowling's been fantastic. Changes of pace, changes of field, and working well as a unit. Big 6 balls in the context of the game. Somehow need to take this over magical, turn it into a 20-run over, and then you might still have a contest.
The other thing is if you get a big over here, say 25 or so, then suddenly you're hitting the second innings with a bit of momentum. You know, Momentum's one of those intangibles, isn't it? But look who's getting last over. And this is Will Pershant, who we have seen before. He's a decent young bowler, but he just couldn't get it right yesterday when he bowled. And it had some pretty disastrous consequences. It was very full this time. Yeah, it's more on the length. Should be handled just single. That's a good start for him. Yeah, his over went for 28 yesterday. And so, I'm happy to see him get another shot. But also, what's his mindset? I think he's a player I like a lot. I think he'll just be able to kind of sweep it under the carpet, get on with his job. First one, no real issues. Goes for a single. Bushell now out there for Guernsey. Alex Bushell will get his first ball. Full delivery, draws Bushell wide, but can't catch up with it.
Once again, another dot ball, really good. We haven't seen much cricket lately. The only game reminded me was actually the final where we had a good run against France and we were able to keep the score under 100. Besides that, the scores have been flying, so this feels a little bit more like last year instead of the chaos of what we've been seeing, and all credit to Jersey at the moment.
It's only a start though, it's only half a game. Again, pretty good location from Perchard. His main problems yesterday, just couldn't bounce the ball on the pitch. Just kept dishing up full tosses. Some were so high they were called. There were 7-ups, there was carnage. I suppose with bowlers and batters, I suppose for that matter, but just keeping your mind in a kind of even, like, emotionally neutral zone and being a bit kind of methodical with your mindset. That's the skill. Oh, it's almost off the pitch.
Well, you can see what he's trying to do. He's seen the batsman move early, so he thinks, look, I'll go with it. But, yeah, that was too wide, right off the pitch. He moves early, so he goes, I'll go as well.
You know what? That
could have been a no ball. Very close indeed. Did it even hit the pitch, Vinny? That's the question.
Yeah. I think this should be a free hit.
Oh, I reckon he's just
He's going to try and smash it anyway. And he does. And he'll get a boundary. So it probably doesn't make too much of a difference. That was called a wide, not a no ball. So technically it should have been. Well, there we go.
Tell you what, the Guernsey boys are at least having a bit of fun.
I know that you have a bit of history with them.
They are a good bunch of lads. They are always pretty cheeky on the camera and enjoy the fan zone, that is for sure.
Nice shot by Nightingale. As he went up, there's no deep point. So could they still sneak up to the 100? Perchard's bowled a good over. Even that, he made the batter reach for it. It's a shot you can easily miss or miss time. 92 with 2 to come. Oh, no, well, Shadesy yesterday as gravity mode deactivated. Tried the reverse, was almost knocked into the next life, but now Ollie Nightingale will get a free hit.
Oh, he tried to whack it for 6. If he just had tapped it with 3rd in the ring, that would have flown. He tried to catch up with it. It's a 7-up gone missing. If he got any bat, that would have flown. Free hit time.
Yeah, if it stood still and cut it, probably go for 6. Now wide, this will be another free hit. They want to change the strike. It's one of the all-time worst throws from Kemp, who loses his club in the process.
Just the wheels falling a little bit off here. Perchard losing his line length and everything. That's a big wide, and here comes the worst throw you'll see from a keeper.
Well, to be fair,
the
ball went further than the glove, so that's not so much of a disgrace.
Well, we've got another free, still a free hit.
Yeah, still a free hit. Bushell certainly had FOMO. If you're ever sneaking a bye, essentially, or an extra run to the keeper, it's when there's a free hit in play. Well bowled, stepped across. May or may not have been caught a wide because of that early movement.
It's good composure as well. Like you bowled a no ball, you bowled a wide, but then to come back and get that Yorker full, make him hit it, it's very good bowling. So takes us to the last ball, Vinny. They need a boundary, and then they're going to have to bowl very, very well.
We sure are. So seatbelts on, everybody.
Under 100 there, boys.
Well, they could still get the ton. They'll need a boundary off this ball, though, you'd imagine. So, yeah, win predict saying, 4 out of 5 times or so. Jersey should get this. Another full toss. It's going to be caught. They're going to keep running just in case. I think they'll probably have a look at this. Yeah, so they'll want to see the replay.
That might not be the end of the innings. This could be another noe here.
I think he does step out a bit. I have a feeling that if he's standing in his crease, it's probably just below, but it's very tight. What's your call on that,
Yeah,
Corey?
I think that's the right call. It's been given out on field, just under. It had that little bit of dip on it.
Yeah.
I think that's the right call in the end, but it's good. The technology always offering assistance, right decision made.
It's definitely worth the second look, and after the second look, they're happy that it's a legal delivery, which means it does take us to the end of the 10 overs, and it will be 96 for 6. So double digits. You're not going to see it defended too often in this tournament, but Guernsey do have some very good bowling options. They're a proud fielding team as well, but I think it's Jersey that will be the happier of the two island countries here as we head into the highlights of the first innings. Damerel and Fitchett sent out to open the innings, and good to see them enjoying some of the local beverages as well for that extra edge. But yeah, it was an interesting kind of innings, wasn't it, with the batters for a lot of it just not getting their timing. Having said that, Jersey, from time to time, they kind of lost the plot with the ball as well, just for some short periods in there. We saw that with Sumaran the second over. You kind of saw it a bit again with Will Perchard in the last as well. Some innovative stuff. Damerel was looking threatening again, wasn't he? Opening the innings. But ultimately, Fitchett, after hitting 2 Maximos and a 4, he would go for 17. And then spin came on and it had pretty good consequences with Damerel chopping on. The 4th and 5th just super tight. And putting the brakes on at a pretty good time for Jersey. Matt Stokes came out there, couldn't really move the needle too much. He held out. Ball that hit pretty low on the bat. But they do have some depth in the batting order, and I think it's pretty clear. And you see that the Nightingales, very, very good players, but for the most part, just couldn't quite get their timing. Timing's a funny thing in cricket. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Pullman was asked to bowl the 9th. He did a pretty good job holding them to just 9. Perchard, despite a few wobbles in the 10th, he only went for 11 as well. So it was 47 in the first 5, 49 in the second 5. But the key stat for me here is that there were only 4 overs that were in double digits. So it's very hard to, I suppose, build a really big total if you're not getting too many big overs. The second went for 18, and there was a 14, couple of 11s, everything else single digits. And so it's an underwhelming total, if I'm completely honest, from Guernsey, but it is something on the board. 96 for 6. 21 for Josh Butler, top scored. And then you had 3 teenagers in there in Tom Nightingale, Fitchett and Damerel. One thing they'd want to work on, I think, are the extras with 11 wides and 2 no balls. Okay, one of them was a 5er, but those 14 avoidables, I think if you take those out, then it's even more of a walk in the park for Jersey. Looking at their bowling, got to say I was really impressed with the way the spin shut the game down. And you look at the 4 overs of Toby Britton and Asa Tribe, 4 overs, 2 for 24. Pretty good figures. But Theo Pullman did a great job in the 9th. Also picked up a couple of wickets, only went for 9 wickets also for William Perchard off the very last ball. And Chuggy Perchard first up, bowled a decent set. He took 1 for 19. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. Jersey, they've been batting well, but today's a new day, and Guernsey, they'll feel that they can push their island neighbours in this second half. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN alongside Corey Ruckers. We'll see you in a few minutes for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Australian Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the ECN Network. We're here watching some live T10 action between Jersey and Guernsey, some old rivals out on the field, and well, at the moment you'd say at the halfway stage Jersey are well ahead. And we're able to restrict Guernsey to a score well under par. We think par's been around that 130, 140 region. They did a fantastic job of bowling defensively and taking wickets at the right time. Good opportunity to welcome back all the viewers around the world, wherever you might be watching from. I hope you're doing well out there and hope you're ready for this second half of the chase. So we have a good game on our hands. These two rivals looking to get the wood over each other. What will happen today, we have to wait and see. 97 the target. That man on your screen, Mason Tribe's been in red hot form. Can he continue? Luke Bichard with the ball in hand. First ball of the run chase. Play and miss, so nice start that for Guernsey. Guernsey will obviously need some early wickets, and if they can do that, create a little bit of tension out there. You never know. Cricket's a funny, funny game. That should open up the proceedings on the scorecards. That will be a wide. A big game in the group, in the context of the group. Obviously, three teams are streaming ahead, so a good chance it could come down to net run rate in a lot of ways. And you want that double chance. If you get the double chance, win the double chance game. You don't have to play three on Saturday, and it is stifling heat out here in Spain. It has been warm weather. Well bowled. It's a good length, and Brennan obviously looking to open up the shoulders. Can't get that one away. Jersey 90% favourites overall, and you can understand why. We've seen the score so high. They were able to really restrict Guernsey, who just never got their timing today. They tried their best. It wasn't through a lack of intent, just mis-execution throughout. Oh, well bowled. That's the off-cutter. That does him all ends up. I don't think Brennan picked that at all. Good bowling. Off-cutter in the right spot. Gets himself a dot. Good start from Bichard. Guernsey got to try and create 10 opportunities, you feel, and snaffle them all. If they can do that, maybe they can get themselves right back into this game and potentially steal a win here. That'll be another wide. You can understand that for some of the bowlers as well, playing in the T10 format. You don't really want to get too close to the wheelhouse. Want to try and keep it just outside that off stump, but sometimes you were a little bit too far away and you'll hit that tram line. He's got some good pace, Bichard. He's been a fixture in the Guernsey side for quite some time now. Once again, another play and miss. So a couple plays of misses and a couple of wides to start this one. another play and miss. A really good start this. Bichard's banging a good length. He's changing his pace up. A little bit of shape in the air and also with those cutters into the pitch. Good start this if they can have a good power play. I feel like they can get back into this game, Guernsey. That one off the toe end, and that'll go away for 4. Cricket can be a cruel game sometimes if you're a bowler. That one toe-ended, goes all the way to the boundary. So the first run's off the bat in the run chase. Right on the end of the bat, just caught up with it. No backward point or third in position, so that will go away for 4. Score at the end of the first over is 6 for none. Ace of Tribe will be on strike, and well, he's had a really big last few years with the bat in hand for country and now for county out at Glamorgan, doing some really good thing in the county twos. Think it's a matter of time before he's a main fixture in the ones. As I welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, it's good to be back. And if you're only defending, say, an underwhelming target, and you want to have a good start, don't you? You don't want to get blown away in the power play. So far, so good. Bichard only conceding 6. Matthew Stokes, the captain, to bowl over number 2. But Ace of Tribe, I mean, I called it earlier, his 94 not out yesterday, for me, it was the innings of the tournament so far.
Yep. Or
the innings of the group, at least. I know he wasn't really thinking about Group A, but he's going to face up now. First ball, he's going to work away for a single. But he's a guy, he's got a lot of raw talent. But the thing with him and his brother Zach, for example, as well, what I hear about them, they're really serious about playing professional cricket. They're doing the right things now. I've got a bit of an expression I like to say, which is you don't have to be paid to be professional. So to have that attitude, to eat right, look after yourself, training, the cricket-related training and the other things like, keeping fit in the gym and all these kind of things. Ace is doing it. It's giving him results. Brennan, though, he's just going to sit and he's going to moose it over cover. Maximo! Just a challenge kind of delivery. Brennan's up to the challenge and moves to double figures.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. A little bit of width on offer, and he finally connects one with the outside off stump. He played a missed in the first over. Not this time. Bombs a 6, and a couple more of those, they'll get well ahead of the required rate here.
Stokes with a comeback ball. One he hits, one he doesn't. Charlie swings and gets fresh air that time.
Yeah, he's played a missed a few times, but he did get that one out the screws, didn't he? He's hopefully give him a bit more confidence.
And Guernsey are going to throw the proverbial kitchen sink at Jersey here. Probably try a few different things if their regular options don't work. This time he goes up and away. Well, almost like a golf drive. It's straight down the middle. Maximo! Change of speed, I think, there from Stokes, but Brennan picks it and smacks it.
Yeah, what a beautiful black bat swing that was. Bat plane straight and back, and really good follow through. Look at this. Oh, yeah, that's lovely. That's almost a golf drive.
Yeah.
Straight in the arc. See you later.
Proper cricket shot, just elevated, isn't it? Slightly different contact point. Now, let me tell you, if Guernsey don't win this game, then it feels like they've got pretty much a straight shootout with Belgium coming up in match 9 to see who gets the second spot. Worked away just a single as Alex Bushell does the fielding. I know that Kieran Legale has got a few comments in the comment section. He's trying to apply some pressure from the chat section, not just which I'm enjoying. I tell you, a lot of people taking interest in this Bailiwick Bash, as we were dubbing it. Ace of Tribe back on strike. Driven through the covers. Classical shot, 4 runs.
Oh, I think this is why he said his innings of the tournament yesterday. Just the way he timed the ball and played some cricket strokes. Such a lovely player on the eye. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Lovely. Take 4 runs, thank you. And a good start for Jersey.
Yeah, it takes us to the end of the over. And the score is 24 without loss. So let's have a look. You see what I'm talking about here with regards to the standings. So 5 teams start every group. Only 4 teams can go to finals day, and only 2 teams get the double chance on finals day as well, whereas if you're third or fourth, you have to win 3 games on finals day to go through. If you're first or second, you only have to win 2. So it's a big difference, and you can see that, let's say Jersey win this, they're favourites at the moment, then Guernsey and Belgium will be on 4 points each with a game against each other to come.
Yep.
And that will determine it, who gets the top 2. Going back to Bichard, it continues his good work, starting the third over with the dot.
Yeah, funny old innings this at the moment from Brennan. He's played 2 lavish strokes that went for 6 and played and missed the rest. So, yeah, interesting stuff. That's T10 for you some days.
Maybe they like the comparison, maybe they don't, but Brennan is like the Damarel of Jersey, although maybe Damarel is the Brennan of Guernsey. They're left-handers that can whack it. They miss a few. They've opened the batting. They're very important players. Hits this and gets enough to get it over the top 4 runs. Thought for a second the infielders might have been in play, but that's power play batting for you, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot this time. He does get it out the middle, just enough on it to get it over mid-off, and that's all you need. Another 4 to the total, and doing enough at the moment of Jersey.
Yeah, not a bad ball from Bichard though. Wasn't an easy shot, wasn't a half volley or anything like that. Well, I think that's okay, you know. He actually literally bounces just inside that wide line.
Yeah, good ball.
Yeah.
Almost the dream delivery, that, isn't it?
Foot position there. His kind of toes were on leg. That made it look a bit wider than it was, I think. Charlie Brennan. They like batting him in the power play, don't they?
Oh,
absolutely murdered. And he almost took out the bowler. Bichard, I think, happy he's not in the way of this one. There's 4 more for Jersey.
I am so thankful that was not straight at the bowler. That was hammered. The noise off the bat.
Thank you.
It's kind of like a half drive, half pull, if you like, because you actually look at the angle of the bat when he hits it. It's kind of 45 degrees.
I'm really glad that didn't hit him even in the wrist or the hand. That would have left a mark.
Well, that was right out of the middle. Now just slices this one over point. There's 4 more. So we talked about needing to avoid punishment in the power play for Guernsey to keep this game alive. Right now, slipping away. Jersey up to 36 with the ball remaining in the third.
Yeah, this one he does get some wood on it. He's missed a few that were a bit wider of off stump. Not this time, though, and this is a great start from Jersey. They look like they are on their track to romp at home. There's Burhan Niaz in the background. I think he's playing a little bit of, it must be table tennis, ping pong out there.
The people that play it as a sport do not like the word ping pong.
Oh, really?
The term ping pong, yeah.
Never knew that.
Offends them.
There you go.
No ball called for foot, and it's murdered. 7 up and trouble at the old mill. His power play is still alive. Yeah, Bichard started so well, didn't he? But let's have a look at this one. Oh, yeah, it's close, but does seem to be over when it lands.
Yeah, it must be a little bit discouraging. You bowl a no ball, it goes for 6, it's 7, you've got a free hit, and you don't have many runs to defend it. I mean, they're 43 already. It looks like Jersey going to romp home here, Vinny.
Looks like it at the moment. Thing is, with Jersey, their top order's been so good. We haven't seen that much of kind of what's underneath it just yet, although we know they've got some very good players in there. I think Gouge is a guy we saw a bit of last night, played well. Slow ball, missed out the free hit, but still pretty productive over, to say the least. It went for 19. And at the end of the power play, Jersey are 43 for none.
Good Bishy. Well bowled, mate.
They're on the right path for a pretty big net run rate boost as well, Vinny, and almost sewing up one of those top 2 spots. So, yeah, good from Jersey. We expected them to be pretty impressive this tour, and they're already showing us what they can do with bat and ball.
Mentioned the amount of single-digit overs in that first inning. 6 of the 10 overs were single digits. And the ones that were double digits, 2 of them were 11, so they weren't sensational overs. They're probably slightly under par anyway. If we're talking 140 par, well, there's only 1 over of 14 in there and 1 over of 18. So that's why they end up where they do. Not quite cracking the 100. One of the things we did in Rome, late in the piece, was do our ECN viewer sweep. And I know that Rob Thompson, as well as Marnus and Pravin, drew Jersey. Wazza, as well as Mike Buckland, Gregor Galway and Sohail Zahid, they drew Guernsey. So I'm sure they're watching pretty closely. And now, It's time for hoops. Well, we saw him sucking down the hype early. Let's see if it pays dividends here. Bowling a bit earlier than normal, but they need to try something. And it might work, it might not. It's going to go the journey. Maximo! I'll say the catching has been decent on the field between these two teams, but the ball retrievers have had a bit of a tough tournament so far. This goes down off the field, but the result 6 to Jersey.
Yeah, nice shot. I mean, it's a difficult length usually, but he sort of straight bat flats it for 6, and well, the bowler tries to overcorrect. You get a wide to the toe. That brings up the 50, and wow, Jersey are really putting their foot down here.
Yeah, I think they're already sending the flag over. As you were suggesting, the winner of this contest should do.
I do like that suggestion.
Planted on the other island. Short and hit into the gap. In fact, it's gone over the line as well. Maximo! As Asa Tribe gets into the action. Hasn't had to face too much. 50 partnerships come up this over as well. Jersey cruise control mode now.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. Gets that away for 6, and yeah, they are in cruise control. It's a matter of time, isn't it?
Digs it in again. This is a straight pull, and this is going to be 6 more. Maximo, brutal stuff from Asa.
Well, we might be off for an early lunch, Vinny, if they keep going like this. This is brutal. Short, bang. Cop that. I love how he hits it straight. A lot of players might go a bit square with that, but class player enjoying himself out here in Cardamom.
I think with Asa Tribe, I mentioned he's one player that can kind of dance down the wicket to a faster bowler, but still seems like he has time, doesn't lose his form like this. So this is slightly mistimed, back to the line and caught. Well, there you go. This is one time. I think it's the change of pace from Hooper that just messes with his timing a bit. So Asa Tribe is going to have to go for a lightning 23 off just 5 balls, and the score is 62 for 1.
Isn't that an action-packed innings? Just 6, 4s, everything, and then gets caught right on the rope. And well, good for Guernsey to pick up a wicket, get the guys in the huddle, have a bit of a chat, see what they can do.
Yeah, Ollie Nightingale out there just had to poke his head around to see that he had some room behind him. He did. And so, yeah, Guernsey, they've been under attack, but they fight back here. Jersey just need a run of baller, so it's hard to see them missing out from here. But Asa, look, I suppose you said this before, you can't expect guys to score 50s plus every time. 23 off 6 from your opener. That's a pretty good contribution in a 10-over match.
Oh, you take that. 23 off 6. What a good start that is. You get your team going in a small chase. You get them ahead of the run rate by a long way. And now it really is Jersey's to lose from here.
Credit to Hooper, though. I think he messes with him in the fact that he delivers a slower ball there. Maybe a late decision to go to it if you saw him charging or had that instinct. Zach Tribe will replace his brother. I mean, number 3 mentioned that probably a lot of his new teammates from Pinjarra in Western Australia will be watching him. We'll get to meet him in the flesh in just a few weeks. Here we go. First ball. Knocked to deep square for a single. And Hooper, despite taking that wicket, this over's gone magical. 20 with a ball to go. So, yeah, such a brutal format. Yeah, it is hard on the bowlers, but one thing sticks with me that someone said to me earlier in the season. They said, yes, it's tough on the bowlers, Vinny, but good bowlers find a way to be effective. Good bowlers really stand out in this format. Can't get away with bowling some nude nuts and just putting everyone 80 metres back and waiting for a miss hit.
Yeah, you have to be very clever as a bowler. You need to think on your feet, be a good defensive skills, and also try to find the odd wicket.
Well, this is lifted up, and it is going to be out of the ground. Maximo! Brendan into the 40s as Hooper goes for 26 despite removing Asa Tribe in the 4th. That's the end of the over, 69 for 1.
Yeah, it just sums up T10 cricket for you. You take a wicket in the over, but you also get absolutely pounded. So, well, cricket's a funny game at the best of times, and this T10 format really shows you what can happen. Right now, Jersey romping home to a pretty comprehensive victory. Look at that run rate. It is flying along 17 and over without raising a sweat.
Having a look at that, you can see that talking a different language when you compare the run rates of the two teams at this point. Tom Nightingale's going to have a bowl in the 5th. It's not a great start because that's going to be baseballed out of here. 6, add 1, add a free hit, Maximo. Tribe, he'll get to cash it in, and well, any slim chances of Guernsey turning the corner. I know that Kieran, he was calling the comeback being on in the comment section, but that was the worst possible start for Tom Nightingale.
Yeah, no ball 6. Free hit. Hit the pole as well. Hit the big light. It's going to go into the crown and whacked into the pole. So free hit time, and that is 6 more. So it's a 13 off 1. Boy, Vinny, we are off for an early lunch.
Looks like it. He's proud owner of a economy rate of 78 at the moment. It's
not what you want.
You know, it'll happen. You know, these two, there's every chance they might meet tomorrow on finals day, depending on what happens. This is launched as well, and that's going to go giant over the inflatable moon ball. So 19 had come off the 2 balls in this over, and it's all heading south for Guernsey.
Yeah, very south as well. This has been beyond comprehensive now. Mightily impressive, and credit to Jersey, they've come here to play. Oh, that's another wide full toss, and that's 6 as well. What's the score, Vinny? Is that already...
It's actually broken our computers, so I'm not sure what the score is anymore. They're scoring too quickly.
Yeah, it does feel like they're scoring too quickly. We'll have to get the score update for you, because they're hitting 6s for fun here.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's all right. They might want to have a look at that again, but yeah, I suppose Tribe won't be too concerned. We'll say, all right, I'm fine.
How many off this over, Vin? I've lost count. This could be massive.
This one will be a wide. So I think now you just keep whacking them until they say stop. But this is what happens when the score disappears. But this ball's disappearing as well. Lifted up into the fan zone. Well, that ball's gone for an early lunch as well. Maximo. 6 more.
And that's it.
I feel like that is it. They're going to do it with plenty of time to spare. Zach Tribe, he looks like he's just getting started. Looks a bit annoyed to have to come off. But it is Jersey that win the Bailiwick Bash here in match 7.
Well, I think he was on for 6 6s in the over. That's why he's probably frustrated. Felt like there was 6s galore, but that does bring us to a close. Jersey just too good in this one with the ball, with the bat, and a very good win.
Yeah, very good win in the end. And so, yeah, Guernsey, maybe it's the loss they had to have to their neighbours, but they'll be really disappointed that they weren't able to give a better account of themselves. Like I said, every chance that these two teams could meet tomorrow on finals day, and we might have a bit of a closer contest. But it is Jersey that keep their undefeated ECC alive. And it seems that they will finish top now, unless something dramatic happens against Bulgaria later in the day. But, you know, for Guernsey, they've got their sights set now on that Belgium game in match 9. And the winner of that will get the right to meet Jersey, I think, in that 1 versus 2 game. And that automatic entry into the final. As we go back and look at the second innings highlights, Bishard actually bowled a pretty good first over. Seems a long time ago now because the game changed pretty quickly. But he had kind of the early running. But then Jersey, well, once again, their top order does the job and makes quick work of this target.
Yeah, they did make quick work of the target, didn't they? Yeah, they made very quick work of the target, Vinny. It was just power hitting to the 9th degree. And, well, credit to them. They look like a team to beat. Them in Belgium looking really good. Guernsey maybe in 3rd place for me now. But enjoy these shots because it's remarkable hitting. T10 is changing the game as we speak. They have chased that score down rapidly. Their net run rate's going to get a boost. And that will give them a lot of confidence going forward, obviously. For Guernsey, it'll be back to the drawing board and seeing what they're able to do. Got us right down to this very back end. And, well, the Tribe brothers, very talented players. They do it in style, don't they?
They really are. You know, I mentioned that they're trying to be a little bit more professional with the way they approach not just the game, but, you know, life as well. Guernsey, look, no bones about it. It wasn't their best performance. In fact, it was far off that. That one almost knocked the lights out. But, yeah, Zach Tribe, he looked to be on for something big. Just kept hammering him out of the ground. And really, that double digits was never going to be enough as Jersey do it in the end 4.4 overs. And yeah, you're right. There were 5 sixes in the 4 legal balls of the over, as that last one went for 32. In fact, it might have been a hypersonic 40-plus over, but the game was over as Jersey 101 for 1 off just 4.4 overs, and they were led by Charlie Brennan, 41 off 18. Asa Tribe, 23 off 6, and Zach Tribe, 31 off 6 in there. Bowling figures, well, we won't talk about them too much. I will say Hooper did take a wicket despite going for 26 in his over, and Bishard bowled a decent first over. They didn't go for too many. We'll take a break. I know that Corey, you had a lovely little return to the commentary box. We'll hear from you again tomorrow. Rico Fool will be with me as we have the Battle of the Battlers coming up. It's Croatia-Bulgaria potentially playing for a finals day appearance. We'll return in around about 35 minutes right here on ECN. We'll see you shortly for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Time for match 3 of the day. It's match 8 of Group B. And these are two teams that are without a win. Essentially, it feels like a bit of a battle to survive to finals day tomorrow. So Croatia versus Bulgaria in this one. Let's go to Charles Croucher. The Sheriff has the two captains for the coin toss.
Go on,
Good
mate.
game.
Good luck.
Yeah,
Good
good
luck to
luck.
you and the team.
Here we
Thank
go.
you very much, bro.
Sure.
Cheers. Thank you.
Bulgaria to call.
Yep.
European cricket.
European cricket's the call.
We're going to have a bat.
So it is Croatia that win the toss. Jared Newton, their captain, elects to bat first. So keen to get the runs on the board. Likely we'll see him at the top of the order. Has struck the ball pretty nicely. Do feel that there's a bit of pressure on him, I think, to bat for most of the innings if they're going to put a competitive score on the board. But I'm sure he is the man for the job. I think that Croatia, they're a team that have a proud tradition. I think 200 years of cricket in Croatia, I was being told about. And of course, that's taken various forms. But it's great to have them here in their first ever ECC. And I know they'd love to stay till tomorrow. For Bulgaria, I don't think they mind chasing, actually. Speaking to their captain, Chris Lakov, I think they just kind of like to know how they're going to have to pace their innings. I've got to say that I really liked Zaid Sulat, a player we saw playing for Trakia in the ECS earlier this year, coming out and scoring some runs and playing some really good shots against the Belgians earlier. So I think we've got a bit more of an even matchup with these two teams. We've had it pretty tough so far with some of the teams they've had to face, and this does look like the battle for fourth spot. As we get ready for the first ball, great to welcome Dr. Rico Full into the commentary box for the first time today. Rico, I can tell you the news from the toss is that Jared Newton from Croatia, he's won the toss. He's going to have a hit. Over to you. I'll join you there soon.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. He looks like a wild animal that just come out of the overgrowth there at the Cardamar Oval. Yeah, looking very good. Happy Peacock Friday to everybody. I hope you're doing your bit and wearing your Peacock Friday shirt. Yeah, great to be here. And what a contest this is going to be. Of course, this could be the one. I think both these teams will know, Croatia and Bulgaria, that this is like their final. The team that wins this could then stay on and play their part tomorrow in finals day, and then you never know what could happen from there. I know when I was speaking briefly to Andy McAllister, the coach of Bulgaria, he was saying, look, all of the other matches beforehand, that's a build up to this one. He didn't expect too much from those matches. He said, but this is the big one. This is their final. If they can win this, then they could possibly come back again tomorrow, because of course Croatia, they've got a very tough match. Their last match will be against Belgium. So, you know, the way Belgium are playing at the moment and the way they played this morning, that is going to be a tricky one. This is what the win percentage is saying, 63% to Bulgaria compared to the 37 to Croatia. But having said that, I've got to say that really from both of these teams, if we've seen anything that's probably a bit worth talking about statistically wise, it's got to be the form of their captain, Jared Newton. If he has a good day, then you know, maybe Croatia could pip this, you know. So whereas Bulgaria, I think though we've seen Chugtai playing pretty well, he put some good performances. Nobody else really has stood up. Even their captain, Chris Lakov, hasn't found his form just yet. So maybe on form, even though both these teams haven't got a win under their belt, Croatia, after this, they still do have another match. But maybe on form, I think Croatia may be the better team at the moment. They've got players that are clicking. Remember, we did see a very fine half-century from their captain, Jared Newton, yesterday, 63 of 34 balls, in a 75-run partnership with David Lambassa against Guernsey. So it's going to be interesting to see. Anyway, our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant, says it's time to play. So here's the first ball. And it's been hit beautifully. And that's what I'm talking about. Jared Newton, if he turns it on and if he can get a big score on the board, who knows? And that's what he's thinking, big score. What would that score be? Well, if you're asking me, I think they'd be wanting to be 125 plus. That's what they want to be. Get 125 plus. And look at the sort of scores that we have seen from Bulgaria. Remember, only 67 chasing 170 against Belgium in the earlier match today. Yesterday, chasing Guernsey's 179. They got to just 92. And in the earlier match against Jersey, they got to 97. So push on past the 100 mark. That's what Croatia will be thinking. 125 plus. And I think they will feel that they're in a good position in this one. Newton hands the strike back to David Lambasa, who was the man who was instrumental in that partnership with him yesterday. He plays very correctly, does David Lambasa. He was a little disappointing in their final match, though, when he did run himself out quite uncharacteristically yesterday when Croatia were playing Belgium, so he wants to do better. It is Chris Lakov, the captain, doing the bowling. Shadow, yes, one hand, well, attempted one hand pick up there from Firas Hussain. A single gets taken, so he hands the strike back to his captain. You can see the concentration on both sets of team benches. They know this is a big match. Lakov to Newton. Says no this time as Hussain just adjusts himself slightly. Good anticipation from him walking in, makes the save. Beautiful day here on the Costa del Sol here in Andalusia. Glorious sunshine. Temperatures at the moment around about 28 degrees. Fuller delivery. It's a bit unlucky. Fielder's got work to do here. Got to get the dive in. And he does, but it's not enough to stop it. Oh, that's a Dimo Nikolov, the demolition man. Well, he slides in, but he's not able to get a hand onto this. That goes pretty quickly. And Lakov, a little bit unlucky, but it will go to the boundary. The first over comes to an end with 10 on the board. Welcome back. We have a look at what the Bat versus Ball computer thinks here. Pipping Bulgaria 105 to 89. So that, as well as the win prediction is in favour of Bulgaria in this one. You can see those percentages on your screen as well. 56 to 44% in favour of Bulgaria. Isazaro, I think he bowled very well yesterday, was the pick of the bowlers. And he could get a wicket straight away. He will get a wicket straight away. So David Lambasa just gently chipped this up to the fielder. The catch has been taken. And Azaro gets another. Yeah, I was very impressed with his bowling. He bowled a very good line yesterday. It was, for me, quite easily the pick of the bowlers. Picked up just 1 for 25 against Guernsey, but don't forget Guernsey went on and score 178. He just puts it on the slot, and David Lambasa just hasn't really got the bat. He tries to play too correctly, doesn't go for the big hit, doesn't try and hit over the top of the infield, so he's going to lose his wicket, so he's going to have to go. Well, he loses his wicket like he's lost the top of those pads as he makes his way back. He'll go for one, just off 2 deliveries. So the breakthrough from Bulgaria, the batter's going to have to come out there and see if he can get a partnership game with his captain. It's a fine time to welcome back into our fantastic commentary position here. It's Vinny Sandhu looking very sharp. Hey, I'm loving that shirt.
I'm liking yours as well. We'll see it pretty shortly, but there's going to be Jay Thakur that comes to the crease at number 3 for Croatia. Yeah, hello to you, Rico. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Yeah, welcome to the box for the first time today. It's good to get Corey. We had to drag him into the box, but he actually did come today. I know that he had a bit of a tough first 3 days, spending a lot of energy coaching Spain in Group A. They got through, of course. But yeah, we had a pretty interesting couple of games. We saw the Bailiwick Bash won pretty comprehensively by Jersey in the end. Just wonder if Jersey and Guernsey might meet again tomorrow on finals day. But yeah, this is kind of a battle of the battlers, isn't it? With two teams that, look, it's pretty much on this. I mean, there might be some mathematical things because I know that Croatia played Jersey tonight, and maybe if they could beat Jersey, I mean, that's not going to happen. So whoever wins this, I think, goes through. Cool, a nice looking shot first up, and they won't get a run here. But yeah, I think one thing with these two teams, I suppose, a lot of inexperience at this level. It's their first ECC. I suppose you could say the same about Jersey and Guernsey, but no, they've been playing a lot of high-level cricket against some high-ranked nations for a while now.
Okay, nicely bowled again. So a good line here, and well, Jay Thakur maybe just being a little bit cautious. I wonder if the plan here from Croatia, that all the batters that are coming in, that their role is to play around Gerard Newton, because they seem to be playing very cautiously. That wicket there of Lambosa was sort of like a batter who was sort of told, look, stay there, don't give your wicket away. I think you've got to play your normal game, and that's what I'm talking about. Play your normal game, and if you can hit the ball like that, or why not? Well, Jay Tucker goes boom, shakalug, yeah, that goes all the way. What a lovely shot this is. He just leans into that, gets it sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowler, Rasmalai.
Yeah, what I like about this shot, he holds his front shoulder, you know, doesn't fall away, doesn't try and slog it to the leg side. Really good cricket shot. Just extended the drive, and now he's going to get a thick edge away. That's going to fly away from 4. That's maybe a bit more fortunate, but still a good result for the Croatians fighting back after that wicket.
Yeah, that's what they've got to do. That's what I'm talking about. You know, I can understand how you feel that Gerard Newton is the key and you want to stick around and just give him some support, but don't put him under pressure either. If you hit a few runs like that, like all of a sudden Gerard Newton's probably thinking, okay, that's good. Somebody else is there scoring some runs as well. It's not all about me. The runs don't have to all come from my bat, or particularly the boundaries. Zara again, slightly slower delivery, gets played away, and Gerard Newton saying, no, stay there. You've done your bit. I'll leave the next over to me, because that is the end of the over. And the score, well, they're going at 10s at the moment, 20 for 1.
So we kind of talked about the fact that these groups bring teams together that might not ordinarily play. So I'll give you an idea. Obviously, we're talking about the winner of this will likely 99.999% take 4th place.
Yeah.
Jersey's ranked 24. Guernsey's ranked 37. They're the 2 teams we saw in the last game. This game is Bulgaria 75, Croatia 87. And they're the lowest on the official rankings that have enough points to be given a ranking. Zlakov's going to bowl out in the 3rd. This is going to tease the 3rd fielder the other way. Dima Nikolov can't chase that down. Cracking cut shot there by Newton. Captain on captain here in the 3rd over.
Yeah, well, this is what it's all about. It's about taking those opportunities when you can, and if there is a loose delivery, you put it away. It's a lovely shot. I'm just liking the way that Gerard Newton has played so far. Lakov this time holds the pace off slightly. Well, he's running into trouble when it comes to throw. And, really not looking at his captain at all, Jay Thakur.
Also think these 2 teams, they're in really kind of similar spots where they are, just with cricket in the country, similar amount of teams, similar kind of ratio of experienced guys to kind of emerging guys in the team.
Gone. That's a snick, and that's going to be out. That is a huge wicket from Chris Lakov. What a peach of a delivery this is. He gets the extra bounce. That surprises Gerard Newton. Gets the edge of the bat. No mistakes from Omar Rasul, who takes the catch. And that is the end of Newton. That is a prize wicket.
Yeah, well, Chris Lakov, we had him on the player mic earlier, and he gets the big wicket. It's a big moment in this game to get Newton because he's the key to this batting lineup. Huge edge. Actually, pretty good catch by Rasul because that was flying. A bit like the chewing gum out of his mouth last night. But, yeah, Jarrod just tries to manufacture that away. And well held by the keeper. Equal parts elation and relief there as that sticks in the mitts as Jarrod is going to have to go for 13. It's 24 for 2.
Yeah, unlucky 13. Gerard Woody Papa, yeah. Huge wicket that really is. I mean, that could really make a massive impact on this one. Talking about massive, have a look at this guy. We know him really well, haven't we? We've seen him play in Zagreb. Arman Mashwari hasn't really clicked yet, but we know he's got it in him. Can he be the man that helps Croatia get past a sort of score around about 120, which they will believe could be enough? Lakov, nicely bowled, a teasing delivery.
The other thing with Lakov, with Lakov, you know, he had that back issue and he's been bowling spin. But actually, second over today, he said, you know what? I'm going to go back to my pace. I'm feeling okay. I think that's how I can contribute the best. So he's kind of gone back. Probably not as quick as he's been bowling pre-back injury, but he's just doing a very good job for Bulgaria here, concentrating on accuracy, getting the ball in the right spot.
Yeah, look, Vinny, any bowler, look, sometimes you might have a little bit of a niggle and you decide you're not going to bowl off your normal run-up. You're never at your best. And I noticed that about him yesterday. Here, he goes back to his run-up. He's running in, he's a lot smoother, he's better rhythm, and like that, he's getting the ball in the right places. Brilliant spell from him. Picks up the wicket, and it's the prize wicket as well of Newton. Only 14 runs from his spell, and at the end of the power play, 3 overs in, is 24 for 2.
So I suppose, Croatia will be disappointed to lose their skipper, but it does give opportunities, doesn't it, to guys in the middle order. Someone like a Maheshwari can come out and do something.
Yep.
Josip Jukic, of course, we saw him yesterday opening the batting. And like I said, interesting kind of diversity within these teams as well. Some native-born players, some players that have learnt their cricket elsewhere. And then people, again, like Chris Lakov, who was born in Bulgaria, grew up in New Zealand, played there, has come back now to Bulgaria. Chris, we talked about it earlier, he speaks fluent Bulgarian, and that's because of his phone calls with his grandmother when he was growing up. So they really kept up that language with him, which I think obviously he really enjoys.
Is that right, Chugtai?
Living back in Bulgaria now. Yeah, Chugtai had an interesting start. He took 2 for 1 of his first over this morning.
He's a good player, Vinny.
Yeah.
He is a good player. See him play good cricket there in Bulgaria. Was impressive in the ECIs there as well. And he has been the pick of the players so far. And I think if he has a good day here today, then Bulgaria could find themselves playing some cricket tomorrow in the group final stage. This gets guided away. I tell you what, it's not just about Chugtai having a good game. I think it also depends on Bulgaria making sure they've got enough gum in the house.
Yeah, well, a few sticky wicket jokes I saw going around last night after his gum flew out. But at least we know he picked it up, right? You saw Nikola Davidovic there on the bench, ready to bat for Croatia. It's good to see he's been cleared to play. He actually hit his head a couple of times, attempting catches or taking catches yesterday.
Yeah.
And he's been assessed, and he's assessed as fit to play, so you can't keep him out of the game.
It's nicely played. He seems to be a little bit more focused here today. Just Amana Mashwari seems to be playing nice and correct, nice and straight. Still early days. I mean, like I say, in the back of their mind, they've got a score that they'll be trying to get and then put the pressure on their opponents. It's nicely played. It's not a good delivery. It's too short. So just straying his line to the left-hander is Chugtai. And, well, Jay Takura says thank you very much. And he puts this away. He's making a good contribution here. Nice shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, Takura probably gets a little bit of extra responsibility now that Newton's departed. And he's made some good choices so far. Well, there's Nicola. He's up on his feet. And it was a scary moment yesterday, actually, when he was attempting a catch. And hit his head quite hard. But happy to see he's fine.
Goes Fuller, and he gets a snick here. Yeah, good comeback. He doesn't want to go, does he, Thakur? But we heard that up here. And this is just all about changing the length. He was too short and down the leg side of the ball before. He makes the correction. He pushes it right up there. I get the feeling that Jay Thakur's eyes lit up. He wanted to go blazing over the off, but he's going to go. It's another fine catch taken by the man who's got the sticky fingers. The man we all know about. The gum man, the gum machine, takes the catch. Would have been a wide, Yeah,
it would have been. Yeah, I mean, I think Thakur, he puts in a little bit of the poker face here, trying to sell it that he didn't get a nick. But I'm pretty sure that they heard that nick in the streets of downtown Zagreb, if I'm honest, as he departs for 15. Bit unlucky to go that way, I suppose. Did hit 2 4s and a 6 in there, but as he departs, it's 30 for 3.
Yeah, good catch by Rasul. It's got good movement, isn't he? That's one thing I like about Umar Rasul. I mean, he's a very, I think Rhino said this yesterday, he's got a lot of swag about him. He's that sort of player. He came out to bat without a helmet, which of course is something that we certainly don't like to see. We like to see all batters wearing a lid, but that's him. It's the way he is. He's a very confident young man, and I expect to see better from him with the bat as well.
Davidovic is getting a hit then at 5. Good to see him back. Again, another native-born Croatian player.
Good delivery, really good delivery, getting that ball to seam around as well. And I like the way that he got the line right straight away to the right-hander.
Yeah, you're right, that little bit of away movement. It's not a big hooper, but it probably just goes half or 3/4 of a bat width. And tough one for Davidovic to get first up, but he does survive. Last ball of what's been a pretty good over here from Chugtai.
Oh, absolute peach, absolute peach. getting their lines right. He's bowling the heavy length, and he finishes off a really good over. The last 2 overs have been superb. Only the 10 runs have come off the last 2 overs, and also they've come with wickets as well. So we're end of 4 overs, 30 on the board, 3 wickets down.
Nice to see Luke in the comment section. He's predicting Ireland 11 will win the tournament. Well, there's a few options to choose from. Of course, England 11 won the first ever edition of the Euros back in 2021. That was a 15-country tournament last year, expanding to 21 countries. And Netherlands 11 got the chocolates this year. 31 countries involved, including these two who are playing for the first time. So great opportunity for them to face off as we see Isat Zaru in over number 5.
Respected, man. You can see he's looking to stay there for a while, but still, I say the same thing. If the shot's on, you got to play.
No deep square leg. He's done well to not try and smash that into the crowd. It's like the mentality thing. I still think these batting lineups were a little bit cautious at times.
Yeah.
Probably Croatia in particular. They've probably a bit shell-shocked with some of the bowling they've faced, but this is kind of more their level.
Yeah.
You know, go out there, play it the same way you'd play in a domestic game.
Oh, he's been overcautious, really, isn't he? So he's got to play some shots here. I don't know what he's thinking upstairs at the moment. Hey, look, it's a big day in Australia. It's a big day at the moment in Australia Day, isn't it? Isn't there some very important football event?
Yeah, well, today is Friday, and it's Australian Football League Grand Final day tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m. our time.
Yeah,
Thanks for reminding me. I'm going to have an early night tonight.
Well, okay, high in the air, but look, it's better. You might as well do this because you get results. There you go. So back yourself, play your shots, don't be afraid. Come on, open up those shoulders, Mashwari, and hit a few biggies. Cuatro carreras.
Well, batting in this form of the game is a little bit like an old Northern Territory in Australia tourism slogan. You'll never, never know if you never, never go. And so Maheshwari opens up possibilities by at least swinging the bat at this one. And like it's not off the middle, he does get 4.
Yeah, gets 4. Zaro needs to go a bit fuller, I think. He tries. And that's nicely played. We'll just take the single. So a bit of strike rotation as well. Hey, listen, not just football, but also it's all about saving the koala.
Yeah.
Big day in Australia today. So
They're equally big.
Equally big.
The AFL Grand Final and Save the Koala Day.
Save the koala
But
day.
do you know what they do on the Friday? Not to get off the koalas just yet,
Go
but they have a big parade. As this one's missed. So, yeah, it's Grand Final parade. It's very, very famous. And the teams come through Melbourne, of course, at the MCG, which is an incredibly famous cricket ground. And, yeah, I think normally it's a holiday. I think they've made it a holiday now in Melbourne. So everyone gets out and supports 2 teams. Brisbane Lions versus Collingwood tomorrow in the final. Now, Brisbane Lions, they actually used to be based in Melbourne, a place called Fitzroy. So teams that go right back to the origins of the competition.
Okay, that's a nice looking shot. Is an up and over fielder coming across though. Oh, he was fractions away of getting fingers to that, but he's going to go all the way to the boundary. That was Derek Vinu.
Yeah.
That's coming in. Vinu's got really good hands, but he just dies on him, doesn't it? So it's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras, and well, I hope that everybody that's tuning in via Fox Sports in Australia has a very good Friday.
Yeah, and so that will be the end of the over. The score, 39 for 3 after 5. I want to say a very, very warm welcome to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. The players will stop for their strategic timeout. Of course, Fridays on ECN, we don't just call them Fridays, we call them Peacock Fridays. We like to wear a slightly expressive shirt. You can see what I've got on today. I'm kind of a bit animalistic, but you've gone kind of a bit more plant variety.
Floral, yeah.
I like this one.
More floral.
It's kind of got the peacock colours down. I think they contrast nicely.
They do. I like yours, I mean, especially when you did that intro with all of that, the background behind you. It was like you were a wild beast coming out of the jungle. I like that.
I was just trying to assert my
You know what I also like?
Assert my dominance.
You know what I also like?
Go on.
I like you more my height. When Rhino's in here, I'm always doing. I've got a stiff neck, you know, working with Rhino.
Yeah.
I've ordered a little stool.
You're right
Just
about that. You don't need to go that far just yet. Look, we want to have a serious word just for a second and encourage everyone as well to donate to the World Food Programme, the Share a Meal Programme. The QR code is on your screen right now. Last year, they helped 160 million people in over 120 countries for as little as 70 cents or around $1 Australian you can help. So if you're enjoying the action out there, that's our way. We'd like you to say thank you. It doesn't go to us. It goes to people that are struggling to find enough food to live a comfortable life. And it's something we're very passionate about here at the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, it's a very, very good initiative, joining forces, of course, with the United Nations and their World Food Programme. So go on, do your bit to share a meal. That's what it's all about, as Yusuf is in the attack now. And this is high up in the air. It's going to be one that bounces just before the fielder, Zaid Salat, who comes there, and it takes it on the bounce.
I'm liking the fielding pressure from Bulgaria, even though some things haven't gone their way. I mean, I liked that from Vinu out there, threw himself, tried to turn that into a catch. Thing is, I feel like wickets are worth a bit more with these lineups, probably not having the batting depth of some of the other batting lineups. So if you can remove these key players, kind of get guys in middle, lower order, I think you save yourselves a lot of runs. Davidovic faces up.
It's a nice length, going down the leg side a little bit. That's why you don't see any real appeal coming through from the bowler, but it's a better length. And that's one thing that maybe Bulgaria needed to work on. So nicely done there as well.
The other thing, and Kroom's actually brought something up in the comment section that, look, I hate to say it, but he's spot on. I'll tell you after this ball from Yusuf Yusuf.
And flicked away. Once again goes the era route to get it over the fielders. Will they stop it? And yeah, nicely done. Good bit of work there from Demo, as he knows that if he keeps the ball in his hands, he's going to run over the boundary, so he flicks it back. A bit of team fielding there, a bit of stronger together.
Really good fielding. And the other thing is they should have got 2 here, but for some reason, Davidovic just put up the stop sign. He was a bit freaked out by the fielding effort. But yeah, you've got to be getting 2 there, especially if you're struggling to hit boundaries.
Yeah, that's a run lost as Yusuf comes back in. And Davidovic totally misses out on this. Yeah, let's go back to that comment.
Kroom is spot on in the comment section. Corey, the mastermind, quote unquote, behind Peacock Friday.
Yeah.
He's let himself down today. I even sent him a message last night saying, I know it's your first day, you might have forgotten what day it is, but it's Peacock Friday tomorrow. He's got a plain pastel blue number.
Oh dear.
With no patterning. It's an outrage.
That's got to be, I reckon, for that. I think, I'm sure Corey won't mind me saying this. I think that's got to be a donation to Share a Meal.
Yeah.
More on that in a moment. That's
agree.
6 runs. That's a lovely shot. And, well, Davidovic wasn't able to put the straight ball away, but he has no problems with the short stuff.
Too short from the bowler. Let himself down. And Nikola finishes the 6 with a bang for Croatia. Badly needed. It's 48 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, lovely shot. That. Hey, I hope Rhino hasn't forgotten.
Rhino. Rhino, word is he may have even brought some of his Brisbane Lions paraphernalia, because he is a Queenslander and he supports Brisbane in the Australian football, who are playing tomorrow. But, you know, I always hate it when the comment section goes negative, but I think it's warranted. A lot of people making their thoughts known about Corey not really putting in a good Peacock Friday effort today.
Yeah.
But he did turn up. So that's a positive.
How was he, by the way?
He was all right. Of course, I might as well say it now. There was a match on between Qatar and Saudi Arabia. If the result went a certain way, Spain would get some 50 over cricket, but it didn't go the right way. And so let's just say Corey's probably good that Corey's having this game off.
There's a few guys. I know DDC and Ravi Panchal also at the ground doing their bit, of course, with the cricket school program. We're watching it, so yeah, they're a little bit, they're a bit disappointed as well. I was tuning in as well, of course. Got a lot of time and been involved with Spanish cricket a lot, so it didn't go our way. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Come on, Dale.
Vinu had a bit of a rough time when they conceded 200 yesterday.
It's down the leg side once again. It's going to be another wide. Look, we're talking about important days, and of course our Share a Meal program. Today is also International Awareness for Food Loss and Waste. Reducing food losses and waste is one of the most priorities the world is facing here at the moment. Remember, there's so many people affected by hunger, and it's slowly on the rise since 2014. And yet, at the same time, tons of edible food are lost and or wasted every day. So that's something that we really have to focus on as well. And it ties in nicely with our Share a Meal program. Nice shot. Oh, I'm loving this. What a beauty this is. Bully. That is timed to perfection. Absolute beaut.
Brilliant shot. Really brilliant shot. I mean, it was the right shot to this ball. Doesn't have to move the feet a lot, but it's just a little flick. A little bit of the helicopter mini chocker about that one as well from Maheshwari.
Yeah, it definitely was. Delightful stroke. Beautiful. That just goes to show what he can do, and I think that's why it's so important that he tries to stay there. 50 on the board as well. Slow delivery from Vinu. Tries to do the same thing here, but the ball wasn't there this time. It was outside the off and just coming in. Good comeback from Delric Vinu.
And this time the helicopter fails to get off the tarmac, doesn't it? As Maheshwari, like the feeling of the last shot. Look, I was talking about what's a pass score earlier with Corey. I'm interested to get your thoughts in a moment.
Oh, well, there's the helicopter once again, and it doesn't misfire this time. It goes again. Chick, 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 chick. Lovely shot this time. Cuatro carreras. A little bit high as well, but I think he gets away with the height because he's quite a tall man.
Yeah.
But just watch the way he goes. Oh, what a shot. Oh,
Yeah.
I like it. Chopper style.
Not great bowling, though, from Vinu. I get that he's trying to hit the Yorker, but he missed by a long way there.
Oh, well, this is the slower delivery, so I suppose he disguises it pretty well outside the off. 60 on the board. Still delivery to go in this over. Can they get another boundary here? Croatia trying to put the push on.
Vinu gone for 12 in 4.
This one will drop into space, and well, in fact, it doesn't just drop into space, it drops and carries on going. And that's going to be 4 runs. I didn't see that going for 4.
No, me
Something
neither.
tells me that, I mean, the fielder surely there is a bit out of
I
position.
just think he hits it better than it seemed. It actually sprung off the bat. It bounced 40 metres from the stick, and he seemed to just stop himself in the follow-through, maybe close the face slightly. But Maheshwari, after a slow start, somebody's woken him up. And he's now 22 off 16 and putting together a decent innings for Croatia. Last ball of the 7th.
Crushed, and this will go all the way as well. Manos, arriba, arriba, arriba. Pitro que va que genial. 6 carreras, and the over goes magical from Vinu. 22 come off it. And Croatia, well, they're on 70 now. 70 is the score after 7 overs, 3 wickets down.
Let's have a look at some of the upcoming events, including our upcoming European Cricket Series and European Cricket at Internationals in Croatia, which will be straight after this tournament finishes. Now, one of the exciting things about the ECIs, it looks like we might have a mixture of men's and women's internationals in the last 2 days in Croatia before we head to Malta, then back in Spain in Barcelona, ECCW coming up. And those of you who love cricket from the Cartamar Oval, you'll appreciate the ECCW and, of course, the European Cricket League returning on the 26th of February 2024. It's the Champions League of European Cricket, and that is for champion clubs all around Europe. We're seeing the qualifiers coming in thick and fast at this time of the year.
Just quite happy to drop the bat on this. I suppose it's quite sensible from Davidovic. I think he's realising and acknowledging the fact that Maheshwari at the moment is seeing the ball pretty big. I mean, that in itself was probably there that you could have had a go at. It's pretty slow and on the leg stick. So Nikolov. Let's see if the demolition man can get the prize wicket. Oh, I mean Maheshwari. And not if he's bowling there. Maheshwari does the old swivel. Oh, he goes as he plays this for another boundary. So the big man is starting to score some valuable runs.
Maybe there's truth in the old adage, play yourself in a little bit. You know, we thought he was a little bit too conservative early, but he's certainly turned the corner here. I don't know if it's just that they're starting to bowl worse to him or something like that, but he's looking very confident now.
I think that's the word, confidence. You know, after maybe a little bit nervy, he hasn't really scored any big runs as yet. He's got one out of the middle, and since then, he's finding his range pretty well. Gets the single here as Zaro does the fielding. I want to say, for the first time from me, a very good morning and afternoon to everybody on the chat. See that Liam Day is there at the moment with Matthew Hodson and Mandrake and Kroom. Wayne was there earlier and Helix. Lovely to have you all tuning in. And, well, was this a bit of a chance? Does the fielder shy away from this opportunity?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. It didn't get hit that hard. I think he had to find it first. Dimo Nikolov, or Demolition. I like where you're going with that. Great to see so many native-born and trained players in these two teams as well. It's a bit of a feature of these two, and they're gaining invaluable experience here at the Euros of Cricket.
Hit down the ground straight, and that will keep going, and it will go all the way. It's another thunderous shot from Mashwari. 6 more. Right out of the middle, and that is sweet. Que golpe eso es. Ese golpe es muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 más.
Yeah, just picks that up, hits it straight. Like where he hits this. Pretty safe shot too, with a big gap down the ground.
Full of delivery. It's a good comeback there from Demo, but he'll get the single. He'll stay on strike, and I think that's going to be the key here. So the 8th over comes to an end, and well, they're on their way to probably around about a 110 sort of score, but if Mashwari can stay there, he can certainly get the acceleration in. 84 for 3 after 8.
So Rebecca in the comment section, excited for the ECCW, saying awesome, and it will be awesome. We'll have the hosts, Spain as well as Italy, the Netherlands, France and Austria all taking part. Okay, it's a 5-team tournament. It's a beginning. You know, we're so happy to get approval for that tournament from the ICC, which came through around about 2 or 3 weeks ago. We revealed it when we were in Rome for the European Cricket Series. And yeah, 24 matches over 6 days. And of course, you and I have both covered a fair bit of women's cricket this year. It's been, I suppose, a focus of ours to be able to cover more. It's still developing. It's probably not quite where men's cricket is in Europe, just like, I suppose, the women's game is developing across the world. But really excited to have it on the network.
Oh, this is going to be a bit of luck. It's going to be 4 runs, you know. You take whatever you can get. No, we did have the French here last week, and, well, that's maybe a little bit of a reminder of how well they played as well. Finishing runners up in Group A, a little bit of the French card.
Watch Rasul get wrong-footed here. So he's going to where the ball was going. But the funny thing is, if he'd stayed still, probably would have gone straight to him. That's wicket-keeping, I suppose. Yeah, we're talking about pars, and I think with the top teams, pars 140. You know, it's kind of a case. It's kind of a two-speed batting in these groups. Because you've got teams that don't have the kind of depth or experience. And I think for them, you know, maybe more like 100 is par. Yeah. But then you've got teams like in this group, it's Jersey, Guernsey and Belgium, where I think the way that they're hitting the ball, you know, anything less than 140 batting first, I think you're behind in the game. Yeah. And it was kind of, I think we'll probably see the same next week with Estonia and Serbia. Chuktai, another one who gets past the outside edge. And look, like I say, the group stage is all about, you know, pitting your skills, maybe against some opponents that you might not ordinarily play. But one thing's for sure, these Grizzly balls are flying this year at the ECC.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I know that a lot of the players have been commenting on that as well, that these balls seem to really be travelling. Tucks up the batter. He doesn't like it in that area, does he? He likes to have a little bit of room, does Sanugula, and he's not being given it by Chuktai. Good bowling.
Yeah, you know, if something's working for you, stick with it. And so you can see what I'm saying here. Yeah, 89, maybe heading for around about that 100 or so. For me, I suppose maybe you'd have to favour Bulgaria slightly, but only slightly.
Joining the dots here at the moment, and this is frustrating because really I thought that Davidic had worked out what his role was going to be, and that's just to try and get Mashwari to strike. You can see Mashwari, he has a little think to himself, said, nah, I've got to go and have a word. And I think what he's saying to him now is, look, it's just a ball to go. Don't really want a single here now.
He's saying, look, swing away, try and hit a boundary, and we don't want a one. He's saying, swing away. I'd actually, you know, it sounds harsh, I'd consider retiring Davidovic out if he doesn't get this one away. Just giving someone else to go, maybe a U-kitch or something like that in the last over. He tries, but he misses. And frustration, really, for Nikola. But got to give credit to Chuktai. Kept putting it there. He finishes with 1 for 11. 9 overs down, Croatia. 89 for 3.
Yeah, that's going to hurt them. I mean, you just look at that over. The first ball went for 4, then the single. And then after that, 4 dots on the spin. Dot balls are gold dust. They really are. And, well, I was saying that I think this needs to be around about a 120 plus score, really. They're going to fall short of that. They need to go big in this last over. The good news is that it is, Mashwari that is on strike, but he's got to go He's got to go for a blast. He's got to be trying to get at least make this a magical over. That'll give them something.
Yeah, for sure. 100's always a bit of a psychological barrier. And I think 100 plays between these two teams. Anyway, 10th overtime, you know what to do. Eye off the emergency exits and strap yourselves in. It's going to be Maheshwari, who's moved within reach of a half century here. 45 for Aman as we get into the 10th. It's Yusuf.
It's a swing and a miss. It's another dot, so that's 5 dots on the spin. And the ball before that was the single that Maheshwari himself got. So the gold dust continues to fall here. And both these teams have struggled with the bat. I mean, Croatia, if I'm right, I don't think they've scored more than 92, probably the highest score that they've scored. Bulgaria, I don't think they've managed to get past the 100 mark either. They've been struggling in the 90s. Edge gone, well bowled, and he's absolutely pumped, this Yusuf. He knows that's a big wicket, but not only is it a big wicket, that means that we've seen a maiden now in dots at 6 balls, no runs. The prize wicket of Maheshwari as well. Another good catch there from Rasul.
Yeah, and it's a shared maiden, you could call it. Yeah, 5 dots. Culminates in a wicket here. Again, chases the ball. It would have been a wide here, Maheshwari. Would have loved to have this one back and just let it go. That could be a big wicket as well. It brings a new batter out to go with 4 balls remaining. Got to say that Omar Rasul's been excellent behind the stumps for Bulgaria in this game, taking everything that's come his way. Aman, pretty good stuff from him though, after a slightly pedestrian start. He ends up with 45 off 25, 3 Maximos in there. As he goes, it's 89 for 4.
Yeah, look, he's batted well. Remember when he saw that his captain, Jared Newton, also sneaked behind Salakov. He needed to do something. He needed to get going. It took him a little bit of a while, didn't he? But he gets a score on the board, and I suppose depending how these the next 4 deliveries go here, at least they could have something to bowl at. But really, you've got to try and get to that 100.
Here's Naseem Khan. This is where I think I'm just running no matter what. I try and make something happen. And you're kind of seeing what we said earlier. They don't really have the depth of hitting that the top 3 teams do. So. If you could have gotten that wicket of Maheshwari a bit earlier, then maybe you have longer of this period where instead of accelerating at the end of the innings, it's a bit of a deceleration going on right now. Yusuf, it's been good though, and to be honest, they have been bowling one side of the wicket.
Yeah, well bowled again, so the dots just continue. So we've had now, what's that, 8 balls without a run?
Quite incredible. And 2 to come. Well, this one, 3rd time's a charm. I think you got to run no matter what. A lot of these are off speed. They're not necessarily reaching the keeper. You got to take your chances and fight for every run. They've got 6 wickets to play with.
Might be a wide, might it? Nothing from the umpire. They do run, so they'll get one by. It looked a little wide, but maybe it's because the batter giving himself a bit of room.
But this is why you run. Who knows? They might have been able to get 2 or 3 more runs that could make all the difference. He steps away a bit, and that's why I think that one sneaks in. It's good call from the umpire. I've got to say the umpiring's been excellent. Bowler fumbles the throw. So Davidovic, he can make it all up here with a Maximo. Nicola, over to you. Yusuf trying to shut him down. Last ball.
Gets a bit of something on it. Then comes the front.
Oh, here we go.
Rasul. And they've got to run again, haven't they? And I think they're going to get a couple.
Hold it's the call. I hate it when they hold it. I love it when they just keep throwing. And you could actually see Rasul's brain cells rubbing together saying, I really should hold this, but I'm going for glory. So he gives away an overthrow on the last. Still, excellent last over. And it's going to be 92 for 4 off the 10. For me, it's honours to Bulgaria, and I think they did bat pretty well this morning. But Croatia, they have, I think, enough runs on the board for a win, but I think they need to get those key players. They've got to get him quickly. All set up. The winner of this game will make it to finals day, we believe.
Yeah, it's a big one, isn't it? That's what's at play for these 2 teams. It started well with Jared Newton. We said that he was the wicket that he had to try and get. And that was probably maybe a little bit of luck. But the captain, well, he stayed focused, and so did some of the other players. And that was a nice one there as Zaro got the wicket of David. But David Lambasa just not getting underneath that, not getting the power into his shot. And we saw some nice shots played from Jai Thakur. Nice to see him playing his shots, but that wasn't the thing that they wanted to see, where it was a wicket. Chris Lakov getting the battle of the captain's game his way. He gets the wicket the dangerous man, Jared Newton, the captain, goes for Croatia. Then after that, we needed to see somebody fight back. And, well, after a little bit of wait, it did happen. And it came in the form of the big man of Mashwari, who really did play some lovely shots.
He was good after he kind of made a conscious choice to be a bit careful early, but he certainly made it up, didn't he? I want to also highlight the work of Omar Rasul behind the stumps and how important having a wicketkeeper that takes chances is and is able to stop you a few runs down there. Look, one thing you can't criticise with these two teams is their effort and their attitude. I think they're very proud to represent the nations that they're living in or the nations that they're born in, and really that comes through. They've got to be a little bit tense in this game. Now they've been outclassed a few times by some of the other teams in the group, but this is their big chance. And really, at halftime, we're no closer to knowing who's going to win it. I'm going to say good late hitting from Maheshwari, who, like we said, when he found his traps, he found them really good. He warmed up the helicopter a couple of times. He went over the offside for a Maximo. In the end, he didn't get that support at the other end. I think there were a few dots, or more than a few dots in the last couple of overs. And look, in the end, I think that's why they don't quite make the triple digits. Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. I mean, even if you count up all the dot balls there, even if they had taken singles, they would have ended up maybe close to a 1/10 to the score, So that's going to be disappointing for them. But still, they know that in the forms of, I think, Jared Newton, once again, is going to be pretty key with his bowling. And maybe something like Vedran Zanko could be the star of the show once again. 100%. Maheshwari leads the scoring 45 off 25. But I think at one stage he was like 1 off 6.
Yeah.
So he really picked it up. 15 for Thakura in there. Newton went for 13 before his opposite number. Chris Lakov got him to nick off. And only 4 extras, so that's another thing. That's another reason they don't get the 100, isn't it? I think Bulgaria were pretty disciplined with the ball. So partly that's not conceding extras, but also I loved at the end when Croatia were struggling, they just kept that ball outside the off stump. They had a very simple plan one side of the wicket, and it worked pretty well.
Yeah, it worked really well. Here's those figures here for you. And I think everybody, Chris Lakov, I like the way that he opened the bowling. So they obviously talked about that and changed it up. Normally they would have gone for Chagtai. Zaro bowled again very well. As I said, he bowled well yesterday. He's done the same thing again here today. So all the bowlers pulled around. And the other thing was, I think the fielders played their part as well. And you're absolutely right. I think behind the stumps, Omar Rasul was very good there as well. So very good performance in the field here from Bulgaria. Now, can they go all the way and knock the runs off as well?
We'll find out. And well, it's an early call, but we haven't had a golden ball yet. And with such a big game, 92, it's not going to win you too many games. I think this is one situation that Croatia, if they can get those early wickets, maybe they can open up the Bulgarians and make a fight of it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Hope you're enjoying the action from the Costa del Sol. We'll be back in a few moments with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Australian Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. The umpires have made their way out into the middle. The men in black, Shubnavjot Singh and Asad Ali, as you got ready for the continuation of this contest, match number 8 between two teams that, are desperate to come back again tomorrow to play part in finals day. And we believe that the team that wins this fixture will probably be here tomorrow. Of course, Bulgaria, they're playing what is their last match. So if they can get a win here, then they go above Croatia, which means Croatia will be sitting in that 5th position. And if Croatia are going to do anything about that, that means that they then have to try and overcome the unbeaten and very powerful Jersey team in match number 10 later on tonight. That's when we do it. Fiesta de la Noche. This is how it's looking at the moment. So not looking good for Croatia. 26% as opposed to 74% in favour of Bulgaria. But Bulgaria, they've got to get these runs. They need 93 for victory here. And they're going with the likes of Zain Asif. Just places away. Think about the run. It's not on there. And Omar Rasool is the non-striker, as Jay Thakur is opening up with the bowling. So there's going to be some tension in there. You can see there's the coach there, Amaka, a very experienced man. He's been doing wonderful things for Team Bulgaria. Here comes Jay Thakur once again. And into the pads. So no runs there. It's a fine time to welcome back. That's a cheeky little appeal, but of course the ball becomes dead as soon as it lodges in there. Welcome back to Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. That was a weird one, wasn't it? How it lodged his pad. They might have been a bit bad in that. And so the ball's like, hey, is that out? Short answer, no. If it lodges in the batter's protective equipment or body like that, the ball's automatically dead. I'll tell you another situation where the ball isn't dead, though, if something similar happens.
What's that?
As this is cut away, and I think this will beat the fielder. Great effort down there from Magdalenic. But he won't be able to cut it off. That's 4 runs, the first runs of the innings. So it actually happened in Rome. I don't know if you saw it on our social media. You probably did, Rico, where there was a caught behind where it was nicked and the keeper's up to the stumps and it lodged in his helmet,
grill.
between the grill and the peak of his helmet. Now, under the new law, it used to be whenever the ball touches a worn helmet, it doesn't make the ball dead, but you can't complete a catch off it. I mean, in that situation it would be because it actually lodged. But now, that's out.
It's out,
If it lodges in a field as clothing or equipment.
Good shot. That's a powerful strike over the square leg boundary from Zain Asif. And that gets him pumped, and a little smile there on the face of Maka. He knows that's an important one. Well struck, 6 runs.
You know, Mac is a wonderful coach, and I've loved watching him work with these guys. You know, he's got a very different experience in cricket to a lot of these guys. And he's really trying to get the best out of them. That's all you can hope for.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience. Has done a lot of work here in Spain as well. And I know that he's helping to get some of the coaches around Spain qualified. I think he's going to be doing some assessments here pretty soon as well. That's all great for the development and the growth of cricket. You know, the more coaches that there are, then there's more people around to help and assist the juniors. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Help those juniors and the stars of the future. And that's why the Cricket Cool program is so big here as well. That's high up in the air. This is a chance. Big moment. And it's dropped. Down it goes. Oh, that's veteran Zanko, who gets under it, but he's not able to take it. And straight away, he goes to the bowler, Thakur, and says, sorry, buddy, but this was a huge opportunity. Zain Asif, after hitting 2 boundaries, skies it in the air. And Zanko not able to take it.
Yeah, well, Zanko will be disappointed. In fact, our Croatian viewers, apologies for the language, because I heard a word which I'm pretty sure in Croatian means something that translates to fiddlesticks. But my Croatian isn't that good. Thakur should have had one.
Just the one, keep it to one.
Yeah, first over, pretty handy start for the Bulgarians. They'll finish with 14 off that one. 14 without loss.
Yeah, they'll take that one. That's a good start from them, but it could have been worse. As the Sif could have been back already, but he's not. He survives. And Omar Rasul hasn't had a chance to get off the mark yet. He's not gated. It goes back to the non-strikers then.
I'm feeling a bit of a tingle here. Maybe we can see how many matches since we've had a golden ball, but I'm pretty sure this is in the zone of possibility. I know it's a lowish scoring one. I know you're going to have to get a few of the key batters out, but this could be a chance.
Yeah, I don't know about the tingle here, Vinny. I think, yes. It could be a pill for that as we go to the new bowler, and it's going to be a bit of a surprise here. They're going with Mate to bowl this one. So they're holding back maybe one or two of the key bowlers. Maybe it's a little plan they've got going here.
Yeah, 25 matches since the golden ball. We had a pretty memorable one between Italy and Austria. It was Saturday Night Fever. I was watching it on an aeroplane. They said turn off your phone. I really pushed the limits of how long you can keep your phone on. I did have it off by the time we took off, but it was 6 to tie off the last ball. And Joy Pereira from Italy, who we'll see, by the way, next week, and we'll see the Austrians as well, tied the game. And then we had a no ball for height and a single off the golden ball. Italy won. And the plane arrived safely. Well, speaking of no balls, there's one right there. That's a 7-up. It was straight at the peak of Omar Rasul's cap, and he smacks it out of the ground. Maximal, plus even more.
Yeah, well, you talked about a no ball in that golden ball. Well, this another one here right on cue, and thank you very much, says Omar Rasul. And he finally does get on strike, and he hits his first ball for not just 6 for 7. That's a 7-up. 6 goes to him though.
Mate Jukic, it's not the start you want, is it? Really, you're gonna have to bowl really well. Mate's been given the responsibility. Now he has to deal with the free hit.
He's got to put that behind him, hasn't he? Omar goes for another one, and he gets it right out of the middle. Well, that's the swag from Omar. No doubt he's chewing that gum while he's concentrating on his batting. That's 2 6s from him, and that's how you put away the free hit. That's the way to do it. Boom. Shakalagya.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst ball, but Rasul backs himself to take it on. Doesn't have the chewing gum on the bat tonight, that's for sure. Set the ball retriever scrambling. Bulgaria have made some early inroads, and they've made them pretty quickly.
Catch.
He goes again. Oh, put down. Meshwari is the man, and that's a big moment. So they've put another catch down. Remember, Asif got a life on 11. Zanko put him down, and now Meshwari, you'd expect him to take this.
Yeah, look, it's travelling, no doubt about it. We'll come back to live action. Jukic gets another ball that's within the general vicinity of a fielder, but it's going to go for 4 anyway. So Rasul riding his luck here in the second over. Look, going back to Maheshwari, it was hit hard, but at this level you'd hope you get 2 hands to it. I suppose he doesn't really, accept the ball, doesn't really give with the ball, kind of hard-handedly bounced out. Couple of chances going down. That'll be frustration for Newton, the Croatian skipper, and all the Croatian fans all around the world.
Yeah, there's a lot of frustration. I mean, catches win your matches, don't they? And if you don't take them at this level, you're going to rue those opportunities. Meshwari, you can see he seems to be holding his hand there. He's like he's in a bit of discomfort. Might have done himself a bit of damage. Oh, how does this not hit the stumps? How does not hit? He gets the false shot from Omar Rasul, who swings all the way around it, and the ball somehow evades hitting the stumps. We'll have a look at this again as we tell you we're at the end of the over. 2 overs complete, 32 without loss.
Oh, that was so close. Yeah, I mean, that hit him on the pad, you'd have been going up. You would have sworn that would hit the stump. But that side on was a really good view. That it went over just by a fraction. So when we're talking height, when we're talking those kind of issues, remember a ball like that. These teams without a win and the way things are going, I mean, Croatia do have another game after that, but they're taking on Jersey, who are on average winning games by 82 runs last game of the night. So you'd feel that that's probably, it's less than unlikely. But still, this is the game. Either team can win it and find themselves in finals day tomorrow, which I think if you'd spoken to these two groups of players, that would have been their goal.
Yeah.
Their goal would have been, look, let's be there on finals Saturday. Here's the Kua.
A nice start from him, no runs there. Yeah, I mean, when I was speaking with Macca, that's one thing that Macca was saying to me. He said, look, all we want to do, we want to win this match. This is our final. Win this and give ourselves the right to play another match. And that's it. Just play another match. And what happens there? Well, you never know. You know, if somebody clicks, somebody like this man clicks, and somebody like Chuck Tai, anything could happen. Comes Tucker once again. That's a pretty good delivery, but it's been picked up beautifully. That's quite a marvellous shot. It's quite an incredible shot, actually. He picks this up from the base of middle stump, that's as if, and he sends it over the leg side boundary for 6.
Yeah, nice shot. It's basically plays on length, not line, doesn't he? But he picks it up because, you know, it's not particularly quick in the first place. Bulgaria, I think they batted better than they bowled in this series right now. The batting's looking good.
High up in the air is another opportunity, and it's another one that goes down. Oh dear, that's 3 opportunities, and on 3 occasions they've gone down. This time it's Jared Newton that's not able to hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with this one, I don't even know if he gets there on the full in the end, because it dips on him last moment. He realises he needs to go forward and quickly. Kind of yorks himself there. But Jared, can't blame anyone else for that one. Kind of sums it up for Croatia at the moment.
It'll be probably too wide, it is. Wide ball signalled. Omar still goes after it though, doesn't he? Gets low, looking to try and carve this over the man inside the circle in the backward point area. So it's not hanging around, he wants to play his shots. There's Shubnavjot Singh spreading his wings as he signals the wide. In comes Thakur again. And this is being well hit. That is a delightful shot. He comes from wider, doesn't he? But Omar Rasool, he's ready for it, and he hits this away. Well, that one almost ends up in the ECN studio there. Well, watch out if you're doing a bit of filming, because there's a grizzly in the action behind you.
Yeah, it's a classical shot, really, isn't it? From Rasool. And, yeah, another game that we thought could be close right now. It's not panning out that way.
How's that tingle going?
It's subsided. For now. Few wickets here. I still think they're only halfway there.
But Vinny, one thing is, and more on that after this delivery from Jay. It's a nice looking shot.
Oh, yeah.
Good stop. Good cricket. That's what you want to see. And that's why you got the best players from these two nations out there. That's a very good stop there from Amin Mashwari. Well, he's tall and he's got a big reach. He makes a stop, saves 4.
I gave him 2 chances of stopping that, slim and none. But Maheshwari, that was such a good jump, well-timed dive, and I suppose to an extent it makes up for that drop a little bit earlier. Saves 3 runs. I still think, you know, Bulgaria, they could fold if you can get 3 quick wickets here. I mean, they do have some experience in the middle. I think Lakov's a very good player to still have up your sleeve, because, you know, he's a really smart operator. Last ball of the 3rd.
And it's down the ground, and it will go all the way as well, I think. Yep, manos arriba from the arbitro Shubnavjot Singh, because that's 6 more. And he just hasn't changed what he's doing. That's the thing about Jay Thakur. He's stuck to the same plan, he's stuck to the same line, and the batter has stuck to the same shot. He puts that one away, and the 50 comes up now as well. It'll be 51 at the end of 3 overs.
Well, not a magic spray situation, but a taping the shoe situation that's occurring. Yeah, 53 in the power play. I think it's had its bubble baths, it's got the pajamas on, and it's almost ready to be tucked into bed, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the thing I was going to say, in these situations, in these matches, your best batters have to bat first, but your best bowlers have to bowl first. And yeah, I'm all for giving opportunity. Why don't he just use some of his gum? That's what he could do. Just choose some. Let's put some of that gum there. He's got plenty of it. Anyway, going back to that, Jared Newton. He should have bowled by now. He had to have bowled by now. You get the power plays when you've only got 2 men out. You've got to try and keep it as low as possible when you haven't got big runs on the board. I think if you don't bowl your best bowlers first, you're going to be in trouble.
And the thing is, I mean, they like Newton, or Newton likes himself in the last few overs, but that only works when there are last overs.
Yeah.
And the way things are going at the moment, you know, we're not going to last long. Well, right on cue. Jared Newton is going to bowl himself here in the 4th. I've got to just say, with Bulgaria, who are batting at the moment, they are giving their opposition these magnificent Bulgaria bucket hats. You know, the old style bucket hats.
Yeah. Shot. And once again, Meshwari doesn't allow Omar Rasul to beat him. I wouldn't mind one of those.
We've seen a lot of things. I've seen the Swiss giving chocolates, you know, also coffee mugs and balls and little... These bucket hats, I think there's only like 10 of them.
Goes for it. There is a man out there, but this is going to clear here. It's a lovely shot again from Zain Asif. And you've sort of got, you know, these two complement each other so well. Zain Asif is one of those who stands straight and he hits without very little footwork. And he hits down the ground, whereas Omar Rasul likes to move around a bit and try to go on the outside, the off. So they complement each other well, and they're putting a very good partnership together. And, well, dare I say it, it's a match-winning partnership as well.
Yeah.
All right, so who do I need to talk to?
We can try and get one of Chris.
Andrev. I need to speak to Andrev or Chris.
The thing is, they didn't have enough in time, but they were talking about the whole the whole team fielding in them, which I think would have been magnificent. But anyway, just a little thing you might pick up. If you go back and watch the toss before the game, you'll see the genuine glee. And I just thought of it when I saw Newton then. He looks focused now, but when he got the bucket hat of Chris Lakoff, it was like Christmas.
Oh, that's a great delivery. When you see this again from behind the bowler, you'll appreciate what a good ball this is. This ball moves a lot. But again, it underlines what I'm saying. Your best bowlers have to bowl up front. You've got to take these wickets early, then you give yourself a chance.
And for Newton, yeah, he might have gotten a bit of tap in the series. See that just come a little bit. It's an interesting one because it just flicks the leg stump, I think, in the end. Well, no, it's more or less middle, I think. Tilts it back. But what I was going to say is that, okay, Newton might have got a bit of tap from Jersey or not from Jersey yet, but from, you know, Guernsey and Belgium. But it's a different proposition, I think, when you're playing teams that are a bit more your level. Zain Asif, though, is a pretty useful contribution from him as he walks back.
33 he made. It's not bad. But he did. There were 2 opportunities, though, wasn't it? That's the other thing here for Croatia. When you get those chances, Asif was dropped by Zanko in 11. He was also dropped by Gerard on 19. So you've got to take those chances.
Now, here's a guy, I know you saw him live playing for Trakia in the ECS. And this is Zayed Sulat coming out. I love his technique. It's the first time I've seen it live. Of course, I saw him batting a little bit, but only on TV. And he's got this kind of baseball style, kind of, look at the way the back foot is here. I don't get a great look at it there. And I won't get a run. But I just want you to really focus on Sulat in his setup. And he almost kind of perched on the toe of the back foot. As it is, we won't get to see him straight away because that's the end of the 4th over. It's 62 for 1.
Yeah, good over there from Newton. Gets the breakthrough. Only 9 come from it. So he's given them some hope. I mean, you said it, that if Croatia can get some quick wickets against Bulgaria, you never know. They could have a bit of a struggle here. They're needing 31 of 36 deliveries. That rate is 5 or just over 5, so they can do it with a run of ball.
Gotta love the encouragement in the Croatian out there. And you know, Croatian cricket fans, actually, they're all around the world. There's a particularly heavy concentration in Western Australia, where I'm from, as Davidovic comes in.
This one gets hit pretty hard, and the batter's not making too much of an effort to run there. I think this one dips way before it's in danger of being a no ball.
Yeah, but in Western Australia, they have a lot of Croatian cricket supporters.
It's in the air, it's in the gap, the chase is on, and they're not going to get there. There's going to be 4 more. There's the fielder chasing after that. Jay Takura has to put the brakes on before he goes into the boundary fence. And just too short. I mean, it's short and horrible. It was a bit of what we would call a bit of a donkey drop, wasn't it? And it just gets put away. Not a good delivery. Got to go fuller here, does Nikola.
Yeah, Croatia having a rough time here. If they lose this one, pretty much got a dead rubber, I think, tonight against Jersey, although the mathematicians will tell you if they beat Jersey by 200 or something, they could probably qualify. But I just think in the big game, they haven't been able to get it right often enough. I love the way Bosniak Bosniak, the Croatian keeper,
Yeah.
he has a way of flicking off his glove into his bare hand and throws it back. And he's obviously done it so many times, it's so natural for him. Doesn't like wearing inners, doesn't like the feel of them.
He liked that delivery as well,
Yeah.
and he was. I like the way he's encouraging all the players here, no matter what the situation, and that's one good thing to see. Plenty of encouragement for the Croatian bowlers from the fielders around them. Down the ground, and he's hit that so straight. That's going to go to the boundary. In fact, it goes all the way to the boundary, so 6 more. That's a really good shot. He hits it out of the middle. Nice, thunderous hit. And Bulgaria, well, they're looking to knock these runs off pretty quickly.
They are. I don't think that tingle is going to turn into a golden ball. This isn't a great ball, but it's somehow caught up with by the batter, Sulat. He wants 2 here. Good throw might have him in trouble. The throw pulled the keeper. Bosniak wide of the stumps. They'll get 2.
Very good running. He gets to the other end, he turns and he has a look and he says, you know what, I can make this. He's not the best of throws. Keeper's got a lot to do, and he gets there. And now you get a chance to look at the stance you're talking about. Here we go. So baseball time. And wallop. And that's out of here. Bolle, and Shaba, because we finally see one of the helpers and ground staff take the catch as well. For first, have a look at this. It's a blast.
Well, mark that one down for the ball retrievers. The catching's been pretty awful from off the field, but that was perfect technique. In fact, there's probably a few people on the field that could take a few notes there. It takes us to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 81 for 1. So, Rico, here we are, and it does look, in the way things are going, like Bulgaria will get that 4th spot, barring something dramatic tonight.
Yep.
But pretty interesting game coming up as well between Guernsey and Belgium, because those 2 teams, they're fighting for the double chance to finish in the top 2. And we know that's a very important part of the process if you really want to make it a little bit easier for yourself on finals day.
Yeah, and on form, I suppose Belgium, they're finding their straps, aren't they? They got a good victory, an easy victory early on today. But Guernsey, they weren't themselves today, were they? They were a little bit off with the lines that they were bowling. So looking forward to seeing how they come back. That's
True. They just didn't have the timing, did they? Newton's back for a second. No ball called. I think this is for a front foot. And it's also probably going to be pretty close to a wide. Let's have a look.
Is it because he's hit the bails? I see the bails are off, so let's have a look.
It would have
I
been
think he
that.
may have caught the bails when he's
look
bowling.
At the stumps. Don't worry about the foot. Look at the stumps here.
Yeah.
He's kicked it just after delivery. So, good spot by the umpire, although he probably spotted a bail flying past him. Free hit.
Nicely played. He's got a good little technique, hasn't he, Omar Rasul? He uses his feet well. He gets right on top of the ball, and yeah, it's a nice player. Good, and he plays nice strokes out on the offside as well.
I suppose what you want to see is competitive matches. And although this might not be a close finish, I think at least these 2, they're a bit closer together, I think, in where their cricket's at the moment.
Nice hit, straight down the ground. Fielder's got work to do, but he can't get there. Fielder, they're cautious. The Gafi gives this hit, but a ball Nifar Hoy, Joka Lagya, 4 more runs. Lovely shot, and well, the unusual technique of Zayed Salute, it works, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't worry about footwork so much. It's just in a ready-to-hit position, isn't he? I called him a little bit of the Danielson from Karate Kid 1 after they sweep his leg. The way he kind of just sits there ready to go. Certainly times the ball sweetly. Just 6 to win now for Bulgaria.
And, well, that's a good delivery, actually, because I think this is where Jared Newton has had a look at that stance and he's probably thought, well, okay, man, it might be good for you hitting the ball straight, but if it's shorter at you, what you're going to do? And, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. Get the ball coming from wider of the crease, shorter and into his body. And with a stance like that, it's going to be very difficult for him to get anything away on it. But he does manage to rotate the strike. Rasul. And, well, he plays this beautifully. Look how quickly he gets underneath this. This is a top shot. It really is. What a shot that is. And that'll be it. It's done and dusted. It's finished with a bang from Rasul. 6 and out. And that's it. Bulgaria get their first win. Croatia They're going to have to try and do something incredible in the last match they play later on tonight. For Bulgaria, well, there's been a bit of pain, isn't there, as they've been playing those fixtures. They've been outclassed, but they knew it was all about this one. This was their final. Get the win here, and we'll see them tomorrow in finals day. They'll be believing they've done enough.
Yeah, I believe so. Like I said, maybe mathematically there's a chance, but not really a realistic chance now for Croatia. And look, it was there to win for both teams. I just think Bulgaria played better. They made the most of their opportunities. I think they batted a lot better as well. They had the intent, they had the hitters there. I think also it kind of hurt them a lot that Newton went fairly cheaply for just 13 in the first half. And I mean, yeah, you look at the bowling choices, maybe you could have bowled earlier. So this is the next match coming up, and it is the match that will decide who gets the top 2 finish and who doesn't, i.e. who doesn't will have to be perfect tomorrow if they want to qualify 3 wins. Whoever wins that one, they'll only have to win twice tomorrow. Guernsey versus Belgium, toss happening very shortly. It'll start in 45 minutes. Rico, let's go back and have a look at this chase, Bulgaria. We thought at the beginning it might be a tricky little chase, but, well, they had plenty of tricks up their sleeve as they made a very bright start and a very fast-scoring power play, setting up a fairly easy chase in the 6th.
Yeah, it was, as we saw, sometimes the line wasn't the best from the bowlers, but then the bowlers, you have to feel for them, because when the opportunities did come, the fielders let them down. That was an easy scoring shot to get off the mark from Omar Rasool. It was a no ball full toss, which he blasted away for 6, and the free hit went for 6 as well. Then there was a chance there to remove him. Meshwari drops him on 12, and well, the rest was history really, because of Rasool then continued scoring 33 of just 14 deliveries. And we also saw that Zain Asif got to 33 of 14 before he was bowled by Newton. It was an absolute beauty of a delivery, but Newton for me though just came on the bowl too late. I think he's the top player in this Croatian side, and this is a match that they really needed to try and win. He wasn't able to get the runs on the board, and he didn't come on the bowl early enough. When he did this. It was an absolute beaut, probably one of the top deliveries that we've seen in the championship. But that was the only wicket they were to get, because after that it was just easy picking. They tried different things, but it wasn't work, and that one was just leaned into. Cracking shot, went for 6, and then we saw a catch there from one of the ball retrievers as well. This was a delightful straight hit, but the shot that finishes it off as well, there's nothing wrong with that. Look, he puts all the power into the shot. It goes all the way, volley, 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 and that is it. That's the end of the match. Bulgaria have the victory, a victory that should see them playing in the Groups B finals day tomorrow. Let's have a look at that scorecard. 33 there from Omar Rasool. Zain Asif, 33 from him as well. And then Zaid Salat with his very unusual batting technique, 23. I think a very positive looking scorecard there. I think Macca's going to be pretty pleased.
I think he will. That's good reward for a team that's been working hard at their cricket. You got to feel for Croatia, but when the time came, the Bulgarians just too strong and not too many wobbles along the way. Newton with the wicket, but he was a bit late to the party, wasn't he? The Kua, he's a bit expensive, so was Mate Jukic that they tried to open up, and Davidovic likewise, despite not giving a lot of extras. Probably a few too many hit-me balls in there, as the target was achieved with 26 balls to spare. So we'll take a break, back in around about 40 minutes, take you into the next one. I'll step out. Rhino will cover me for the rest of the day, but I'll be watching on very, very intently to see who grabs this double chance. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Rhino back soon. Corey Rutgers with us as well as part of your dream team here in the Dream Box. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to Spain. It's great to have your company on the Costa del Sol in the beautiful afternoon sunshine. It is Peacock Friday as well as we head into the second last game of the day. It's kind of the twilight encounter, match number 9. Now in this one it'll be Guernsey and Belgium going head to head. Both these teams, they're tied on points. This is their last chance to play in the qualifying stage, and whoever wins this will get a spot in the top 2 and the vital double chance tomorrow on Group B finals day. Charles Croucher has the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Thank you.
Belgium to call.
Dream11.
Dream11's the call.
So it is Belgium that win the toss. Their captain, Ali Raza, has elected to bat first. Look, I don't mind that. And they like to lead with their strength. I suppose they're known for their batting and this Belgian ball philosophy. They've got 11 players that can all hit sixes, and they're all going to try. So it's going to be hyper-aggressive. Kind of clash of cricketing cultures here. Belgium, of course, if they win this, same as Guernsey, they'll get to finish in the top 2. They'll get that crucial double chance tomorrow. It's a big advantage on finals day if you're looking to qualify. For Guernsey, they'll just hope they can turn it around. They didn't play well against Jersey, their natural rivals, in the last game, but they do have some very good players in there. Let's see if they can keep the Belgians quiet first up. I think the first half is key. Guernsey as well. Their batters just seem to lose their timing in that first game. That's kind of what got them into trouble in the first place, as they weren't quite able to make the triple digits against Jersey. But still, I think this is going to be a fantastic contest. A lot on the line. I'm going to step out and let Andrew Ryan take over for this one. He's over in the commentary box right now with Rico Full. And guys, the news from the toss, Belgian ball on the way because Belgium's winning the toss and batting here in match 9.
Mr. Maximo, thank you very much for that preview of this contest between Guernsey and Belgium. Very important game in the context of this Group B here at the European Cricket Championship. As Maximo said, it's Andrew Ryan here to take you through this contest with the mercurial Rico Full next to me. This should really be an absolute belter of a game. Jersey probably solidified themselves as the top team in this group, but these two fighting it out for that double chance. And Belgium, they have a powerful batting lineup. I think it's probably a good thing for them getting to bat first in this contest. Guernsey have certainly shown some ability, both with the bat and the ball so far as well. And you can feel the tension is palpable here at the Cardimer Oval. And a man who stays relaxed, though, no matter what the circumstances. Bring on Mr. Rico Full. Rico, how are you?
I'm very well. It's glad to be here with you, Rhino. I just get the feeling, Rhino, the matches that we've had today in Day 2 of Group B, it's all been one-sided, isn't it? Every one of them has been a pretty easy affair. This one, I feel, could be different. This one, I feel, could go down to the wire, and I'm expecting a high-scoring feast.
I suspect you are right on every front there, Rico. As I said, this should be an absolute belter of a contest. Two pretty evenly matched sides. Two teams who play their cricket very differently. Richard taking up the attack. Short ball. Dragged to the leg side. Unfortunately, Adam Martel. Mild fumble at short fine leg. And the Belgians will get things underway with single off the first delivery.
Yeah, a little misfield there. Guernsey, of course, in the earlier match, well, they were thrashed, weren't they, by Jersey. They only got to 96, and, well, Jersey, they knocked those runs off with 32 balls to go, only losing a wicket. So they're looking to bounce back here.
Certainly are. Shardy's been pretty useful taking the new ball for Guernsey in the tournament. Tall, strong lad. Hits the pitch quite hard and gets good extension on his bowling arm, so sending it down from quite a trajectory. That's called no ball. I suspect front foot infraction.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this. Let's see if we can see anything ourselves from our cameras. But the umpire was on it straight away. Let's have a look, see if we can pick up anything. Oh, yeah, that's a biggie.
You sure?
That's a biggie, buddy. That's a biggie. That's like not the mini size of those chocolate bars, but the proper family size. That is a big no ball.
Well, Corey Ruckers was telling me he thought a cricket pitch was about 10 metres long over breakfast this morning. Luke Bichard, he's basically created that by overstepping by so much. Slower ball, thrash to leg, and it will beat Tom Nightingale out there at deep mid-wicket. Big swing across the line from Raza. Made good enough contact. Wasn't a bad delivery from Bichard.
Yeah, Nightingale. Cautious Garfi get the woody dive, Marty, but Joka Lug, yeah, 4 runs. Good effort from Nightingale. Looking forward to seeing him bounce back in this one as well with the bat. Of course, he was great in the night, wasn't he? And not so great in the sunshine earlier this morning here at the Gardner Oval.
Glorious time to be playing cricket at the moment, isn't it, Rico? Just coming into the early evening here at Kartma. Oh, that's thrashed over mid-wicket. Big swing from a strong man. And Raza, he looks like he's got his eye in early. That's good news for the Belgians.
Yeah, Ali Raza, he's been a little bit running hot and cold in this group so far. We've seen him fail and then score runs. He's looking to get another good one in here, and that is a shot of a good man, and that's a shot of another good man, of course, the old coach. I'm loving the shade. Vinny says, and he's not wrong, he's always got a different set of shades on.
Shard steams in. That ball would have been called wide. Raza throws the bat at it, wide edge, and fortunately no chance for the keeper. Flies away to the boundary for 4.
Captain of Belgium, swinging and swinging hard. But they do say that fortune favours the brave. Well, hay poquito de suerte ahí. Yeah, not thinking about leaving balls, are they? They'll play at everything.
Indeed not. Quite an expensive over to get things started. This is how Belgian ball goes, isn't it, Rico? They thrash the bat from ball 1, and they've got depth in their batting lineup, really genuinely bat all the way down. Full toss, slower ball, hit straight to Matt Stokes at mid-off. Excellent catch. And the low full toss has worked a treat for Bichard. And Raza, after 3 consecutive boundaries, he's on his way. Belgians lose their first wicket, 17 runs on the board.
Yeah, you can see he's very disappointed with himself. Here's the captain, Raza, to have found the fielder here. But once again, it's well bowled. It is all about the pace, taking it off. And Raza plays that too early, doesn't fire the middle, and a lovely catch there taken by Stokes.
It certainly was. Just see the timing of Ali Raza, just a touch off with that change of pace. Talking with a few people in the fan area earlier today, Rico, that not all full tosses are created equal. There's a very, very big difference between a full toss coming from a guy like Bichard, who's probably 6'2", 6'3", gets some good height from his delivery position, as opposed to someone a little bit shorter where the trajectory is flatter. It's a lot harder to dispatch something coming from a bowler of this height.
Yeah, I think the other thing is it's also about the pace of it as well. More on that after this one. Bichard bowling to Khalik, and well, he hits his first ball for 6 as well. It's the way they do it. Belgian ball. This is what we're talking about when we talk about Belgian ball. Anything that comes their way, they got one thing in mind: hit 6s. That's their plan. Every time they go out there, you know what they're thinking? We're hitting 26s in the innings. That's the plan.
Certainly is. Wow, that's a pretty good cricket shot, though, nonetheless, from Khalik. Got up the front foot, knocked it over the offside. Great shot, Belgium. 1 over down. They are 23 for 1.
23 of the first, and well, we can take a look at this. So Group A was won by Spain. They beat France in the final, so they got the golden ticket. We'll see them in Championship Week. Now, of course, we're coming up to the final matches of the group stages of Group B. Tomorrow will be the final day for the group. Who's going to put their name in the hat there with the Netherlands and Spain? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, just going back to the full toss, I think if it's slower and it's straight, it's always going to be a dangerous delivery. The batter wants to take a run there, does Raja, and Khalik says no. So, and I've seen that a lot, and where it seems to work really well is in the shortened format of the game. I mean, T20, that slow full toss, has become a wicket-taking delivery. We've seen it a lot here in this T10 format as well. So I think, you know, full toss on the leg side, yeah, it's going to get punished. But straight, it's always got the opportunity of getting the wicket. And quite often, I feel that you're far better off going for full and straight in terms of the full toss than banging it in short.
Indeed, Rico, indeed. Well, different methods around. We're into over 2 here, and Matt Stokes, he's generally more of a traditional hit the top of off stump, a little bit of a way swing. Raja trying to pump that over mid-wicket. Got nowhere near it with the away swing. On that occasion, though, gets it right off the middle of the stick. Swings it to the mid-wicket boundary for a 4.
It's a really nice shot, isn't it, from Marcus Raja. What I like about this shot is how he gets right on top of this. Watch this. That bat comes from high to low, gets on top of it, and keeps it along the deck. Beautiful shot.
Completely right, Rico. Despite the fact that he took steps down the track, kept his technique. Bat plane. Excellent. A big swing. This is where he's gone wrong. Balls 1 and 3 of this over, though. The body weight all going to the leg side. If he's been watching Stokes bowl over the last day and a half, he knows his method. He knows where he's trying to swing it. There's not a huge amount of variation. There's no need when you've got batters who are essentially working against what you're trying to do. Slow ball on that occasion. Just dragged the touch wide.
Yeah, you can see that's the plan here now from Stokes after trying a few different things. He's realised that anything that's in that sort of zone that well, all these batters are going to go after it, so they're trying to get that perfect delivery in, just sneak it in, that wide guideline there for the umpires, but it goes too wide on this occasion.
That one's up in the driving length, but the late swing probably takes it slightly out of the power zone of Raja, and he can only just drive it along the carpet for a single.
It's not a bad thing, though, when you've got batters of this ability to just keep rotating that strike as well. It makes it harder for the bowler.
Khalid tries to go big over the leg side. No contact, doesn't pick the change of pace. But neither did the wicketkeeper, or at least it certainly evaded him on the first bounce, and that's the end of an excellent over from Stokes. He only goes for 6, and the Belgians, after a fast start, 30 for 1, 2 overs down.
It's an opportunity to have a look at how the standings here look at Group B, and of course, Bulgaria getting that win over Croatia means that they put themselves into a final stage spot by pipping Croatia to 4th spot. Croatia do have a match to play. Unfortunately, though, for them, they're playing Jersey, who haven't won, who haven't lost and dropped any points as yet. And even if they were to get that victory, it's going to have to be a really dramatic one as well. It's almost mission impossible, isn't it?
Looking forward to seeing the win predictor start of that game, Rico. See what the supercomputer thinks. It's Bishard. He's pumped again. Or to take a word from Corey Rutger's vocabulary, he's been moosed.
This is a shot and a half, isn't it? I mean, he hits his on the up. He's such a powerful hitter of the ball. I mean, look at this. Boom. Shakalagya. Boom plastic. 6 runs.
Seems to be such a development in the ability of a lot of players out here, Rico, to be able to pump 6s forward of square but off the back foot. Used to be considered such a difficult thing to do given the weight distribution, but chap's doing with ease now as Bishard goes for the on-pace ball wide of off stump. And that's where the Belgians have had more problems making good contact.
Yeah, I just get the feeling here whether, you know, the coaching staff are looking at this from Belgium. One of the things they might be saying to the boys is, look, you know, when it's in that area, because you guys are so good at putting the other balls away, just eliminate it being a dot. Get something on it. Get the single. That's 4. This could be a no-eat. It'll be interesting to see what the call is on this. I mean, it's a brilliant take. And now, well,
wow,
this could be out. This could be run out. I don't think the caught on bold is going to count, but the run out certainly would. First of all, we're going to have to look at two things here. First, we're going to have a look at the height on this from side on, see how high it is. But then we're going to have to look at the camera on the bowler's end, because I don't think the batter's asking the question for the no ball. I mean, there's the first one. So let's see what the verdict is on that one. I think that probably is too high.
I'd agree.
The batter's asking the question. Look, he's not even looking at that point. And I wonder if we can see this side now here, because he's saying, hey, he's looking at the umpire. Should be concentrating on what's happening here. Here's the throw. He's
gone.
Out. That is out.
Absolutely gone. That is incredibly poor cricket from Khalid. Just gesticulating to the umpires, waiting for the no ball call, hasn't secured his position in the crease. That is just insanely bad cricket, Rico. No other word for it.
Well, you can see there, Nirmal Singh putting the finger up. The no baller has been called. So the run out is a wicket. That is terrible. I mean, it's terrible cricket. Remember, just because it's a no ball, the ball is not dead. The ball is alive. You can be run out of a no ball. So that is crazy cricket. Absolutely crazy. He's looking at the umpire. He's not even thinking about holding his ground. But the alertness there, though, I have to say, from Luke Bichard is absolutely sensational, because he thinks, okay, fine, but you're not in your crease. Throws the ball, knocks him over. Oh, dear, oh, me. Faisal Khalid, he's going to have some words said to him, isn't he?
Well, let's have a look at that last moment for Bichard. Firstly, things haven't gone well with the full toss no ball. So he's facing a free hit on the next ball. But then he's come up with quite a stunning grab, which admittedly was not out. But then to have the chain of thought to then recognise the run-out opportunity and execute it from on the ground. Spectacular stuff from the Guernsey paceman. Free hit. And he goes wide of the crease. So continues this up and down.
No ball called, though. So we'll have a look at that line again. Well, this is becoming a popular camera angle now. And he's just asking how far over he was. I wonder if we get a chance to look at this as well and see just how far he was. Let's have a look here. So remember, he did bowl one big one earlier. Yeah. And when he goes back and has a look, you'll see that there's no issues. He was asking the umpire, can you show me, please? The umpire has no hesitation. Well, he can go back and have a look himself. Great work from Spring Productions.
Umpire's signal might have been as though he's catching a big fish. As he's a good 3 or 4 inches over that no ball line. That's decent delivery. He's found that area wide of off stump. Raja, he's struggling. 6 off 8. He's been joined at the crease by Karam Chima. After an excellent start off the first over, Belgium have just hit the skids a touch.
Yeah, Chima was in good form earlier, wasn't he? 62 of 22 deliveries against Bulgaria. He was the player of the match earlier, so it's a good one to get out there at the moment. But yeah, you're right. Marcus Raja just not finding his straps there at the moment, but he's still there, and he hands the strike over now to Chima. Let's see how Chima goes. For most the Belgian batters like to start with a boundary. Let's see how he does.
Bichard, he's recovered from a few awkward moments, some that he's turned into positives. 1 for 32, 2 balls left in his spell. Another good full ball outside off stump, and they're a clever cricket team, Guernsey. They may not have quite the same level of weapons as the Jersey team, but they've got some thinkers in this group, and you can tell that they've been studying this Belgian lineup. There's very little that's going on the stumps or anywhere near leg stump. Oh, it's deja vu. Chima beaten twice wide of off stump. End of the power play. Belgium, 39 runs on the board, 2 wickets down.
Yeah, we've just seen 2 really good overs, haven't we? And both of them producing wickets. Matt Stokes, he's over. Only went for 6, 7 came off it because of the bye as well. And that one there going for 9. So there are a few issues with the no balls. He bowls very well. He knows where to keep the ball going. He knows the line he needs to be bowling at, and he executed it really well. So good spell from him in the end. And though the first one was expensive, 23 came with the first, but he made amends in the second. 1 for 32 off his 2. Belgium, 3 overs complete, 39. I mean, normally they like to be higher than that. They like to be in the 40s. So you can see that they're going to try and go after the next bowler, and it's going to be a bit of spin to come into the attack.
Adam Martel taking up the ball with his left arm orthodox, coming around the wicket. Oh, spears it in, and attempt by Raja to flick it away. It's not too far from the off stump. Almost have to play Martel like a medium pacer, don't you, Rico? Not a huge amount of flight. It's generally quite flattish and just trying to cramp the batter.
Yeah, and it comes on to you pretty quickly. As you see another swing and a miss. They're asking the question here. Nirmal Singh is going to go upstairs and have a check on this. You can see he was sort of almost instructed to by Zach Damarel. He's very confident here. Now let's see this angle first. Now let's have a look at the side here. You can see he does try to slide the foot back. Now whether it was always past that line or not, we'll have to wait and see. Let's have a look at this, see how much we can see of this.
Certainly the flicker out. I suspect there's probably not enough to give him out there. I feel like the midsection of the sole probably got down behind the line before the stumps were taken off. It's a tough call.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's difficult to see the line clearly, but I think there's probably, I mean, the foot never actually comes up. So it looks like he's actually sliding it back. So I get the feeling here, what they need to look at is see whether he gets any part of it back. And I think they're still having a look at that.
Irrespective of what happens with this call, Rico, as he has been given it out. What Raja, 7 off 11 now. We know he can catch that up, but he tries, reaches forward, completely out of control, and that is the end of a torturous innings from Awakas Raja. He's dismissed for 7 off 12 balls. An excellent piece of bowling from Martel as he gave the ball a little bit of air, but in particular took a lot of pace off it. Raja reaching outside his off stump, completely out of control, and skies an easy catch. 3rd wicket down for Belgium.
Yeah, I get the feeling that this one is probably not going to hurt Belgium that much, because I think the longer he stayed out there, the more balls that he was going to chew up. Sometimes it's just the way it goes, isn't it? Wakas Raja just couldn't find the middle of his bat. He was finding it difficult to get going. So he makes way, and Belgium will be hoping that Sherry Butt, who has been in pretty decent form, can go out there and get something going with Chima.
Certainly need it. After an excellent first over, this Belgium innings has hit the skids somewhat. 39 for 3. They won't be too fussed about the wickets lost. They're quite used to, as a team, losing wickets regularly through the innings because they do play a very high-risk game, even for T10 circumstances. But swings it straight down. Oh, that's a big opportunity. Ben Fitchett. It was a difficult catch because it's come at some speed off a full toss. But given how well Guernsey have fielded in this tournament to date, you expected him to pouch that chance.
Yeah, that one gets put down, and that's going to be disappointment. You're right, it is Ben Fitchett. He could have had Sherry Butt going first ball. That certainly would have put a lot of pressure on Belgium, who, well, after making a cracking start, 23, remember, came the first over of Luke Bichard. They're now falling way behind the rate of this sort of game, but they've still got good batting, we know that, and maybe a little bit of good fortune there will make all the difference.
Martel, it's been a pretty good over from him so far. He's bowling well to his field, and it continues there. Just a single to conclude the over, and he only goes for 3, picks up the 1 wicket. That's an excellent start for Martel. And at the end of the 4th over, Belgium in a little bit of trouble, 42 for 3.
Yeah, they are in a bit of trouble. And I like the way that they went to spin there straight away as well. I think it was a good decision made by the captain there, Matt Stokes. I think he just felt that Belgium were in that position where something could give. Then they were going to take a gamble, and if you put Martel on, that it could work in their favour, and it has. And it looks like they're going to now return back to some seam, some pace.
This is our good friend Dave Hooper, coming on, who we had on the player mic last night. Did an excellent job taking us through his over last evening. And unfortunately, he's not doing such a good job in keeping the runs down on this first ball. A little bit short and wide. It was an off-speed ball, and Butt cracks it to the fence.
Yeah, a little bit of width. It's a bit short, and it's what they needed right now. It's what these batters need. Get a couple out the middle of the bats and get that confidence flowing, especially Sherry Butt. Remember, he's dropped first ball.
One a little bit short and wide. On-speed ball. Hooper distinctly looking for just inside that wide line. Tactically, it's certainly the right thing to do.
Yeah, just catches a bit of the white line there, doesn't it? And called. So he's a bit disappointed in this, but yeah, the umpire's been very consistent on that.
One's on the offside as well. Cracked, and it will beat the fielder coming around from deep cover. So consecutive boundaries to start Hooper's over. Could be the start of a mini fight back. Rico, maybe Hoops needs to get us back on the player mic, get us to talk him through this over.
He'll want that because that was successful for him last night. Slightly slower delivery, but too short and put away. 50 comes up now inside the fifth over. 51 for free.
One's a little bit on speed. Gets up to a slightly difficult position, but nonetheless, Butt gets enough bat on it, and he races along to 16 off 5. Belgium turning the pressure on.
Yeah, I just wonder if going back to pace probably was not the smartest of moves. I mean, taking the pace off seemed to work better. That was too short and gets mullered. Now it's a slow ball again, and it's another boundary. This will go all the way as well. Volley, and Sherry Butt, after being dropped off his very first ball, has now gone on and smashed the next two balls for, well, what, 21 deliveries.
May prove to be an expensive drop from Fitchett up there at the long off position. Certainly Dave Hooper could have done without bowling to Butt, given how he's been treated in this over. 21, he's still got 2 balls to deliver. Belgium up to 63. Short and wide again, but it's not a bad ball. He has got protection out there. It's only been when Butt's managed to put it squarer that he's found the boundary. So Hooper relieved to get away with the single.
Yeah, important delivery this to Chima. Chima will want some of that as well. Get him going.
Charges. Nice change of pace from Hooper. That's the one that really kept low. Much better length and a good finish from him, but he still goes for 22. Somewhat of a recovery from Belgium there. Halfway through, they are 64 for 3.
A good opportunity to invite you into our comms position there. Of course, it is Peacock Friday. That means we've got to have a bit of splash of colour. Well, I've got my Peacock Friday shirt on. Tell us a little bit about your number.
Well, this is for those in the know of the Australian rules football setup back in my home country. It is AFL Finals Day tomorrow, and it's also NRL Finals Day in the Rugby League on Sunday. Huge news for my home city, Brisbane. We've got the Brisbane Lions in the AFL Grand Final, so hence I'm decked out in a Lions singlet, or Guernsey today, as they might be called, and the Brisbane Broncos in the NRL Rugby League Grand Final on Sunday. So I'm not sure if this qualifies as a typically Peacock Friday shirt, Rico, but certainly tomorrow wish Chris Fagan and the co-skippers Lockie Neal and Harris Andrews all the best with trying to take the Lions to victory and try to win their 4th premiership, first in around 20 years. So it's a big sporting weekend back in Brisbane.
Yeah, and you're talking about big days there, Brisbane. Well, in Australia, big day also today because it's all about the koala. Do your bit to help to save the koala. So it's a National Koala Bear Day today as well in Australia. You know.
What? Interesting. So the Brisbane, just to provide some segue here, the Brisbane Lions actually were called the Brisbane Bears to start with, and that was naming them after koala bears. That is laced over the long on boundary. It's taken an eternity to come down. Massive strike from Butt. But anyway, back to the koalas. So koalas shouldn't be called koala bears. The proper name is koala. There is really no such thing as a koala bear. But somehow my home city decided to name itself the Brisbane Bears after koala bears. Anyway, the less we say about that, the better. The more we talk about Sherry Butt. Oh, Sherry. He is launching balls all over this Cardimer Oval. And Belgium have got themselves back in this contest.
Well, this is a vintage Sherry, isn't it? This is what we know what he can do. And he is turning on the style. And he's looking pretty tasty at the moment.
Good comeback from Nightingale. That one just jags back into the waist of Butt, and it's played away for no run. That's the end of the over. Belgium kicking along nicely now. They're up to 78 for 3. 4 overs to go.
Yeah, a couple of good overs there. The one before from Hooper went for 22, so that got things started. That's after some very tight overs from the likes of Luke Bichardi, second certainly, and that one from Adam Martel. The question is, how long will they wait before they go back to Adam? Because I think you've got to be a bit wary if you go and see the way that Sherry Butt is hitting the ball at the moment.
It's a bit of a one-man wrecking ball at the moment, isn't he, Rico? Chima, 2 off 5. That has gone high. The keeper underneath it. He spun around 2 or 3 times.
Oh, Josh.
And unfortunately, in the end, he's dropped the pill. Never easy, as I'm sure Maximo would say. Those balls that go right up over the top of the keeper's head. In the end, keeper of Demerol Standard, you would expect to take that.
Yeah, Chima gets lucky there, and I think that one is, I mean, Maximo, you're right, we'll often comment and say the difficulty with those sort of catch from a keeper is with the helmet on. I'll tell you what, this is another opportunity, is it? And, oh, well, he misjudges this completely. Completely misjudges it, gets himself in the wrong place. It's another chance that goes down. This time it's Butt. Just have a look at this. He has a lot of time. He goes a long way up in the air. And you think he's getting himself in the right position, but he doesn't. And then, well, he throws himself at this, but he's not able to get anywhere near it. And that's Alex Bouchard. And maybe David Hooper was the man to have been calling for that one. He looked to be in a better position.
Well, it's going to cost them, because Butt continues to launch. He's hit another Maximo, this time over long off. And this Belgian side, they will not stop swinging. And this man is finding the middle of the bat more often than not. Butler drifts onto legs. That is not where to bowl to Sherry Butt. And he brings up his half century with a wonderful shot backward of square. 52 off only 16 balls.
Yeah, well batted. Felicidades por el batedor Sherry Butt. Tienes una 50 carreras. But remember, was dropped on 0. And that's the thing here. He was dropped by Fichal on 0. Chima's had a life here as well, but the hitting has been awesome. That delivery there, I think that was the one to try and get it down the leg side and get that leg side stumping. But Butt was ready for it, and he plays an outstanding shot, hitting the ball so well at the moment.
Oh, spears this one into leg stump again. That's just too easy. Butt is in his rhythm, and he simply does not look like missing at this point. And Belgium have brought up 3 figures. They are 101 for 3. That's the conclusion of the 7th over.
The over from Butler going for 23. So magical overs appearing now on the score sheet. कितना दोस्तों आज तक कितना आज दोपहर में ना स्वाद आ गया कि नहीं धूप थल्ले आ रही है पर ये तो बात एक मैच भी होएगा फ्लड लाइट द मैच लास्ट मैच एक ग्रुप मैच नंबर 10 आ रहा but Sherry Butt the batting there कि आज तक स्वाद आ गया कि नहीं जबरदस्त from Sherry Butt. And the thing is, he ain't finished yet as we show you some of the upcoming events as well. Remember, we have got Croatia that are playing in this group. We're going to see them in action, in fact, in the last match as well. But after the Euros of cricket are over, we will be going to Croatia as well for some European Cricket Series action, but at the moment all the action is out there in the middle, and Chima finally gets his first boundary as well. So things right here, right now, not looking so good for Guernsey.
Well, Adam Martell bowled the 4th over, Rico, and he only went for 3 runs, picked up a wicket. Since then, it's been 22, 14, 23, and now a Maximo to start the 8th over. Belgium, what a fight back.
Yeah, and I think I was saying at the time, Martel coming on was a good move, took the pace off, but as soon as he bowled that over, they went straight back to pace, and I didn't quite understand it. What I don't also understand is they haven't brought him back.
No, I actually thought he would be throwing the ball for this over, but gone back to Mr. Reliable, Stokes. It's a wide away swinger. It's probably not a bad ball in the circumstances. Even giving away the wide, just taking Butt and Chima out of their rhythm for a moment. Momentum is an amazing thing in T10 cricket. And certainly Belgium have it at the moment. Charge down the wicket. Good ball from Stokes, continuing just outside that off stump. A little bit of movement away.
I just want to give a shout out to a lot of people in the chat that are enjoying in, and mine is certainly loving the batting here from Sherry at the moment. It's going Sherry, Sherry, Sherry. Yes, please. I wouldn't mind a glass of Sherry person.
I love a bit of Sherry, actually.
Sherry, yeah.
Oh, love a bit of Chima as well when he hits like that. That's a wonderful slap. A wide of a long on, powerful strike, and all of a sudden, Chima has woken up from hibernation.
Yeah, Chima, remember, said that this guy, he can bat. He has shown what he can do. And, great partnership being put together between these two. Chima made that 62 earlier, remember, so we know that he can bat, and we know all about Sherry Butt. Sherry Butt also made 45 of 18 in the earlier contest against Bulgaria when they put 169 on the board. It was these two that did all the damage, and they're doing the damage here again, this time against Guernsey.
Now we hark back to that drop catch from Butt on his first ball. Stokes sends it wide. Once again, tactically, it's the right thing to do, just slightly off with his execution.
Yeah, I want to say hello to everybody that's watching via fan code in the Indian subcontinent. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, eyeball one. So I hope you're all enjoying the action here as well.
Stokes
Going
loses
for
his
it,
line.
risky. Oh, he misses. Misses the target. And I wonder if this is a chance. If he hits here, this would have been close, you know. It's a risky one to go for. I don't think there's a need for this. Just watch, the ball is just there, and oh, it would have been so close.
Also, Belgium, not a team noted for their quick running between the wickets or their desire to scrap through singles, but on that occasion, Butt pretty keen to get back on strike. Chima's monopolised the balls in this over.
I want to say vanakum as well to a lot of the people around the world that are Tamil viewers. Had a lot of lovely messages. And say, Rico, when you're giving all your hellos, could you give us a vanakum as well? Yeah, certainly can. And that is the end of the over as well. And Belgium, well, going well. There's still 12 balls to go in the innings. They're 114 for 3 after 8 overs.
That's harsh.
Give us a couple of cricket terms in Tamil, Rico.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
How would you appeal in Tamil?
I don't know.
No?
No, I'm not familiar with the Tamil language. In Hindi,
Given you were saying hello there, I thought
No.
you had enough Tamil to actually...
No, I get a lot of messages through from a lot of people because they hear me saying the hellos and welcomes in a number of languages, and well, the Tamil one's recently added on. But it's interesting thing though about cricket is that wherever it's being played, for example, how's that? I mean, it's how's that. So where that cricket terminology stays, and that's an interesting fact about that is that's why cricket is used in a lot of countries when you're teaching English. It's actually a great sport teaching English to youngsters with, because the terminology in the sport never changes.
Trying to explain to a youngster, how's that coming from? How is that?
Chase is on.
Lesson.
And it's not going to be caught up with. I think that was Alex Bushell. He chased it hard. Bought the chase the kitty, but Joka Lagya. And runs flowing pretty freely at the moment here for Belgium. Of course, if there is somebody's watching that knows how you would appeal in Tamil, you can put it onto our chat. This is hit, but it's a catchable chance, and it's really well taken. That's quite a difficult one, that one from Hooper, isn't it? Because the sun is coming down now, whereas a lot of the ground is in sunshine. He's in a little pocket of shade there, created by the trees behind him. Always a difficult one when you're going from out of the shade into the sunshine.
Indeed it is, Rico, but he's a cracking young fielder, Dave Hooper. Quite often using him to patrol almost the entirety of that offside, but now they've, particularly with the Belgians, essentially trying to pot every ball over the leg side. They've put him out to that mid-wicket station, and he's picked up the catch off the bowling of Martel. Martel looks like he's bowling on a different pitch to a completely different batting lineup.
Yeah, but I still think they missed a trick, Guernsey, by not keeping him on when they had Belgium in some bother. I think they maybe just let them off the hook slightly.
Well, he's back for the 9th. Could be determinant of these last 2 overs, couldn't it? Belgium up to 118, 10 balls to go. Big swipe across the line. And Buran Niaz saw on the opening day that he is capable of hitting big from the moment he gets out there. And big swat, taking that over to the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah. Really big hit. And Niaz goes boom shakalaka. Yeah, apologies for the scoreline that's just gone down for a moment. We're just trying to work something out. I'll tell you what, you don't need to work anything out here. That is a biggie. That's a humongous 6. That could be right up there at the Andalusia shot of the day. What a strike.
Indeed it is. Khalid Amazide is actually who's on strike, and he has powered that over the leg side boundary. That has gone a long, long, long way.
Yeah, massive hit. So Martel did pick up a wicket. And now
looks like he's back to bowling on the same pitch as everyone else now, Rico, after he's gotten hammered for consecutive maximos. Probably wasn't a great ball, although Ahmedzai used some good footwork to get deep in his crease, but it was such a clean strike off his bat. Excellent ball. Wide of off stump, quicker one.
But that's why he's out there. I mean, you saw that there was that tactical retirement, wasn't there? Kurung Chima retired him out. It'll be a wide. Oh, wow, yeah. If I'm the batter, I'm asking as well. And Nimrod Singh feels that this one is okay. I don't think there was any movement towards the line there. So, yeah, I think that the batter has every right to feel that he's been, well, a ball taken away from him there, and a run for that. Have a look at this, the bowling figures. 2 wickets from Adam Martel, certainly the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 19.
Yeah, so should we go back to that? I think we actually missed it in the confusion before, Rico, but Kurung Chima, who was on a one-way walk down Struggle Street for most of his innings, to be fair, was retired at the point that he was 13 off 11, and then Buran Niaz came and went pretty quickly, 4 off 1 ball, and then dismissed the next. And that's how we've ended up with Ahmedzai coming to the crease. But anyway, in and amongst all that, our boy Hoops on to bowl the last over. Starts with a wide.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that retirement at all. I think it made sense because you see that Chima just wasn't finding his form like he did earlier in the days. He had 11 balls, 13 runs, so Niaz came out. He did hit 1-4 and then was out the second ball. But then Ahmedzai, he's got out there. He's played pretty well. That's a good delivery, good comeback from Hooper. Showy Butt, who's been on fire, but he's missed out on that one. 5 balls to go in the innings, 131 for 4.
A lot of pressure resting on Dave Hooper's shoulders at the moment. Jersey, they're chasing 140. Guernsey, they're chasing 140. I think that they're in a reasonable spot as he's been called for no ball. The umpire.
Yeah, no ball called here. So this is a foot fault. I wonder if it's front foot or whether you hit the return crease. So there's the signal. So very, very tight call, but Shubnavjot Singh calls it. No ball called, but no damage done. Misses out the free hit. This is disappointing, I think, for Sherry Butt. He's been hitting the ball so well, and then all of a sudden, he seems to have lost his mojo.
It's good bowling from Hooper, though, leaving aside the no ball. He's just going wide at that off stump, but might have to shift across. Another wide. I don't think that's going to concern them too much, to be honest. But I was in the middle of saying, Rico, if they can keep this around to the 140 to 143 region, then Guernsey will think they've got a pretty fair shot. If it starts creeping up to 150 plus, that is quite a mountain to climb. But after a flurry of balls wide of off stump, decides he's had enough, whips this one wide of a long off and a long way over the boundary. That's a Maximo.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it? Because he knows this time where Hooper is going to try and get this. So he's already looking to lean over that side. Leans over, gets it good, hits it big.
That one just jams Butt up a touch. Good fielding, and they'll keep it to the single. So Ahmadzai back on strike. He pumped his first 2 balls for Maximos and ended up with 2 dots thereafter. So Belgium have reached the 140 mark.
Yeah, he knows that this is probably going to be that widest delivery.
You could assure yourself that was going to be a slower ball, Rico. He hadn't bowled a genuine slower ball for the rest of the over.
So we're going to have a chase in this 140s, and well, we saw a few of those back in Group A, and 140 quite often enough wasn't enough runs. Just ask France about that. 2 occasions they got 140 scores against Spain. This one is high up in the air. It's an opportunity, but it's a difficult one because you're looking right into the sun. In comes the throw. He goes a little bit of ring of roses there from Adam Martel, but he does get the ball in his hand. He gets the throw back in pretty quickly. I think the batters just take the 1 there as well. So the score will be 142 for 4 at the end of the innings. What are your thoughts on that, Rhino?
What are my thoughts? I'd say the Belgians have probably just got their noses in front of Guernsey at the moment. I think Belgium, we know they've got a good bowling attack, but it's very samey, a lot of right arm, medium, fast, which the Guernsey boys will probably enjoy. But as it is, after a big flashy start with 23 coming off Bashard's first over, it all went a little bit pear-shaped for the Belgians after that. The wicket on the second and last ball of the first over, that didn't really stop them from succeeding there, but overs 2, 3 and 4, Rico, went 7, 9 and 3.
Yeah, and it all happened because of something crazy which we're about to see, and it was a no ball that was bowled by Bouchard in his second over. It's this here, and the batter, he's looking at the umpire wanting the no ball call and forgetting to get himself in, and as a result of that, he's given his marching overs. And at that point there, Belgium were in all sorts of trouble, and Martel coming in and getting another wicket as well. They needed something to get them going again, and that, well, how costly a drop was that? Cherry Butt came in, was dropped on 0 there by Fitzgerald.
Yeah, if the Guernsey team end up losing this game, Rico, I suspect you could trace the feet back to that singular moment. Not often you can say that in a T10 game, but Sherry Butt has gone on to score 66 runs off only 24 balls. Could have had him back in the pavilion first delivery. Wasn't the hardest catch that you'll find on Cardimer Oval this week, but in the end he came out and punished the Guernsey bowlers. An absolute display of power hitting, including 8 Maximos throughout his innings. And it also meant that he was going so well that we got to see the brilliance of a batter being retired out.
Yeah, he did. And that's the thing, though. I think you've got to make those calls, the brave calls. If they're not performing, you bring them back. So that's what we saw there. He did go out and hit 1-4. But Ahmadzai, though, he played that shot. That was an absolute beaut, wasn't it, Khalid Ahmadzai? 2 big 6s for him as well. This one just leans into it, crashes it big. So in the end, Belgium, they did have that little spell then there for around about 8 deliveries where they, well, came up a little bit unstuck. I think Martel, and we're going to see that in the bowling figures, bowled really well. The thing was, though, Sherry Butt, even though he got a big lease of life, went on, scored a half century, and got Belgium to the sort of score that they'll feel they should be able to defend.
Yeah, I agree. The Guernsey team probably would have liked to be chasing somewhere around the 120 mark. Belgium's gone a little bit over that, so probably the little bit more confident of the two teams here, but this will still be a very good contest, and we know that top three of Guernsey is very, very strong. And if someone like a Tom Nightingale gets going, Rico, we saw how well he can hit the ball last night. They can chase this down.
Yeah, I think they can do. We're just waiting to see some of those scorecards come up, but we can go through that batting scorecard for you. Ali Raza, we thought he was going to get big runs on the ball, but he fell to that slower ball from Luke Bichard. But after a few failures, it was all about Sherry Butt. 66 of just 24 deliveries. As you said, Rhino, 8 maximos and 3 boundaries on the way there. And the bowling figures, I think it was Bichard. His first one was pretty expensive, but he came back with a very good second, didn't he? But Adam Martell, pick of the bowlers, 2 for 19, really well bowled, which means that we're going to have a very good run chase on our hands when we see Guernsey coming out in about 10 minutes' time, looking to get to a score of 143. Join me, Rico Full, and also the Rhino is in the box as well when we come back in 10 minutes' time to talk you through the second innings. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back, devotees of European cricket. Great to have you with us here at the Carnaby Oval in the gorgeous Andalucía region of Spain. We have a very exciting clash here between Guernsey and Belgium that is precariously placed at the moment. Great recovery from Belgium to score 143 off their 10 overs. And they will try to tame this power-packed Guernsey batting lineup and secure their place as one of the top two finishers in this Group B for finals day tomorrow. Khalid Ahmadi, who's opening the bowling for them. Quite slingy low action. A little bit of swing there into the left-hander. Zach Damaral, who takes up the opening spot for Guernsey. He's joined by Ben Fitchett. Been pretty strong throughout this tournament, the two of them. Both hard hitters. Neither tall men, but good footwork. Very clean swings of the bat. Supercomputer giving Belgium the edge at the moment. As I said, this one very likely to be a tight contest. Outside edge. Goes past the right-hand glove of the keeper. Didn't, in fact, move particularly quickly, but Fitchett's off the mark with the boundary. Guernsey 6 for none. Pretty good ball, actually, from Hamadi. Fitchett can probably claim that it wasn't a genuine outside edge, but thickish, not in complete control. Quick fielding change from the Belgians. We've got one deep fielder down there at long off and another down here in front of our commentary box, a deep third man. Short, wide, and well struck by Fitchett. Ball just didn't get up enough, was still in the hitting zone, and he's good enough to go through the offside. Beat the defensive field set by Belgium. Cut it well in front of cover. It's a beautiful shot. Slow ball, inside edge. Not missing leg stump by that much. There's our boys from Bulgaria. Aren't they enjoying the VIP hospitality? There's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network, joined by my boy, Rico Full.
Well, he doesn't just chew gum then, does Omar Rasul. He's like the old Victorious as well. Why not? Look, after a hard day's work, you should always be able to enjoy a bit of a bevy. And, well, our beer partner, Victoria Cerveza, is on hand to supply that. And it's nice to see the captain there, Chris Lakov, there as well. Maybe discussing a few tactics for their match tomorrow.
Well, they have something to celebrate, don't they, Rico, with that victory over the Croatian side in the last game. They've gotten themselves into finals day, or very likely into finals day tomorrow. Croatia up against Jersey in the final game. We'll have to pull off a minor miracle as Damaral, sweet piece of batting, steps across to off stump and just casually flicks that ball off his pads for a 4 down to fine leg.
Yeah, this is quite an exceptional shot, really. I mean, he goes right across and he's inviting the bowler to go for his stumps. The bowler does, and then he just whips it away for an exceptional stroke. 4 runs at the end of the over. What a good start it is. 15 off the first.
It's a good start, absolutely, but they will have to keep that rate up for the entire innings. chasing a target of 143 off their 10 overs. Does feel that they'll need a strong performance from that top 3 as well, Rico.
This has got a feeling to me a little bit like the very first match of the group that Belgium played. Match number 1, Belgium 144 for 8. Jersey knocked them off with 9 balls to go. So Belgium, they know they've been in this situation before. They know they have to bowl well. Otherwise, Guernsey are more than capable of doing what Jersey did to them.
League second delivery, cut and cut well. Beats the fielder at backward point. That's excellent batting from Fitch. And I tell you what, one of the things that I do like about each of the Jersey and the Guernsey side is that their top batters play shots all around the wicket. They're not sitting on balls to spank to mid-wicket or long on. When it's short and wide outside off stump, they've got the range of shots to punish the bowler.
Yeah, Faisal Khalik there, you can see he's just gesturing a little bit to his captain, saying, okay, look, what about this field? And the captain saying, nah, it's okay. Come on, you know what, you've got to execute here. In comes Khalik again.
Wow, same ball. And it's hit just well enough to overcome the flying Khalid Ahmadzai down there at deep cover. Featured for a moment, might have had his heart in his mouth. Didn't come straight off the meat of the bat. But enough of the wood. That's a Maximo.
Well, Ahmadzai is out there. I mean, my tip to Ahmadzai would be to put the shades over the eyes and take them off the cap, because he's right where the sun is coming down now. So, yeah, and kata payana para apne akkha de upar pala ball for this pungi. Might get a better chance.
Goes wide of off stump again. The ball's high. Fielder coming back. It's going to be a tough catch. Unfortunately, Burhan Niaz stayed pretty well balanced until the point that he was trying to take the grab. Looks like he lost it at the last minute. A little bit of a body rotation, trying to swing himself around. Never really had the hands in position.
Yeah, looked like he'd got that all the way. He had good eye contact on the ball. Looked like he was getting in a good position. But once again, probably did the hard work, I reckon, Rhino, but doesn't nail the catch.
So Khalik, gone for 11 off 3 balls. Has to negotiate the left-hander, Damarel. Damarel, too classy. What a shot, made up his mind. Probably a 1/10 of a second after the ball was bowled, just held his position long enough, and Khalik sends a ball just slightly short of a length, uses the pace. Beautiful batting.
Yeah, great batting. It's showtime at the Cardamom Oval. Well, that's where we are. That landed just short of us. We enjoyed that shot. Well, you can see that Luke Bouchard, he enjoyed it as well. They're up on their feet applauding that lovely shot. A little bit of sexy cricket here at the Cardamom Oval. The Euros of cricket happening here in Andalusia, Spain.
Lee goes for the short ball. He's got absolutely no protection down there, though. Just feels like he's not really bowling to, whether it's a disagreement between he and his captain, but it doesn't feel like there is a cohesive plan here.
Yeah, this is, for me, not good bowling. It really isn't. And Khalik, I don't know really what he's doing. I mean, Faisal Khalik is the man who, of course, you got the only way to put it, he ran himself out as well, didn't he? So he's not having a good day. He went out there, he was batting really well, then ran himself out, wanting a decision on a no ball, which was given, but he had to be in his crease, and he wasn't, and he was run out by Bouchard. Now he's bowling, he's just bowling runs.
Comes around the wicket, changed the angle, and cramps Damarel up a touch, who does try to go for the ramp shot again. Passes straight over the top of his lid, and that's the end of a pretty good second over again for Guernsey. 2 overs down, they are 36 for none.
Yeah, it is a very good over. Let's have a look at the standings. You can see that Guernsey and Belgium, they're fighting it out to see which team will get the second chance and in getting their place booked in the final tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow is Group B finals day, and then there at the bottom you can see that later on in the night fixture, match number 10, Croatia will be taking on Jersey, and only a minor miracle with them getting a win, and a handsome win, could see them topple Bulgaria into 4th spot. So big match coming up tonight as well. But at the moment, all eyes on this one as we are having a bit of a change in the bowling department.
Yeah. Shafiullah Zakal coming on to bowl his left arm orthodox spin. Big call to bring him on within the first 3 overs of the power play. I've noted before, Belgium lacks a little bit of variety in their bowling attacks. Zakal does provide some, but he doesn't have a huge amount of protection, Rico. Fielded down long on for the left-hander. Tries to go for the sweep. Top edge. Not sure that Damerel really needs to go for the reverse sweep at this stage there. They're scoring so comfortably. It's his first ball facing left arm orthodox.
Yeah, I think he's just having a look at where the field is set and he thinks, okay, this is one I could play. He almost plays that into the hands of the fielder. Well, this is not going into the hands of anybody because this is blasted out of here. Boom. Shakalagya manos arriba arbitro porque eso es 6 carreras más.
Yeah, sweetly struck shot. Gives us a chance to say hello to the folks that are hanging around the YouTube chat at the moment. Matthew Hodgson and Julian Dawson in there. Mayo Patel, Abir Hossain. Plenty of folks in there having a good yap about the T10 cricket here at Carnarvon Oval.
Yeah, good conversation. That's what we like on there. And this one is worked away, dragged onto the leg side. The fielder does really well under pressure. Now, that is a difficult place to be at the moment as the sun starts to come down. He deals with this quite well. Well done. And it looks like there's been a slight fuel change as well. As we go from left to right, he'll now come inside the circle and the leg side gets strengthened.
Richard steps across and times that sweetly. He's mollered Zakal over the mid-wicket boundary. And Guernsey travelling at a rate of knots here. They've just brought up the half century. Still 1 ball to go in the 3rd over.
Yeah, Fitchett, beautiful shot. Of course, on his mind is his drop catch of Sherry, but Sherry did go on to put big runs on the board, didn't he? 66, so he's probably thinking, right, at the moment, he's on 27. He's still got a fair way to go.
Cal gone for 14 off his 5 balls so far. 1 to get out of this power play. Oh, well, he gets out of it, but not without a Maximo being laced over the leg side. Sweet, sweet timing from Fitchett. And Guernsey, they take 56 off the first 3.
Oh, what a wallop this is. Absolutely laced. Sweet out of the middle. Look at them. They're up and about. They're enjoying themselves in there, of course. They were in the receiving end of this, weren't they, against Jersey in match number 7, the second match earlier today. Now maybe it's their time to get sweet revenge. Look at that. The last 2 overs have gone magical at the end of the power play. 3 overs in, 56 without loss.
So, Zach Damerel, 22 off 8. Fitchett's probably slightly ahead of him in the blasting stakes at the moment, 33 off 10. And Belgium really need a tight over or 2 just to arrest the momentum created by these Guernsey openers. Looks like Ahmadzai is coming on to bowl his first.
Yeah, Khalid Ahmadzai, after patrolling the boundary, which he did pretty well, I have to say. Now needs to try and come on and get a wicket from somewhere. I mean, they've got him. They could also go to somebody like Adnan Razak. I mean, Razak's worth a try while this run's on the board.
Full ball. Damerel just heaves the front leg out to the leg side. Coming back for 2. Direct hit might have been interesting, but scampers through comfortably in the end.
Yeah, it's good running though, isn't it? As soon as that ball is getting past the fielder, they're backing themselves to get there and back before the throw comes in, and they do.
So the win predictor well in Guernsey's favour at the moment, sitting at 80%. Still a long way to go in this one. Damerel cracks it straight back, and Ahmadzai has worn that.
Well, this was smashed, and for a moment, I didn't know if he was going to get his hands to it. Well, he's obviously already got some issues with that hand, but this was hit so... I'm so glad he got his hands in the way there, Ryan. That could have been so nasty. That really could have been. Thank God for quick reflexes there from the bowler. Ahmadzai. He still may have done a bit of damage. Yeah, I think
Mind you, it's good advertisement for having a big crop of hair, isn't it? Might have saved him if the ball had have escaped through his fingers.
Well, there's the spray. Come on, where's Magic Spray Mary? I mean, that's not good. Got to get Mary on there. Well, so there is one of the first aid crew comes out, but it looks like the 12th man was on there and got some spray in it straight away. It's nice to see he's got a smile on his face, but oh, that one could have been so dangerous.
Yeah, might have ended up with a grizzly in his mouth if he hadn't
Watch
got
how
hands
quick
up.
this is going, Reiner, and look where it was heading for. I'm so glad he got those hands in the way, because this could have been nasty. I don't think you can hit a ball harder than that.
He's a sweet striker. Demirel almost did some demolition job on the head of Ahmadzai, just giving himself a moment to compose. Umpire Shub giving him some sweet words of encouragement, no doubt. Maybe even having a chat about finger positions on the ball.
Yeah, just having a discussion here. Not sure what the discussion is going on here now between Shub Navjot Singh and looks like he's having a little word there with Cherry Butt and the bowler. I wonder if they're just asking the question about what he's got on his bowling hand there. But the thing is, though, he did have that on there when he actually started bowling, so it's not something that he's put on now. Maybe he's been asked to remove it after all that. So it looked like he got away with it for the first couple of balls that he bowled. Anyway, it looks like we're going to go back to the action here. Fortunately, nobody was hurt in that process. It could have been really nasty.
Short ball. Gets up high on the bat, so not quite the same power. Throw comes in, and they won't move through for the second. So in and amongst all this drama, Rico, Ahmadzai has actually bowled a pretty good over so far. Only 4 off the first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, it's just a fuller line, isn't it? If, unless I'm mistaken, and I'm seeing things differently, all he's doing is getting the ball much fuller. He's getting it fuller, he's getting in the right areas. He's targeting the ball full outside the off, and so far the batters haven't really been able to work in way for a boundary.
Demirel loves to move across when he's trying to create run scoring opportunities. Does it on that occasion, but Rico's mentioned it. The excellent length from Ahmadzai, just in that awkward spot, just slightly short of a good length. Kicking up, taking him in the waist. It's good bowling.
It's good bowling. Zach Demirel, though, will still be having a look at that area on the 45. The man is inside the 45 circle. I think he's still looking to get a ball that's going to lob it over in that area. He might even try and do the old scoop shot. There's nobody at third on the boundary.
Heaves it away to the leg side. Just out to mid-wicket and a single, so the tight bowling from Ahmadzai continues. 5 runs. 1 ball to go in the over, so Guernsey sitting still fairly comfortably at 61 for none, but you look at that equation, Rico, 82 from 37, still a long way to go in this contest.
Yeah, still a long way, and there's still plenty of runs that are required, and he'd be willing to finish well here, Ahmadzai.
Good length ball, just drilled straight down the ground by Fitchett, but it's all singles, and that's the conclusion of an excellent over from Ahmadzai. Got his team back into this game, and Guernsey 62 for none, 4 overs gone.
Very good over, and a lot of people watching, maybe some of the youngsters watching. Of course, all we're talking about here is getting the ball pitched up. He's got the ball full, hasn't he? And how would you describe, so somebody new, if you're saying, okay, commentators saying pitching the ball up, how would you describe to them what we're trying to say?
Bowling fuller to the batter's stumps.
Yeah.
Not so full that you're able to almost hit it just on the bounce, but giving it enough space to, particularly for someone like Ahmadzai, who hits the pitch quite hard with his deliveries, so the ball is still getting up to top of stump height. Just an awkward space to try to hit hard from. This is Shah coming on for his first over, sends it wide.
Yeah, another way to describe it, you're absolutely right. You're looking to, say if you're bowling, you're looking to bowl the ball, and on the first bounce, the ball going on to hit the top of the stumps. So you're normally looking to aim around about where that first line is that you can see for the batter there, just before that line, which is the batter's crease.
Well, it's another fullish ball, so Belgium as a bowling unit seem to have reassessed their lengths, and it's working for them at the moment. I think in particular, Rico, against two batters of this stature, I might generously say. Neither of them particularly tall, but generally shorter batters tend to be exceptionally good playing cross-batted shots as Demirel inside edges one onto leg stump. And that's a huge wicket for Belgium. Zars come on and got the breakthrough. Guernsey, 64 for 1.
Unlucky 13 for Demirel. When he plays his shot, he looks at his partner and says, that stayed a bit low, I think. We'll have a chance to look at it again. But I reckon he does play this on. Plays this on. Now, was he beaten by the pace? Was he not expecting this to come through as quick? And I don't know if it does stay low. What do you think, Rhino?
I think it's just that excellent length again. You can see that's only just rising over the top of the stumps, underneath edge. Demirel trying to hit across the line, as he's entitled to do, but there is a risk factor in there when you're bowling that length.
Yeah, I don't think that stays low. I think it's spot on. It's what we're talking about, the line. And if you wanted a good look at that, I mean, we saw some good shots there from side on. I wonder if Spring Production can show us that again. That's what we're talking about, where the ball is pitching. The batter's going back. He's trying to create something. Because they've been starved of boundaries, he's trying to create something, not able to do so. Gets a little bit something on this, mashes it back onto his stumps. They get the breakthrough that they desperately needed, Belgium.
Certainly do. One of the big guns from Guernsey back in the pavilion now. Big wide. Saki Shah, you've just taken a wicket last ball. I know you don't want to throw a gimme onto leg stump for the first one, but make the batter play. Tom Nightingale at the crease. Oh, he's hit him in front. Big appeal, may have been an inside edge. But Shah has got this ball talking, and the Belgian fielders are responding.
Good delivery, and only the bat saves him. There's a bit of bat on this, you know, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Watch this. Oh, he does so well. Great delivery, but bit of bat, and that's why he's not out.
Once again pitched up. Fitchett swinging slightly across the line. Drills it straight down to Sherry Butt, the man who was the leading run scorer for Belgium in the batting innings. And boy, Rico, this is an interesting game of T10 cricket. That one drifts onto the legs, and it's beautifully struck by Tom Nightingale. That is the one place you do not want to feed balls to this young man.
Well, Rhino, I was going to ask you about the light. Of course, it's getting darker. The floodlights are on, and we know one man who performs when it starts to get dark. It is this guy, Tom Nightingale. Night is in his name, Nightingale, and he loves it in the night. And if you stray to him, he's going to put you away. And after, well, what we've seen there, almost about I would say 9 to 10 very good deliveries from Belgium, and as a result of that, no boundaries. One gets straight down the leg side, and straight away Nightingale whips it away, and he gets the boundary. With the ball to go, 73 for 1. 11 have come off the over.
Nightingale rocks on the back foot. Doesn't time it as well as he might have, but carries the boundary by probably a good 5 metres. And Shah, after an excellent over, has been hit for boundaries on consecutive balls. That one probably just a little bit too short, and certainly aimed in at leg stump. And that is a big finish to that over. And Guernsey, 79 for 1. Rico, isn't this one in an interesting position?
Yeah, it is. I just, having a look at the batting there of Tom Nightingale, one thing that I noticed from him is that he bats well inside his crease. Now, I reckon that's why those last 2 deliveries from Shah, they look like they were shorter. But in fact, he's probably bowled the same length that he was maybe to someone like Demirel, who bats outside his crease. And as a result of that, you can see that the new batter is able, Nightingale is able to get onto that really quickly. So he's just got to adjust the line to where the batter is standing.
Yeah, certainly is, I guess, the big difference, though, drifting onto leg stump, which is exactly where Nightingale wants the line, as Fitchett just pushes Ahmadzai, who is being brought on to bowl consecutive overs. An excellent last one from him, so I think it's a good call from the skipper, Ali Raza. Strike while he's hot. Guernsey 80 for 1, so they require 63. Just a tick under 5 overs, so the run rate, it was just a touch over 14 to begin with. They've brought it down to 13. They can't let it get out of control. Full ball. Get to cover. I suspect that they may look at it, but I don't think it will be called no ball. In fact, both umpires seem to be comfortable.
Yeah, I think it was on the way down, and once again that full ball we're going to treat. There was a bit of a change in the field there from Mamazai before that delivery. He pushed the fine leg back on the boundary, brought square leg up, which was an unusual change.
Full ball inside edge. That was a cracking Yorker for Ahmadzai. Almost got right through Fitchett, but gets the inside tickle off his willow, flies to the fine leg boundary. Oh, it's a matter of centimetres, Rico.
Yeah, that's so unlucky for Ahmadzai. You can see as soon as he bowls that and sees that it gets a bit of the bat, he's on his knees, and he can feel the pain of it because he thought he was going to have his man, and that's the wicket that they need at the moment. Ben Fitchett, he's going well in the 40s now, 42 of 16.
Ahmadzai be well advised to keep up this foolish length though. Goes for the Yorker again, and Fitchett plays it well. That was a very good ball from the paceman, Ahmadzai, but just exquisite batting from Fitchett. Look at the way he opens up, creates it as a low full toss, opens up the blade and hits it to cover. That's sensational batsmanship.
That shot of the day for me. That is shot of the day because it's a really good delivery. His Yorker length. He actually goes down the leg side and he creates something out of nothing. Top of draw, that one from Fitchett. He's on 46.
Swings it straight, swings it hard. Will it beat the fielder? It does. Ben Fitchett brings up a half century, and the Guernsey team rise in unison to applaud their opening batter. He's played a cracking knock here, 50 off 18 balls.
Lovely shot, बहुत अच्छा शॉट मारा अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली. शुभ कहना मेरे ना मार शुभ तो छल्ले बह गया. Anyway, what a lovely shot. The umpire was in a bit of trouble there as well. Well, Ahmadzai wasn't getting anywhere near it. He's already taken one.
Ahmadzai goes shorter on this occasion. That's exactly what Fitchett wants, and he's pumped it over the interview platform for a Maximo. I guess Rico feels sorry for him. The previous two balls were both wonderfully executed, and he ended up going for boundaries. That one, he's changed it up, and he's gotten tanked. 99 for 1, 6 overs gone.
Oh, what a knock, what a knock. And, well, I did say, didn't I, that Ben Fitchett was the man that put the catch down when Sherry Butt was on 0. Well, I tell you what, I reckon he's made amends with that already. 99 on the board, 1 wicket down, 6 overs completed.
So, Guernsey, you'd say they've probably taken control with those last 3 deliveries. Still 44 runs required in the last 4 overs. But while these two are there, they have to be feeling fairly confident about their chances.
Now, got Adnan Razak who comes onto bowl here. And right now, I like this guy's bowling. He generally does bowl pretty full. He's maybe a little bit slower than some of the other guys, but he's got that Yorker. He's got the Yorker, which could be what they need. It could be this full bowling. Batters make a mistake and he gets in there.
Well, that's good length, bit of shape away. Nightingale looking to go, probably over, long on. Good bit of late tail away from Razak. Love it when you see bowlers try to swing the ball in T10 cricket, Rico. Bemoan the fact that it's an underutilised skill and weapon in the bowling armoury of the paceman. That's another good ball, but things just seem to be rolling Guernsey's way at the moment. Wide Yorker. It's a good delivery from Razak, just a thin outside edge, but third man fielder, no chance of scooting around and stopping that from rolling to the boundary.
Yeah, I think Belgium maybe thinking they're not quite getting the rub of the green here at the moment. Yeah, we've seen a couple of edges now that have gone to the boundary. The 100 has also come up.
Razak, another good delivery and another one that has gone flying to the boundary. Well, Nightingale is living a charmed existence here. That was a cracking ball but somehow on this occasion he's got a little bit of an inside edge, and then fielder at short fine has just dived over the top of it.
You got to feel for him, haven't you? You got to feel for them. We've seen not just here from Adnan Razik, but also the over before from Ahmedzai. They've bowled some good seeds, but just have got no reward. The ball has found his way to the boundary. Guernsey looking good here now.
Oh, smashed.
Snap.
Smash, snap, whatever adjective. Moosed, hammered, spanked, walloped, cracked, whatever it is. It's gone straight over the umpire's head. Nightingale, less convincing on the previous 2 balls. That one found the middle of the bat.
Wow.
Full toss. Ball's gone high off his bat. It should be caught. I suspect this will be a no ball.
Well, I think they're gonna look at this. Shub straight away was on the walkie-talkie. I think it's going to be there or there about borderline. But I think, in my opinion, bowling at this pace, you call them. Let's have a look.
Yeah, we tend to give the batter the benefit of those in ECN, don't we, Rico? It feels like, particularly given how deep Nightingale was sitting in his crease.
That's a no-y for me. That's a no-y. Have they given that?
I think he is giving him out.
Oh, I'm surprised. I'm gobsmacked with that. I think he's deep inside his crease. You've got to look at where the batter is standing. You've got to look at where the batter is standing in his crease. For me, that's a... Ooh, I've got to say, I'd like to see it again. I mean, obviously, it's been looked at by Charles Croucher and, of course, the third umpire, that's Asad Ali. And they've decided that it's okay. But for me, at that pace, I'm seeing that slightly over. I'm surprised here. I've got to say, I think the batter is going to be very, very unlucky here, Nightingale. Just have a look at this again. See what you think about that. I mean, he's inside his crease. Oh, yeah. That's a tough call, but Nirmal Singh is given the instruction to say he's got to give it out, and he does. So, maybe that could be a lucky break there for Belgium.
Well, see, the Belgian fielders weren't particularly excited when the catch was first taken. But anyway, them's the breaks. To be fair, Nightingale inside edged a bunch of balls for 4 in the last over or at the start of this one. So swings and roundabouts. That's a decent finish to the 7th for Belgium. Getting the key man out for Guernsey, although Fitchett is still there at Guernsey. 7 overs gone, 112 runs on the board.
Yeah, and coming up next is a big match for Croatia. Now look, Croatia, they haven't had a win so far. They did lose to Bulgaria, which means that they're sitting bottom of the standing so far. But a win against Jersey gives them the same points as Bulgaria, but the net run rate is not pretty good either. So they need to win and win well. But hey, they're up against Jersey, who haven't dropped any points so far. They're smashing the ball all over the place. And also, what was surprising for me, they put Jersey into that.
Certainly did. And that has been launched over the top of long on. Suspected that at one stage, Fitchett probably thought he didn't hit it quite as well as he would have liked. Decent bit of bowling from Zakal. Bat turned in his hands, but still manages to clear the boundary. This one will do it with ease. And Guernsey feel like they're rolling pretty towards this total.
Yeah, look, once again, Belgium will feel like they did against Jersey, that they've got pretty good runs on the board, but they haven't bowled particularly well. They haven't executed the lines well. They have allowed Guernsey, the same way that they did with Jersey, match number 1 of the group, to get after the bowling. And they're putting it away at ease at the moment as another one flies into the late evening sky here around the Cardamar Oval. It's raining runs at the moment. It is raining sixes. And just like that, 13 required of 15 deliveries for victory for Guernsey.
I'll tell you what, a few more runs to chase, and Fitchett could be eyeing off 3 figures here. As it is, he'll inevitably fall short, maybe because this will be caught as the ball flies up. Oh my goodness. Buran Niaz, it's the second catch he's put down. That one was far, far easier than the first.
Well, Niaz dropped Fitchett on 19, and now he drops him in his 70s as well. And that, I suppose, sums up the way things have gone, really.
Bit of air drops on Josh Butler. Drags it away to the leg side. It will just be one.
Yeah, there you can see the shoulders are down here from Belgium. They knew what they were playing for here, to try to get the second chance, and now it looks like they're going to have to settle for playing the eliminator tomorrow, as this one has been absolutely cream crackered, sweet out of the middle. That's another one that flies away. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya, and that takes the score to 138 at the end of 8 overs. So 138, which means that only a handful of runs are needed. They can finish this off, couldn't they, with one big hit. Let's see who the bowler is going to be, but what a batting display this is from Guernsey. And Rhino, you have to say, look, they got blown away by Jersey, didn't they, in match number 7, the second match of the day. They had to regroup, they had to come back strong. Boy, have they done that.
This will be a big confidence boost for this Guernsey side, being set a hefty target by Belgium, who have a pretty handy bowling lineup. This will do the world of good for convincing Guernsey that they can be victorious in Group B. That ball's gone high. Fielder coming around, fumbles it, manages to keep it in the field of play. They'll have to scoot back and they will run 2.
That's Zakel this time, who it's not an easy catch, and I suppose when you're feeling down and out anyway, it makes it even harder, but it could have been a highlight for him. The catch goes down, so there's a life there for Josh.
Pretty ordinary display in the field though, to be honest, Rico. Belgium, if they want to challenge Jersey and Guernsey on finals day, they simply have to be better in the field. Full ball, just jammed onto the pads, so no run.
Yeah, that's the difference there. Look, you notice every time since Tom Nightingale's gone, unless it's been Ben Fitchett on strike, the ball hasn't really been rocked it to the boundary. So they just needed to get a cluster of wickets early, didn't they, Belgium, to give themselves a chance. They weren't able to do that, and that's one thing that Jersey were able to do against Guernsey. You've got to get those wickets early.
Nice little change of pace from Amadi. Guernsey only requiring 3 before that ball, so the equation is down to 2 off the last 9 balls. Fairly certain that this will result in a win for Guernsey and a securing of second place. When it comes to finals day tomorrow, they'll have the double chance. Ball just tailing in a touch from Amadi. He hasn't bowled too badly. He's got some weapons. That slingy action probably differentiates him a little bit from the rest of the right arm fast bowling corps of the Belgian group.
Yeah, when you look at his bowling figures at the end, you'll see that these are probably one of the better ones. As he comes in again to Fitchett.
Might have off stump, but Fitchett drags it around. It drags it cleanly. What a way to finish this comprehensive chase from Guernsey. Fitchett has ended up 87 not out off only 26 balls, and they have chased this down for the loss of only 2 wickets, and with still 8 balls remaining. That is a phenomenal chase.
Yeah, it's an outstanding performance from Guernsey. Remember, they had their battle, didn't they, against Jersey, where they were absolutely thrashed. I mean, there's no other way to put it. They got 96, Jersey got there a 101 for 1, so they won by 9 wickets, winning in just 28 deliveries. So they were crushed. So they had to come back, they had to regroup, and boy, haven't they done well. And I think their captain, Matt Stokes, is going to be very happy with the way that they've done things here. And, you know, there was that little blip there for Belgium when they went through a period of about an over and a half when they didn't get too many runs on the board. But once again, I mean, look, maybe 160 wouldn't have been enough here today. You've got one thing I'm seeing here from the Guernsey batters, that you really do need to get the luck to Zach and Ben Fitchett and maybe Tom Nightingale pretty early. If you get those 3 early, then you can try and contain them. But other than that, those 3, they hit the ball so well.
Certainly do. And the worrying thing for the Belgian team and Belgium management is that they've now failed to defend 140 plus against both Jersey and Guernsey. So they're not having problems putting defendable totals on the board, as there is a mighty round of applause from Team Guernsey as their Warriors return back to the pavilion. And it was a stunning batting effort from them, and led by this man, Ben Fitchett, the right-handed opener, played shots all around the ground. He was supported by Zach Demerel, the wicketkeeper, continuing to impress with his belligerent left-handed batting at the top of the order, but Fitchett looked in complete control for the majority of the time today. For a couple of occasions, though, they weren't without chances. Burhan Niaz, he put him down twice, once early, once far later when the game was already secure. But you take one of those early chances, Rico, could have been a very different game.
Yeah, likewise, we were saying the same with the Belgian batting. If they took Sherry Butt early, who of course made a fine 66, he was dropped in 0, and it was Fitchett, the man who dropped him. And tell you what, I'm so glad that the bowler there, Amazon, did get his hands in the way of that one. Well, there was the wicket. It was the one of Zach. So Zach Demerel went for a fine 26 of 13 as well. Just at that point, you saw Belgium get back into the game, but it didn't last long, did it?
No, their bowling lineup just seemingly not bowling to a plan for the most part. Maybe on a slightly different page to the skipper when it came to field placings, but whatever it was, they were only able to control the Guernsey batting lineup for very short periods of time. And that is the difference when you have these teams who have top quality batters playing shots all around the wicket. You cannot simply concentrate on one bowling zone. You have to try to defend the entire ground. And unfortunately for Belgium, their bowling unit just does not seem capable of stopping runs consistently.
Yeah, and what I'm not seeing an out-and-out spinner. I'm not seeing a spinner. You need variations. We've said that all along. In your bowling attack, you need to have those variations. If you don't have them, you're going to get into trouble, and I just don't think they've got a good spinner out there. That makes life a little bit difficult for them. They didn't help themselves with the catches. That one, though, was late on, and by then, it was all but over. There's just another chance to look at this one. That was Shafiqullah Zakir not able to get hold of one. And then they finish it with a big one, a big 6 that ends it all. And what a lovely moment that is. And Fitchett, well, he had the point to prove when he dropped Cherry on 66. Well, now, well, he finishes 87. That means he's plus 21 on the night.
Oh, well batted by Ben Fitchett. Looked very good for the majority of that innings, being one of the most impressive players in this group. Tell you who else has been impressive, Rico. Jersey, currently undefeated, and that is certainly, as far as the win predictor is concerned, fairly likely to continue against Croatia. But this Croatian group, they are nothing if not a fighting group of cricketers, and they were putting it all on the line later tonight to try to take their first victory of the European Cricket Championship and potentially leapfrog Bulgaria for that final place on finals day.
Yeah, they're going to have to win, and win in style as we have a look at that batting scorecard. Zach Demerel once again in the runs. Always gets starts, doesn't he? But Ben Fitchett, what a knock. And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the way he's hitting the ball at the moment, I mean, he just looks so staggeringly good. And Tom Nightingale, I think he was a little bit unlucky, you know. He was given out a ball I thought was a little bit high. It went in the favour of Belgium, but even with that little bit of luck going against them, they were still able to get an emphatic victory, winning with 7 balls to go.
Yeah, you look at those economy rates, Rico, the lowest of them 13 runs per over, which is not a great sight. They're really lacking someone who can consistently take wickets at the top of the order and also tie the batters down. Khalid Ahmadi didn't bowl a bad pair of overs, but still went for 24 off 1.5. And Zakel, they tried to bring the spinner on, the left arm orthodox. He was obliterated for 46 off his 2 overs. The wickets to Shah and Razak. But all in all, a very comprehensive win for Guernsey, and one that will give them an immense amount of confidence going into finals day tomorrow, where they will play Jersey in the first qualifier. And as it stands at the moment, Belgium very likely to play Bulgaria in the eliminator first up in the morning. So there's your match summary. Belgium putting a pretty healthy 142 on the board for the loss of 5 wickets, led by Sherry Butt with his 66 not out off 24. But Guernsey too good in the end. Ben Fitchett, innings of class and power at the top, 87 off 26. And he was well supported by both Nightingale and Demerel. Not too much to be happy about with the Belgian bowlers. They chased that target down for the loss of only 2 wickets and in 8.5 overs. So there you have it. Guernsey, second place in Group B. We still have one match tonight, though. It is the clash between Croatia and Jersey. It'll be match 10 in Group B. And the final game on this Friday at European Cricket Championship 2023. It is Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network. joined by Rico for we will be back in approximately 22 minutes for the start of that Croatia game against Jersey. Please do come and join us then.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the middle of the Cardamom Oval as we get ready for the final match of the group stages for Group B. Match number 10 on the way, and really we're looking at two teams at two ends of the spectrum. Jersey are taking on Croatia. Jersey are undefeated. They've won all their 3 matches so far, whereas Croatia are yet to get a win. And Croatia know one thing, that really they could be playing more or less for nothing here. Only an impossible win against Jersey could possibly see them leapfrog Bulgaria into the 4th position, which will mean that we will see them again here tomorrow. It's going to be a tricky one for them. Let's join the captains in the middle to start off with, as Charles Croucher awaits to do the coin toss.
Cool. Good luck for the game.
Thanks a lot. Cheers. Thank you.
Cool. Croatia to call.
Dream11.
Dream11's the call.
Will ball first. Ball first.
So Jared Newton winning the toss and saying he's going to have a field first. I'm a little bit surprised really, because Jersey, they've got some really strong players, so they could put a big score on the board. Asa Tribe has been fantastic. I think Charlie Brennan, what a young sensation he is, 17-year-old, scoring lots of runs. Zach Tribe could be in the runs as well. You've also got Patrick Gooch there as well. With the ball, I think Perchard is going to be key. He's got the Yorkers game. He's swinging the ball around as well. But Theo Pullman, watch out for this young man, 16 years old, he's incredible. I think for Croatia, a lot depends on Gerard, and also somebody like Amin Mahesh could put a good effort in as well. But it's going to be a tricky match for Croatia. I'm expecting Jersey to put on big runs on the board. Over to Rhino for the start of this match.
Rico Full, thank you very much for a detailed and comprehensive analysis of this game between Jersey and Croatia. It is currently first versus last on the table, but the Croatians will be desperate to try to pick up their first win in ECC 2023. And they get to once again set foot on this gorgeous Cardamom Oval. They've had some nice moments throughout the tournament. Jared Newton's played pretty well. Mashwari showing some good glimpses. Unfortunately, they probably lacked a little bit of the depth and lacked a bit of the power hitting of some of the other teams in this particular group, and it is going to be a big task for them to try to take down the as yet undefeated Jersey. Expected score there for Jersey 118. If I was betting man, which certainly not. Suspect that probably may be a little bit under the expected total, though I also expect that they may try to give an opportunity or two to batters who haven't had much time in the middle during the course of the tournament so far, just to make sure that they've got everyone fit and firing for finals day tomorrow, when up against a good bowling attack. There's always the possibility that your top guns may get taken down. So Jack Kemp is about to face the first ball. Josh Lawrenson, very highly regarded player. He will be at the non-strikers end to start with. Jared Newton, first delivery. That one drops short and on the hip, and is pulled away to the mid-wicket boundary. So Jersey get things underway with a boundary 4. Nice start from Jack Kemp. Jared Newton, much sitting on his shoulders. Skipper, the opening bowler. Big left-handed seamer. Yeah, it's a good call from his support crew. It's a good comeback. That's a wicket keeper. Peter Bojnak giving ample encouragement to Newton as he picks up a dot ball. Excited to see what Lawrenson does here as well. Haven't seen the best of him in the tournament as yet, as ball off speed. Newton, another dot ball. Kemp just gingerly plays it away on the leg side. Absolutely wonderful conditions for cricket here. Just past sunset. And it's the red sky and the mountains in the distance. That's hit him in front. And the umpire's finger goes up. What a start for Croatia. Jack Kemp swinging across the line. The ball cannons into his pads. And the left arm of Newton couldn't get off to a much better start, Croatia. Jersey 4 for 1, 4 balls in. Pitched on middle and leg, going straight on to rattle the stumps. Easy decision in the end for the umpire. Plucky outfit, the Croatians. Certainly had some moments of gold in this tournament so far, and another man who produces moments of gold almost every over. It's wonderful to bring Rico Full into the microphone.
Well, what a lovely moment that is. Yeah, thank you very much, Rhino. A wicket straight away, so Camp has to go. And I was saying this in the last match, actually, when Croatia were taking on Bulgaria, when Newton didn't open the bowling, and I was really surprised. He bowled really far too late. And I said at the time, your best bowlers have to bowl first. You've got to take out the top orders as quick as you can and apply the pressure. And that's exactly what Jared Newton is trying to do here. As the new batter comes out, it's going to be James Smith. A nice looking shot, good stop there. I mean, it's partially stopped, got to chase after it, but I'm liking the commitment. And, well, even though he slides in, that's Vedranzenko, does everything, doesn't he? Gets the hand onto it, but it still ricochets off him. That's timed so well that even off Zenko, it goes to the boundary.
Yeah, great commitment from Zenko. Just couldn't get a clean hand on the ball. Bad delivery, the low full toss, but Smith played it well.
Played away to the third man area. I'll take this single. It gives me an opportunity to say hi to people on the chat. Looking forward to this contest in the night. To Chris Smith, Ramesh Sasthisan, Matthew Hodgson and Julian Dawson. That is the end of the over and 9 on the board. But they've got that one wicket, 9 for 1 at the end of 1.
It's a good start from Newton in that first over. Slowly making our way through the European Cricket Championship here. The second day of Group B. Finals day coming up tomorrow on Saturday the 30th of September. Then turn our minds after the day off to Group C, Monday the 2nd of October. Some big guns arriving in Malaga.
Mashwari, another left-armed bowl, but starts a little short. And oh, well, talk about short. I think the wicketkeeper, Peter Bojnak, is maybe a little bit short as well. If he's a bit taller, he maybe could have got to this one. And needed a bit of zippity spring in his step as well. And this is a chance, really. And just not able to get up in the air, is he?
Needs to show the sort of leap that a Croatian goalkeeper might in the football. They've been able to snaffle that one. Not a bad short ball from Mashwari.
Mashwari, big man, he will get the ball to pop up, but that's the wrong area for him. I want to give a shout out. Let's give him a shout out. Shout out to my Sonia as well. That's tuning in from Colindale in the UK with a granddad, Babu Dada. Hello to you as well, Harry. Hope you're enjoying the cricket, and everyone else that's watching in the UK as well. Watching via Viaplay in the United Kingdom and in Ireland. Lovely to have you all with us.
What a treat for the family to hear the dulcet tones of Rico Full emanating out of the airwaves, whether in the UK or elsewhere, the rest of the world. It's a treat for our viewers as well.
Mashwari trying to change the percentage odds at the moment, isn't he? That's nicely played, and he's going to get value for money for that shot. There's going to be 4 runs. That was like out of the textbook, isn't it, from Lawrenson? Hey, one thing that really has impressed me about Jersey, you know, when you look at that camp sometimes, you think there's a school team here that that's watching. It could be part of the cricket school, couldn't they? Look at them, all young faces, but all very talented players.
Well, it looks like almost a casting call for the original Harry Potter film. They play some good cricket.
And well, nicely played, very good running, good backing up, good understanding between the two batters as well. Yeah, I want to say a big welcome to everybody that's tuning in around the world. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the European Cricket Championships. It's the Euros of cricket happening here in Spain, in Andalusia. And this is the night fixture. The floodlights are on. All of the natural light is burning away, getting, well, going to sleep behind the Sierra de Cártama, the mountains that surround this beautiful Cártama Oval. As we see, the two youngsters take another single there as well. Opportunity, I think, for Jersey just to change it up slightly, and it looks like they're taking it.
Certainly are. It's interesting to see how Josh Lawrenson goes here. He's very, very well regarded batter within the Jersey setup. Feels like his game, certainly at the moment, is more well rounded towards the longer forms. Hits that one high into the night sky. Oh, clear long on. Clear it quite comfortably. Nod of approval from his teammates. Lovely shot.
Yeah, when he first hits this, I wonder if Lawrenson is saying the same thing himself. I didn't think it was going to go all the way. He hits this, and I thought it was going to be one of those that goes high, but not the distance. But, wow, he's got a pretty good technique, the young man. He goes back, and then he leans into it, gets the weight into the shot, and now he plays this one out onto the offside. It does get stopped there. And nicely done by a man who looks like he's ready for action, doesn't he? And that is Damir Sivalic. Nice stop. End of the over as well. So 2 overs now complete. And Jersey, despite losing that early wicket, they're 25 for 1 after 2.
Quick look at the standings for Group B. Jersey comfortably at the top of the table, but Guernsey solidifying second place with their victory over Belgium. That last game, Rico, it's been a couple of big contests today, haven't there? Croatia against Bulgaria, and the Bulgarians coming out on top and putting themselves in pole position to reach finals day as Lawrenson just pokes that away to wide of third man. They'll take the single.
Yeah, throw comes in. I must admit, I mean, being up here this time of night, Ryan, I just absolutely love it. It looks absolutely brilliant. And I love the shot that we get from the zone, from the drone as well, when we're looking down at the oval, surrounded by darkness and lit up beautifully. It's a nice looking shot. They'll take the single here as well. What these two are looking to do, they may not be getting every ball to the boundary, but they're making sure they're getting bat on ball and take the single.
It's a tidy opening bowling attack from Croatia, though. The pair of left armers, neither of them express pace, but both tall men, so they get some bounce off this artificial surface here at Cártama Oval.
Play it up in the air, should be out, and it gets dropped. Can't believe it. Look, it's not easy this time of night. It takes some adjusting. And, well, Zidran Zenko drops the second catch, I think, in the day. And this one is probably the most straightforward of them all. You would think it's straight down his throat, but he finds a way to put it down.
Almost got a little bit too careful with that one. I think Zenko will be disappointed, but Newton continues.
It's a really nice looking shot, but does the work himself. Hey, listen, Newton, I'm liking him as the captain, Jared Newton. I reckon we should try and have a word with him. What do you reckon? You up for it?
Oh, I'd love it, Rico.
I reckon
player Mike's been so good.
Yeah, I reckon we need to get the player Mike out there at night time. You know what Jared is saying is this one's up in the air and it will go all the way, I think. Es malos arriba from the árbitro, 6 carreras. Jared Newton is probably going to say, hey guys, if you told me before, I would have held on and bowled when you come on, because then I would have had some of the luck that you've been giving the other guys that are going on the mark and at a bowl.
Oh, possibly. We might give him an over or two to recover from the dropped catch, given that he's been hit a couple of times since then. Big number 43 for the Croatian national team. A good spell. He's gone for 18 with the 1 wicket, 1 ball to go. His 2 overs.
Oh, well, it's almost like he bowls it twice and the batter nearly plays it twice as well. How about this? Well, I tell you what, he's thinking, you're only a young lad, I don't care, I'm still going to have a go at it. Look, he picks it up and he throws it in. He said, all right, I'll try and flick this away. How about that? What would he have done if that flicked away for 4 runs? That'd have been quite interesting. Would they have given him the runs or not? I wonder. Anyway, we will never know. It is the end of the over. It's 34 for 1 after 3.
Well, he certainly woke young James Smith up by hurling it back at his pads. Jersey moving along at a comfortable run rate. Both Newton's overs going for 9. Marshwari a little bit more expensive in between.
That gets set, does Josh Lawrence. And after being dropped, and he's lucky still to be there. Meshwari will probably be banging it in. He likes to drop the ball in short, doesn't he? Okay, this has gone high up in the air. Wicketkeeper getting underneath it, Boschnik, and he takes a very good catch. Well done. So not really able to add any more to the 1 run he was able to get when he was dropped by Zanko. Lawrenson will go, and Meshwari picks up the wicket. That's a really good catch, from Peter Boschnik, because when that ball goes high up in the air like that in the night sky, when it comes down into the lights. He does really well, and you can see here Croatia, they're up and about. It's a good start from them.
Indeed it is. Lawrenson trying to heave it over to the leg side. Loses control, big top edge, and Bojnak. Seen plenty of wicket keepers struggle with those balls that have gone straight up, particularly in the nighttime game, but he proves that he's got a very, very clean pair of hands. Takes a good catch. Lawrenson back to the pavilion. 2nd wicket down for Jersey, 34 runs on the board. And that brings out the skipper, Shuggy Pershad, to try to, wouldn't say rescue this innings, but not quite the flying start that we have become accustomed to from Jersey. Still 1 or 2 or maybe 3 or 4 guns left in the pavilion.
So pretty high, and this is a chance. I don't think this is a no, it's a slower delivery. This is another, I've got to say, this is another really, you would think, simple catch. And Perchard, the captain, gets a life. He gets dropped on 0, dropped on a golden.
It wasn't a prototype wicket-taking ball, but nonetheless, as you say, Rico, didn't get the no ball call as Mashwari drags it down the leg side. Feels like that's his Achilles heel as a bowler. Does have a tendency to just not lose his action, but just lose his body moving to the leg side a touch and drag the ball down there. But boy, oh boy, that had been 3rd wicket down. Could have been calling it for an early upset.
Meshwari short and slow though, I think. He gets done with that slower delivery one more time. Perchard doesn't pick it at all. Look, they are changing things up here for sure. Remember, in that lineup, batters that have been absolutely awesome. Asa Tribe, Zach Tribe, you've still got Charlie Brennan there as well. So they're just holding back with some of the bigger batters. I don't mind this at all, because I think what Perchard is probably thinking here, look, we might get into a situation where us guys, as in the guys that have been up there at the moment, are going to have to perform, and he wants them to have a go. So they are getting a go, and thinking about coming back for 2 here, and he will get there.
Good fielding there from Alan Magdalenic. Had to scoot around quickly from his 3rd man position. He's quite wide there at 3rd man. Top edge, they can often fly with the spin down to the boundary, but does well.
Well, holds his head once more as they get closer, maybe to picking up another wicket.
Bowls some wicket-taking balls, Marshwari, doesn't he? Touch inconsistent, but when he gets it right, it's a handful.
Swing and a miss. This time was from Smith. Full. And this full toss has been hit hard. And again, a really good stop. But this time it has been called no ball, I think. That's a fair call. This one was a quicker delivery, it wasn't a slow one. And it is too high. We'll see this here. Yeah, that's a good call. So no ball called. It will be a free hit, but still good fielding there in the deep.
Exceptionally good fielding.
And that's our man. And watch out for seeing him with the bat as well. Nicely done there by Lambasa. Goes for it. It's high up in the air. It is a free hit. The catch has been taken. It won't be out. And they might now think about taking 2. They settle for just the 1. It's, well, quite a strange over, that one from Ashwari. It does come to an end. And with 4 overs completed in this first innings, Jersey are 41 for 2.
Good start from the Croatians. Jersey sitting at just over 10 runs per over. 2 wickets down, so they've managed to keep them in a reasonable position today. Looks like Jai Thakur coming on to take up the attack for this 5th over. A couple of wickets here and the Croatians will be right in the ball game.
He waits for this and he hits it pretty well, and oh, it's going to be 6 runs. That's going to be 6 runs, you know, because he touches the rope. Now, what you'll be checking is whether the ball is actually in his hands or not when he's touching this rope. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can slow this down and see the footwork. So at this point, let's see here. Yep, that's going to be 6. That's 6 runs for me. There you go. Manos. Arriba, 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 Pitro. Eso es 6 carreras. And this could be another. That is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Balle, Guinness, ora. Shaka, luck, yeah, well, Charles Purchard, the captain. Well, now he's got his eyes adjusted to the darkness. He's finding his rhythm and hitting the ball big.
Almost deja vu. He just executed a little bit better on that second strike. Carried the boundary by a healthy 10 metres. Nice shot from Pershard. He races along to 14 off 5. Jersey have reached the half ton. 53 for 2. 2 balls into this 5th over. The Kerr. 2 Maximos to start his spell.
And now he delivers a full toss, and this one could be gained the distance as well. It will. So 3 deliveries, 3 Maximos. Well, we're watching it Caribbean style here. It's Calypso style. Well, if you're watching via Sportsmax in the Caribbean, well, you'll be thinking, yeah, this is more like the sort of cricket we like to watch. No hay dos sin tres. It's shaka time here as the fireworks have started in the night time here above the Karama Oval. Will he go again? Oh yeah, baby, he will. What a biggie. Kinna sona shaka lagya. Well, are we going to see something sensational here? Because I can tell you that the first 4 balls here from Jai Thakur have gone 6, 6, 6, 6. Ayu la la la.
Well, that one came pretty cleanly off the Chuggy Pershard bat. Lovely shot. It's an unconvincing Maximo first ball of this over, but the next 3, they've been sweetly struck. And they wanted to find some form with the bat for the skipper, and then they've managed to do it.
Well, that's a good look there, because it looks like we may be getting ready to mic up Gerard Newton, that is. So we'll be hoping to be able to chat with him, but at the moment he's going to be a bit concerned. Are we going to see 5 in 5? Oh, he hits it pretty well. It was there for the hitting, but Perchard, man, is there, the captain, to make the stop. And oh, well, there's overthrow, so they're going to get 2 runs here. That's sloppy. So it means that Perchard will go back on strike. So the over was 4 sixes and a 2. A ball to go in it. It's gone magical already. Will it go supersonic?
Yeah, I'm not sure the skipper will be too pleased with himself on that occasion. Getting Pershard back onto strike probably wasn't part of the Kerr's bowling plan. Final ball of the over.
It's a good one. Well, Perchard would just thinking one thing, wasn't he? He wanted to hit another big 6. He's not going to be able to do that. It is the end of 5 overs, and at the end of 5, it's 67 for 2. They get the acceleration in. Welcome to our house when it's the night time, but we're loving it.
We absolutely don't we come alive under lights as well. We had pillow talk with Rico and Rhino last night, and I think we're lucky enough to have one of the players mic'd up out there at the moment, Jared Newton. Jared, thank you very much for joining us on the player mic. 5 overs in, Jersey sitting at 67 for 2. You happy with how the team has played so far?
I think the start's been good. The last over, obviously they got ahead like we want. So hopefully,
Hello, Gerard. Rico, talking to you now.
Yes,
First
Rico.
of all, I mean, maybe after this ball, I have a question for you. I know you want to stay focused. And Gerard, the man we're talking to, we'll have to do a bit of fielding. There he is. That's the man on the mic. Gerard, Gerard, very quickly, what does it mean to you as the captain and all of these players from Croatia to be here on the Field of Dreams? I mean, their dreams certainly coming true playing here in Spain.
I mean, it's a massive privilege to be here. And these facilities, I don't think it can get better. Really, anywhere you go. So just to be on the field, enjoy the T10 games. That's what we like. We just want to, especially in this game, we're trying to compete a bit more than we have. So very exciting. I feel very privileged to be here.
Just having a little bit of difficulty sometimes there with Gerard, but yeah, Gerard just staying there. I heard him pretty clearly. Don't know if you folks did, but he said he's just loving the fact that they're here. Well, I tell you what, he won't be loving this one because that is cream cracker. That is a biggie from Smith. James Smith launches this one into the night sky. But yeah, it must be a magical moment, of course, for the boys.
So Jared, if you're still there while we send a search party out to find the grizzly ball, tell us a little bit about your journey. You're from South Africa originally. How did you end up in Zagreb, eventually playing for the national team?
My mom's from Croatia, so obviously growing up in South Africa, you grow up playing cricket as part of the culture. Then being from Croatian heritage, you want to try and take the game over there and help the team do well. So being from Croatian heritage, from a very young age, the two sort of met and then ended up playing for Croatia. For
no, it's always interesting to hear a player's journey. Well, we'll leave you for the moment, Jared. The audio's not coming through as clearly as it might because of the wind this evening, but we'll see if we can rectify that in the next couple of overs, and we'll just go back to Cvilicic trying to finish this 6. That one has been blasted into the cardamom night sky. Send a search party with flashlights because that thing has traveled a lengthy journey, and Jersey in the last couple of overs have skated away. They are 83 for 2.
Yeah, watch out Marbella, because yes, some grizzly action coming your way. That was absolutely pumped. 83 for 2 at the end of the 6th over. Huge shot. And they needed that, really. I mean, look, they have changed their batting order up. We do know that. We haven't seen the likes of Asa out there or Charlie Brennan. That have been absolutely outstanding. And there's no Guj in the team as well. He's been rested. But they've got plenty of good batters. But this is an opportunity for Jersey to get the likes of James Smith and the captain himself, Pritchard, to have a knock. And they're enjoying themselves at the moment, aren't they?
Absolutely. But also a big thanks to Jared Newton for joining us on the player mic. Unfortunately, the sound wasn't quite what we were hoping for. Magdalenic comes now onto bowl, and it's just flicked straight down the ground. Will be a single as Big Maheshwari comes around. But interesting hearing from Jared that his mother is Croatian, and so as much as he was born and raised in South Africa, he made his way to Croatia eventually. Not an uncommon story of particularly people from South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, England, following some form of family heritage to one of the continental European countries.
It's high up in the air. It could be a wicket. It should be a wicket. And there will be a wicket. He holds on to it. Well, fantastic. Well, veteran Zanko, he has been in the wars today, hasn't he? Well, that one also did pop out. Well, look at him. He's saying, oh, leave it alone, leave it alone. He's shaking his head. Come on, give us a smile, Zanko. You held on to it. Good reaction. Second. Look, he's still saying, no, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I dropped one earlier. I dropped one in this one as well. Well, he holds on to this one. Watch this. It's out. And then look at that. Sharp reactions to hold on to it. Well done, sir.
Oh, give veteran Sanko the HCL play of the day. Catching on the second grab, the delivery coming out of the hands of Magdalenic. And they combined to send James Smith packing. Pretty good innings from him, though. Good to see him getting an opportunity with the bat. First innings of substance throughout the tournament, 32 off 17.
Yeah, well done also to Magdalenic. He picks up a wicket. I believe that's his first, so an international wicket for Magdalenic. Well done indeed. And I think that Alan is going to be very happy. Look at his bowling fingers at the moment, 1 for 1. Now this is where it can get interesting, as maybe some of the recognised batters coming in. This is Julius. We saw him earlier, and he's not going to get a good delivery. That's they're going to take on the keeper, and Peter does make the stop, gets the throw in. But that's very good running there as Pachard gets himself on strike.
Got a good arm, Bojnak. Ball came in at a rate of knots. Probably wasn't far away from having Pershard in trouble.
Oh, well, it leans into this. That's another one that's going to disappear. As one for the ball retrievers to try and find. He's onto it so quickly. It's too short, really. And he says it does come back into him a little bit, but he's ready and waiting. And he just helps this along the way. Goes into the road and down to the other side of the ground. 6 more runs. Easy pickings, that one.
You're right, Rico. I mean, it may have been too short, but Magdalenic is getting a nice little bit of in-swing on these deliveries. You can just put it on a fuller, more penetrative length. It'll bring about a couple of opportunities for this Croatian team.
Better delivery. This one just played into the deck by Burchard. Will just be a single, so Julius will come back on strike. Not a bad over at all at the moment. 1 for 10 with 2 balls to go.
Much better length from him. If he can repeat that, these final 2 balls, may be able to add to that wickets column. Sumaroa on strike. Short ball, pops over the top.
It's going to be another dot ball, so good bowling here. And I'm liking the way that he's not been deterred at all by the batters trying to pound him.
Canny operator in the middle overs here, Rico. Just a little bit of change of pace, a little bit of in-swing.
A nice looking shot. Work to be done out there by Gerard again. Gerard and Mashwari patrolling the 2 straight boundaries. It will just be a single. So a very good over there as Magdalenic does take a wicket and only goes with just 11 runs. It is the end of the 7th over and the score in the 90s now. So 94 for 3 at the end of 7.
Gives us an opportunity to look at what is coming up on finals day tomorrow. So day 3 of 3 for Group B. We'll start off with the eliminator, depending on what happens in this game. That'll be Belgium versus either one of Bulgaria or Croatia, and then that qualifier, the opportunity to move straight into the finals as a catch dropped. Oh, put down by Naseem Khan. Fine leg position. It was flicked hard by Sumaroa. But we've got to take those catches against top-class opposition.
Yeah, it's straight in and straight out. He never really got his body in a good position, unfortunately. So Sivilic is going to be disappointed. That's a good delivery. Just gets a bit of the bat, doesn't he? Otherwise, that one also would have had Perchard in a bit of trouble. Look, there's a lot of people. Come on, admit it, folks. A lot of people that were expecting Jersey to probably already be around about the 130, 140 mark here tonight. But they're struggling to get to the 100 at the moment.
Yeah, they've bowled well. It was a lovely delivery from Svilicic. The left armour coming around the wicket.
Well, this one was a little bit too short, and he's better off when he's full. When it's short, the batters get hold of it, and Julius finds his form, hits his first boundary, and it's going to be six runs. Nice hit.
Yeah, lovely strike. Svilicic just getting a little bit short of a length, and at the pace that he's bowling against top quality batters, they will feast on that. Jersey bring up 3 figures, 102, loss of only 3 wickets, so they still have plenty of men back in the pavilion. Lovely ball, hit the pad, in front, big appeal, and he's gone, he's been gunned.
He
What a
doesn't even
wicket.
know it. He doesn't even know it. And he'll find out afterwards because he's chasing after the delivery. What a good delivery this was. Now, you'd be umming and ahhing. Is it going to hit? Is it going down leg? The way I see it, this is hitting leg stick. And I think that's out. And the umpire sees it the same way as me. Look at the smiles on the face of Rambo there. What a ball this is. That is out for me. And look, he's so committed. Once he thinks he's not given, he's still trying to be in the action. He sees he's not given. He tries to run him out. He still doesn't know the umpire's put the finger up. He's still chasing it. Then he turns around and says, what? I've got a wicket? Yeah. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah.
Damir Svilicic, excellent bowling. What an absolute seed from the left arm paceman. Pins Sumaroa back on his stumps. And very, very justifiably, the umpire's finger goes up. That's a big wicket for the Croatian team. Jersey, 4 down. Rico, do we have the sniff of an upset here?
Well, you know what? Anything is possible on the big stage here at the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championships. Croatia without a win in the first 3 matches. Can they finish with a win? And, well, more importantly, if they get that win, can they improve their net run rate to such a degree that they pip the likes of Bulgaria into 4th spot?
I'll tell you what, the Bulgarians, they're over there in the hospitality area, possibly chewing their fingernails as the left-hander, Svilicic, drifts onto the pads of Brennan. Times it nicely, he's a quality bat.
Yeah, well, now you're talking about the real cream of the batting coming out there for Jersey. Charlie Brennan has been in fantastic form, and you can't be bowling him a gentle full toss on the legs, can you? Because he's going to pelt it away. And remember, he made 41 of 18 in a player match performance, chasing the 97 required against Guernsey earlier. This one's in the air. It will bounce once, and it's well fielded by our man out there. Look, what a competitor he is as well. That's our man Nicola. Remember, took a nasty knock yesterday where for a moment he was, he got a severe concussion. He was actually out for a while. Fortunately, he came back and no damage was done. That is the end of the over, and well, the story so far is that Croatia, they're certainly making Jersey work here. Jersey, they've gone past 100 mark. 8 overs complete, 107 for 4.
That was an excellent over from Svilicic. It wasn't a fluke that picking up the wicket of Sumaroa.
Svilicic or Rambo? I like Rambo.
Oh, Rambo.
Yeah, I think
tell you what, I just wish I had his hair, to be honest. Glorious set of long locks. Sam Khan.
Just the one, just
the one. Hit, but again, well fielded. They've framed themselves around. In comes the throw. It'll be tight. The direct hit might have had him. And I think that might have been Zanko in the action once more, you know.
Can't keep him out of the action, to be honest. Gee, this has been a gutsy effort from the Croatians, Rico. They've had a tough initiation to this T10 tournament. They're giving it a red-hot go here.
Yeah, they are. And look, you know, the line is good as well here. All right, occasionally it's been too short. There's been the full toss, but this is a good line. So a nice start here from Naseem Khan.
Certainly has been. Tell you what, I'd love to see another over from Alan Magdalenic. Bowled very, very good one.
Yeah, loving this fight here from Croatia. You know, they knew, you know, the likes of themselves and Bulgaria, they knew they were going to be up against it, against Guernsey, Jersey and Belgium. But they fought hard, they've entertained, and they've learnt with each match. And I'm really liking this spirited performance. This one's just a little bit over pitch and he's hit hard straight down the ground. That is a cracking shot from the captain, Pritchard. He certainly has found his form. He found it difficult, Charles, didn't he, when he first went out there? But now, look, he sees that well. He hits it beautifully straight out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai, 6 runs.
Unfortunately for Naseem Khan, straight in the chuggy slot. And it's dispatched back over his head. Lovely shot from Pritchard, who's on the cusp of a half century. Only taken 15 balls to rack up 44. Still 9 balls to go in this innings.
Played away beautifully. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 more. And this time, it's a shorter delivery from Khan, but he gives enough width, doesn't he, for Charles Pritchard to rock back and hit this over the fielders on the offside. So quality batting from him. And as we've seen so often from this Jersey side, playing shots all round the wicket.
He's an extremely experienced international cricketer, Pritchard, showing all of his skills with the ball throughout this tournament. He's got plenty with the bat as well. It's going to take a good catch. He's got it! What the HCL play of the day, surely. Jay Thakur running back, the ball coming over his shoulder. Rico full. What a grab.
What a catch this is. This is sensational. You're right. Is this the HCL play of the day? I think it is. You know, that is an outstanding catch. You think it's going over him. And to take that catch in the night as well. Look at this. Wow, this is quite incredible. How does he catch this? Sensational catch. And he just turns around and says, what are you talking about? I had it all the time. I had it all the way. Well, they can't quite believe it. I think that shocked a lot of people.
Ice in his veins, and he denies Chuggy the half-ton, 48 off 17. Good batting performance from him. He's found some form in advance of finals day. But this Croatian team continue to bring some of the brightest highlights in this Group B. I guess the downside for them is that, well, Pritchard's made his way back to the pavilion. They're getting the first of the 2 tribes in the form of Zach coming to the crease. This is quite a challenge for Naseem Khan. Yes, the upside for Khan, he's only got 1 ball to try to survive.
Plays it pretty well. Will they go for 2 here? Well, they won't have to run anymore because it should be fielded, but it's not. That's disappointment, really, for a man who's entertained us a lot of the times. That's Nikola Devodrich. He could have get the stop on here, and it's going to be 4 at the end of the over. So with 9 overs complete, Jersey 124 for 5.
Yep, that bit of footwork from Davidovic, probably more appropriate out on the football field from the likes of Luka Modric than on this Carter Oval playing cricket. But nonetheless, they've thrown themselves around with gusto. The Croatians, they've done themselves proud. 6 balls left to go. Charlie Brennan and Zach Tribe out there, so 2 of the absolute guns. This Jersey batting lineup. And Magdalenic has been thrown the ball for this final over. What a test for this young man.
Yeah, huge test. Can see this one going big, you know. Rhino can see this one going big. And it's a no ball call straight away. And so they do get 1 for the no ball, and it's going to be 1 that goes on to the name of Charlie Brennan. It's going to get 1 on his name, so not the best of deliveries to start.
Managed to keep Brennan largely in check here, though, considering some of the fireworks that have come off his bat earlier in the day. Zach Tribe with the free hit.
Brennan, by the way, is this one. I don't think something there just disrupted Asa. 17 years old.
Is he really?
Yes, 17 years old. And I think the youngsters that they've got on their side has been quite amazing. So really, cricket in Jersey isn't the future looking bright. This could be a chance. Doesn't quite carry though. It's a great effort. Doesn't quite carry, but remember, it was a free hit anyway, but still he smothers it. Now make sure it doesn't get past him. That's Amir Sivilic. Nice work from him. Oh man, Rambo. Look at that, he's in the action, isn't he?
absolute competitor. Nice ball, though, from Magdalenic. Just getting that little bit of late movement. Gets the ball to drop on a spot. Bowling well. Oh, lovely delivery. Angled in, tails away from Brennan. Haven't been too many bowlers that have flummoxed Charlie Brennan in this tournament, but Magdalenic's got his number.
Yeah, Magdalenic, I'm loving this. What a great ball that was. Brennan, no footwork from him. What if he will get those feet into play this time round? And he looks to play this over on the leg side. It's nicely fielded there by Takura, a man who's just taken a sensational catch on what me and Rhino feel certainly could be the HCL software moment of the day. Just another single, so...
I'll tell you what, Charlie Brennan, he's happy to get off strike there. He's survived a couple of balls from Magdalenic, wants to leave it to Tribe. 3 to go.
Zach, he hits this well, and this one is going to disappear into the night sky. That's a thunderous shot. Hits it hard, smacks it all the way over. And that's going to take them into the 130s now, 134 for 5.
Well, tactically, wasn't a bad move from Magdalenic. He's put the ball wide. Unfortunately, probably just a little bit too short. Sat up of this Cardimer Oval deck. A player of Zach Tribe's rare class. Able to pump that over the long off boundary. Beautiful shot.
I like the way that the players and the umpires are looking in that direction to see if there's anybody coming back into the light with the ball. Well, thankfully somebody does.
It's almost the abyss over there behind the side screen.
Oh, this one has been absolutely blasted. That is a monster strike. Oh yeah, well there you go. It is. It's like a cannon going off. That is a biggie. And just like that, the score keeps going up. It goes into the 140s now. They're getting the acceleration in, aren't they? They were in the 60s at the halfway point. So the acceleration has come right on cue. And Zach Tribe showing what he can do.
Rico, a bit concerned that there'll be calls from the neighbours to the local constabulary suggesting there's been shots fired. The Cardimer Oval, those last 2 strikes from Zach Tribe. Quite a sound off his bat.
Might be a wide, it will be. And oh, they're taking the run on as well. They might come, oh well, can you believe they are going to run? Oh, well, what did they do here? Are they thinking about another? Well, it was a tight call, but I do believe it's the right call. And then the batters run too.
Oh, Rico, I'm not sure. This felt like it might have crossed the wide line, made contact with the wide line towards the back end of the pitch. Anyway, great that we get to see Magdalenic unleash another one, but he's bowled a pretty good final over here, despite being hit for a few Maximos. Jersey 143 for 5.
Plays this well, and where's this gone? It's gone all the way. Yeah, 4 runs, 4 carreras. Bit of a full toss, unfortunately, to finish off with to Jersey. We'll get to the 147 score. They mixed it up a little bit as well, didn't they? But it didn't matter because they had their captain who played a fantastic role at the top of the order, didn't he? Charles Purchard made 48, 6 sixes and 1 4, and then of course some of the more senior batters coming in towards the end. Charlie Brennan and Zach Tribe just helping him get past that 140 mark, and in the end just failing to hit the 150, 147 for 5. But I certainly like the fight here from Croatia.
Oh, didn't they? They played well, the Croatians, in this innings. Started off by the skipper, Jared Newton, left arm paceman, getting 1 through. Jack Kemp, who tried to play across the line, struck on the pad, and he was sent packing. Josh Lawrenson played a couple of good shots. Good to see him, man. He's young man, he's a good technician. He gave a chance or 2 as well. Eventually popped a few over the long on boundary. However, he was dismissed. Tidy catch from Peter Bojnak too, and wasn't he happy about it?
Yeah, he was. I mean, just looking back at that innings early on, of course, don't forget that Charles Purchard was dropped on 0 by Mashwari. What a difference that could make. Can you imagine taking those runs out of the equation? And this score being around the 100 and maybe the 110 mark, it certainly would have a serious chance of a victory. I mean, it's still there, isn't it? But I still feel that someone like Jared Newton and also, Mashwari are going to have to be at their best.
Yeah, they certainly will, but plucky effort from the Croatians. That was a wonderful grab from the Dran Zenko, who threw himself all around the place. Magic moment for Alan Magdalenic, who came up with a couple of impressive overs, as did this man, Demir Svilicic. Created a couple of chances with his left arm swing bowling. Eventually pinned Julius Sumaroa back on the pads, and he got the finger and was on his way back to the pavilion. Good wicket, but Charles Burchard continued to batter the bowling to all parts.
Yeah, and then we saw that, your HCL software moment of the day. What a catch that was. And I like the way he celebrates, saying, hey, I'm ice cool, baby. Ice runs through me veins. But then late on, we were always going to see some good hitting as Zach Clyde came out there, hit the ball pretty well with Charles Brennan as well. And Jersey, as we expected them to do, they get to a pretty decent score. Some people thought this could be a lot higher. People were talking about the 180s and maybe the 200 again. Remember, we saw Jersey. They did bring up 200 against Bulgaria, but this time around, they're going to have to settle for 147. Have a look at the top batters there. A good knock there from James Smith before he went caught eventually by Vedran Zanko. Charles Burchard batting very well. Unlucky not to get to his 50, but it was a great catch to remove him from Thakur. And then, of course, we saw a good knock there, a good finish from Charlie Brennan and Zach Clyde.
Yeah, we certainly did, but it was an impressive all-round effort with the ball and in the field. And the Croatians led very capably by Jared Newton at the top. 1 for 18. Thank him for joining us on Player Mike for a few overs. Maheshwari bowled some good wicket-taking balls, but in the end, actually, the two that impressed me the most, Vilicic and Magdalenic, towards the bottom. They picked up 1 wicket each and certainly provided some food for thought for this Jersey batting lineup.
Yeah, a solid, gutsy performance. That's what we wanted to see from Croatia. Remember, they know it could be the last time that we're seeing them, and they want to give us something to remember them by. And certainly, some of the bits of work we saw from them in that innings in the field, well, we will remember some, including that catch there from Tucker, and some really good bowling as well. And I'm loving that the LBW there from Sivilic as well. But they've got work to do with the bat as well. Maybe they're going to leave us with a highlight or two with their batting, but they need 148 for victory. Join me, Rico Full, and also the Rhino when we return in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the last match of the group stages for Group B. Tomorrow, of course, will be finals day. Can Croatia cause a big upset and beat Bulgaria to 4th spot? Wait and see. Join us back in 10 minutes time.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and welcome back. Yeah, big shout out to our partners and of course, yeah, ECN. We have joined forces with the United Nations, the World Food Programme, to help millions of people globally who face hunger daily. It's not just the adults but the children. Remember, children all over the world go to school without proper breakfast and leading to difficulties in focusing on their education and generally not performing well. Our cricket community can help. Scan that QR code and find out more about Share the Meal. And stronger together, we can do our bit to make a difference. Well, stronger together is something that Croatia have to be in this one. And remember, probably realise that this could be the last time that we're going to see them this year in the European Cricket Championships. It's very unlikely we're going to see them tomorrow. They need to do something quite extraordinary. If we are, that means winning and winning in rapid form. But the key thing is, I think, for them is to put a good display in. That's what they'll be wanting to do here. And that's what their captain, Jared Newton, will look to do. It was great to be able to have a bit of a chat with him earlier. Though the wind didn't help our cause really with that mic. But it was great to have a few words with him and for him to tell us about how important it is for him and also for his players to be here representing Croatia, how cricket in Croatia is growing all the time. I know through talking with him that cricket, not just in the men's game but also in women's game, is growing hugely. So big shout out to, of course, all the Croatians that are tuning in and hoping that their team can put a good performance in here. The last time that we've seen them back potentially. Take the single there, so Newton will get off the mark. He's joined out there by Jay Thakur, and I'm joined, of course, by the Rhino. And Andrew Ryan is with me. Andrew, what's the best you think Croatia could hope for here?
Love to see them get to 3 figures, Rico. Absolutely love it. They're a plucky side, shown plenty of fight in the field, trying to keep the powerful Jersey lineup under control. They've kept them to 148. They can get themselves to 90 or even triple figures. Feels like that will be a moral victory for them.
Yeah, Pullman, I've been very impressed with this young man, you know. And young is the word, 16 years old. And he's been bowling beautifully well. We saw him in the wickets once again earlier. And he took 2 for 9 against Guernsey. And he took a 3 for yesterday as well. So it really has impressed me. Let's see if he can be in the wickets here tonight as well. Well bowled, really good line. And, go on, says Tucker. Well, he might be young, well, he's not afraid to mix it up, is he? Well bowled. Well, Hazard Ali, I think, sees the funny side of things there, the umpire. Hazard is out there with Nirmal Singh. Navjot Singh is the 3rd umpire. Led today, of course, brilliantly by the Sheriff, Charles Croucher. So it's nicely played away, well timed, but well fielded as well. Here comes the throw. That's William Purchard throwing himself around in the field.
Tidy little start from the Croatians. No shots played in anger yet. The Kerr just taking a few sighters. Run rate's crept up to almost 16 runs per over, so need to hit a boundary or 2 in these coming balls to just keep that under control.
Shots into the body. It's a nice delivery. Just tucks up Newton, and well, he doesn't mind mixing it up a little either. So it's a nice tidy over there from Theo Pullman. So end of the over. Only the 2 runs come off it. 2 without loss.
Yeah, boy, Jay Thakur, he's wired tonight, isn't he? Absolutely ready for the contest and taking it to the Jersey. Boys with 1 off 3 so far. Left-hander will need to play some shots in anger sooner rather than later. Croatia still sitting at 2%. As against Jersey's 98% on the win predictor. So, words of Jim Carrey from Dumb and Dumber, still a chance. Need to get some Ball's going to the boundary sooner rather than later, though. Will Pashard, who's had his own struggles at the bowling crease in this tournament, coming on to send down some seeds.
It goes down the leg side, but there must have been a little bit something on. There's no signal from the umpire, so maybe caught a bit of pad on the way through.
Well, it swung quite late. Admittedly, I didn't notice anything clipping the curve pad, but obviously our umpires have detected a slight nudge.
Tried back to his mark. This one clipped away, but straight to the fielder, no run. Yeah, he's had a few difficulties. I heard Vinny and Corey talking about him as well, that he just struggled to get the line right a few times. He's bowled a few full bungers, hasn't he? So this is a good opportunity, and I like the fact that once again, the captain, Charles Perchard, has given him the ball and said, come on, you know, it's time for you to get your rhythm right, and getting an opportunity here. It's a better delivery.
Oh, Jules!
Once again, no run.
Stunning cricket all round. Good ball. Straight drive from Thakur. They're still dishing out a bit of lip. Might want to get his run rate moving before he throws some chat around the infield.
He was certainly pumped, wasn't he, in the field? I mean, he did take a sensational catch, there's no doubt about that. But yeah, he's. I think normally when you start hitting the ball around, you can give it some. And this time they hesitantly take this. In comes the throw. It goes into the bowler's end. It's a good, clean pick up and throw. They do get home. They do take the single. That was nicely done there by Lewis Kelly. Looking forward to seeing Louis with the ball as well.
I'll tell you what, Thakur may have said he had ice in his veins when he took that catch in the field. It feels like he's running with ice blocks on his feet. Didn't get moving there at all, and if that had been a direct hit, he would have been sent packing.
Just moving the man who made that stop earlier round slightly, or a bit finer. That's Kelly. Perchard now to Newton, who plays a nice looking shot, but once again he just can't get it past the field. So at the moment, the lines that are being put out there by the captain and the wicketkeeper working well together have meant that all of these shots are going to hand at the moment. Jack Kemp doing his work well, just making sure that the fielders are in the right place.
Pretty good over from Perchard. Been right on the button most deliveries.
It is high up in the air. Hasn't got the middle, you know, and it's an outstanding effort from the man who comes from a long way. Well, he's there for a moment, and that was Charles Perchard, the captain himself. Well, this would have been probably one of the greatest catches we've ever seen if you got anywhere near this. Let's see it again.
Hung in the air for a long time. Thakur lifts it with some excessive elevation. Chuggy flying around the boundary rope. Almost takes the catch, and Thakur just waves things away. And that's the end of the over. And the Croatians, after 2, 8 for none.
Yeah, hello to everybody that's tuning in around the globe. That's how the standings are looking at the moment. So it looks very much like we're going to see another repeat of what we saw earlier today, really, with Guernsey taking on Jersey for the double chance. Whoever wins will automatically go into the final. More on that a bit later. That's a good delivery, isn't it, from Kelly? It's all about getting a bit of flight in there, and you can't be in too much of a hurry to put this away, and it gets well respected by Newton.
Good straight bat. Just pop it back down the wicket.
Time's a bit shorter, and it gets played away on the offside. Just a little bit too short this time, Kelly. And Jared Newton is onto it quickly and gets a boundary. And they needed that, didn't they? In just the ticky-taka until then. So they nicely played, gets his first boundary. So both batters now got a boundary in terms of a 4 to their name.
Nice shot from Newton. Found the gap. Didn't try to overhit the ball. Trying to play a few cut shots already this evening. That one just sat up in the deck a little bit more, gave him just a fraction extra time. Placed it well.
Hey, Rhino.
Hey, Rico, what's going on?
Guess where I'm going to be tomorrow?
Carter over for finals day?
No.
No?
I'm going to be on the beach.
Have you got a day off tomorrow?
I've got a day off tomorrow. I am going to be making the most as this one gets played away. Well fielded, lovely work there by Zach Tribe. Yeah, I am going to be making the most of everything that our hotel partner offers us, Sunset Beach Club. I shall probably have a little swim in the pool and then maybe have a nice stroll on the beach. Yeah, I'm going to be loving it. I'll be tuning in now and again. I'm going to leave you, Corey, and also to Vinny to do all the work tomorrow. So think of me while I'm sweating away underneath the hot sunshine on the Costa del Sol.
I have some concerns, Rico. I'm very happy for you that you have a day off.
Yeah.
I have some concerns that if Rico Fall is strutting around in a small pair of swimming shorts on the beaches of Benalmadena, that could seriously affect our crowd numbers out here at Cartamar Oval.
I don't think that's going to be a problem because some of the cricket here is going to be a lot sexier than me in my shorts, I can tell you that.
Your local fan base, I think, will be out and about just taking their peepers down to the brown sands of Benalmadena for a bit of a squiz.
Kelly looking to finish well, and he will do. Oh no, well this is called a wide. I'm a little bit surprised about this one, but Asad Ali believes this does not stay inside the line now. Oh, okay, well Asad, he's in the best possible spot, I suppose. Kelly will have to bowl it again, and this has been launched into, and it crashes into the Stronger Together banner, and Asad Ali, after spreading his hands wide, now as he put them up in the air like he just don't care, because he's going to finish with a 6. That is the end of the over, and the score will move on to 22 at the end of 3 overs.
Call that a semi-productive power play from Croatia, just a tick over 7 runs and over, taking 14 off the last one from Kelly. Lovely shot from the curve, made up his mind early that he was hitting inside out, took him over cover with a well-timed drive. So Newton there on 8, going at a run of ball. The Kerr just skipped over 100 strike rate now. He's 13 off 10. Pullman coming back for his second.
And this is just straight up in the air. Can anyone get there? No, could be a run out. Oh, well, there still could be a run out. What's going on here? Oh, well, there's a bit of ping pong going on. Now they're asking all sorts of questions. Oh, would you believe it? Let's cue the music to this. Oh, well, look at this. I mean, he doesn't have to throw it. He could have just walked there, and then it hits the batter when you can see the wicketkeeper trying to pick it up and get it back into the other end. Well, he can't believe he's done that, young Theo. Well, he'll learn a lesson next time. Don't be so hasty.
What was the Kerr thinking? In the words of Vinny Sandu, they've hit the wrong button on the controller. He's decided to sprint down the other end when the ball was almost next to the stumps. Pullman can't hit for about a metre away.
That's another good delivery. I reckon he's just having a few difficulties here, Newton, picking this from Theo Pullman, you know. Doesn't look comfortable. Theo, though, bowling such a good line.
He's impressed me, Pullman. Just a young man, reasonably strong action, just tails the ball back into the right-handers. Effectively, could be a bit of a wild card for them with the ball when it comes to finals day tomorrow.
I think Newton's probably made up his mind. He's going to go for it no matter what. He just looks like he's feeling, right, I've got to go because I'm not really helping the cause. They're still with a shot of winning this day. The rate is, all right, it's gone past 18, but we've seen the scores of 19s and 20s per over being hit pretty consistently, but get any higher than this. If you don't get going in this over, then I get the feeling they're not going to do it. And, well, they're not going to do it because, once again, Theo Pullman is just keeping the ball in the right areas. And you can see there, he goes to throw the ball back in there. Now, okay,
what's your Croatian like?
I can't translate that. Maybe somebody on the chat can. If you can, come on, put it on the chat. I'd like to know what that says.
Pullman in one of the most economic spells of the tournament.
This one just gets worked away there on the onside. It's just going to be another single. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Look at that. With the ball to go, only 3 runs have come off his spell. It's been quite exceptional, really. And that's why I gave him a shout out in my intro. I just like what he's done with the ball. He's impressed me so much. He really has bowled beautifully. There's young Pullman. We saw him take 3 for 13 versus Bulgaria. He took a 2 for earlier today, 2 for 9. And he's going to finish with sensational figures. Well, young man, take a bow. And I tell you what, I think his parents are going to be very, very proud of him. Just 16 years old, and he's out there in the middle playing and representing his country. And he's doing it absolutely brilliantly. And that's got to go down. I reckon so far, that's the best bowling figures that we've seen, haven't we, in terms of economy?
Pretty good. Pretty good indeed. End of the over, Croatia 23 for none after 4. So Rico, 4/10 of the way through this innings. Croatia still haven't lost a wicket. I wouldn't mind seeing Jared in particular just open his shoulders a touch. Plenty of resources back in the pavilion. Koshad continues.
You want him to open his shoulders, he does try, and well, he almost gets caught. As Julius Sumaror does very well, comes across, and once he realises that perhaps the catch is not on, he then makes sure that ball doesn't get past him. They just, once again, it's not going to be a boundary. It's all been ticky-tacker at the moment. They need to park up the tuk-tuk and, well, get into a Mustang or something, haven't they? They've got to put the foot down. Oh, great delivery. Really good ball. I love the way he's able to change up to the left-hander without any bother.
He's actually bowled really nicely here, Pershad. He struggles earlier in the tournament, both with his line, but also bowling a bunch of full tosses at inopportune moments, but really seems like he's gotten into a level of comfort with his bowling rhythm.
Oh, well bowled. Really good bowling. Thing is, though, with that, I mean, you know as well as I do, Rhino, both bowlers, of course, when you come up and you bowl that first ball and the batter goes boom and it sails away for 6, you know, if you're playing somebody like, you know, Belgium, for example, you know, the way they play, all of a sudden you're under pressure straight away, and then you're going to make some errors. You know, the ball might come out wrong, whatever. But when you're bowling and the batters aren't really going after you, it's a lot easier, because you get into a rhythm, you get your line right, there's confidence that's flowing through you, and you get better and better, and that's what's happening here. You can see that's what happened with Theo Pullman, and I think William Perchard here, it's the same thing.
Have I told you about my first ball experience at the ECS Switzerland this year?
No,
my first ball experience? Well, we've got a little bit of time, as this game is sort of probably almost finished as a contest, as Perchard swings it in, ball drilled back. Just a single, so striding in, throwing the ball for the all-important 9th over, and the commentators at the St Gallen ground are fairly close to the ground, and especially the bowlers run up. So walking back, was in the middle of an onslaught from the Geneva Cricket Club, who were really racing towards a quite substantial total, and yeah, oh, what a seed from Perchard. Newton just tried to play it straight back down the wicket. That has jagged off the deck. Has cleaned it up. Croatia lose their first wicket at 25. Rico, that is a Perchard peach.
It's a fantastic delivery. But you see, this is, I mean, we'll go back to your story in a moment, but this is about bowlers getting on top. They've allowed the bowlers to get on top because they haven't played aggressively. They haven't got them flustered at all. And as a result of that, when the bowlers are on top, they're getting the line right. You can see that was right on the money, hits the top of the stumps, knocks it over, and Croatia 25 for 1 after 5. Maybe you get an opportunity to give you a welcome into our comments box, and maybe an opportunity for you, Rhino, to finish off your story. So you're there at St Gallen's. I mean, I know it's very close to the action where we were commentating from. So you're walking back. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, I know the audience is on the edge of their seat waiting to hear the end of this tale. So back at the bowling mark, head down, have the plan in my head, ready to bowl, and then out of my left ear, what do I hear but Maximo going to full volume launch of Rhino coming in to bowl the 9th. And we all know it all happens in the 9th. And that is what I have ringing in my ears as I took off on the first 4 or 5 steps. I did not lose that phrase in my head. Hit the bowling crease, bowled the first ball full bunger, which got spanked for 6. It was a very inauspicious start to my time at the bowling crease. Improved after that, obviously. But,
how many did the over go for?
I think that one went for 21.
So it all happens in the 9th.
It does all happen in the 9th. I mean, that wasn't my fault. That was the fact that it was the 9th over, which was the reason why it went for so many runs. You know, obviously still finished with an average of 8.75 and took 8 wickets for the tournament.
You did all right, and of course you had one viral moment when you were involved in a run out when. You lived up to the name of Rhino, let's just say that, as Asa Tribe is going to come on and have a bowl. Didn't get a chance to have a bat today. He left that to one or two of the others. But here he goes, having a bit of a bowl here now.
Oh, nicely delivered. Back to that, Rick. Is there any chance we will get to see Rico Full in an ECS event at some stage? That is one of my wishes.
One of your wishes? Well, the thing is...
I've got a few, but... That was one of them.
That's one of them. Well, I suppose at the moment, as this one gets played away, probably not, because I'm normally working most of the events, and also, I think I'm just trying to get over a bit of a dodgy shoulder. I've got a frozen shoulder here at the moment. We're having a bit of physio on. I know that Richard Lake, Richard is doing a brilliant job with some of the players and some of our crew. I think I'm going to book an appointment with Richard to have a look at it as well. It's getting better, but it's taking forever. I've had this in Cyprus, which is, I think, back in May, I think. So, but no, I'd love to. And that's one thing I always say to players, is this one, it's uppish, and it should and will be stopped. Good work, good ground fielding there. And that is James Smith. But yeah, that's one thing when you're watching a lot of cricket, and I'm well aware of the fact as each year it ticks by, and it goes by so quickly, that the chances of me playing seem to be fading away pretty quickly. Is that foot on the line? I do believe it is, I think there's going to be 4 runs, and it is 4 runs. Sharp eyes there from Spring Productions. Well done, and now he's making his excuses.
It's all good to argue the toss, but you've been captured on a razor-sharp camera, James. I'd just be putting that tongue back in the holster, keeping quiet for a moment, because definitely the right call.
Mashwari misses out on this one. Remember, he was in good form earlier. It was one of the only batters that did perform when Croatia got to 92, batting first against Bulgaria. He made 45 for 25. Bulgaria, of course, went on to win that. That's why they are sitting in 4th spot, the all-important 4th spot at the moment. It's a quicker down the leg side, I think, slightly. I think that's missing. It's a good delivery. It's a surprise delivery, the quicker one, but good umpiring there from Nirmal Singh saying not out.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. May have been clipping leg, but either way, he's coming from reasonably wide of the crease. Probably good enough to say that's sliding down leg.
This one isn't. And yeah, he's going to go. And look at Asa, he's loving it. He loves his cricket. There's one thing I can say, not just about Asa, but all of the players here from Jersey, especially those young boys. It is so good to see a young gentleman enjoying the game. It's a game that me and you love, and it's a game that they love as well. And they're always playing with a smile on their face, and that's fantastic. This is well bowled. This time it's straighter, and when you miss this is going on to hit the stumps. There's no doubt about it. The ball is not going over the stumps. He's in front, and he's going to have to go.
It was straighter, but also just pulled the pace back a bit, Rico, which did 2 things. Maheshwari had his balance as though it was coming at the same pace as the previous ball, but also just gave the ball a chance to grip the surface. A little bit more off-spin imparted, and a pretty good piece of bowling from Asa Tribe. I suggest when we get into the big games tomorrow on finals day, he'll become an even more prominent part of this Jersey bowling lineup. They have been pretty good all round in this innings so far, keeping the Croatian side to 30 for 2. That's actually the conclusion of the 6th over.
And look who comes in. man that we were very impressed with the ball. So Magdalenic, I think he bowled really well. Was picking the bowlers for Croatia for me. He's a little bit unlucky as well. And now he joins Thakur out there. Thakur, the left-hander, and just gets bad onto this. And well, we were both hoping that Croatia, well, we were hoping they'd try and make a game of it, of course. But we knew that was going to be pretty unrealistic. But we were hoping they could maybe go on and perhaps get the highest individual team score they've had so far. Maybe push on to get the 100. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Well, Thakur looks like he's trying to bravely bat out 10 overs here.
You know what? If I'm the captain, I'm saying, Thakur, thanks very much. You can come back now. 18 deliveries, 15 runs. It's your last match. Let the others go out there and have a crack if you can't do it. You know, look, he's being sent back here now, and maybe that's the that's the plan. We don't call him back. Let's just get him run out. But look, I don't want to be unkind. You know, he's probably trying his best. It's not happening. Maybe he's not seeing it well enough. You got other batters out there. You know, I'd like to see someone like Zanko go out. Vedran Zanko. I've seen him play in Zagreb. He swings it. He hits it hard. He can make, you know, go out there, have a highlight. So maybe, I mean, you don't want to be blocking balls like that for me. You don't want to be playing defensive shots. If that's what you're going to do, whatever the reason is, maybe give somebody else a go.
Yeah, it's pretty ordinary stuff from Thakur. Let's get a chance to get Alan Magdalenic on strike. Launch a few big strikes of his own. Thakur takes the big swing, just kicks it straight back to Black Tribe.
Yeah, 20 balls for 15, and in that 15, he has hit a 6 and a 4, so 10 of those runs have come off 2 balls. Once again, the intent just isn't there for me, you know. It's almost like he's just in the net and his mindset is just to defend. So it's the end of the over. It's, I think that, is that a maiden over? I mean, I don't think any runs came off that. I think that's a maiden. Is that the first maiden that we've had? Get the feeling it might be, you know. I think we've just seen a maiden over there from Zach Prime. So that's quite sensational. So I know that, but yeah, that is a maiden over. So I think that's the first maiden that we've had in this championship, unless I missed one on one of my mornings off. So the first maiden being bowled, and I think really that's a sign really where you got to say to somebody like Jay Thakur, look, come on, come back, let somebody else have a hit. 7 overs down, 30 for 2.
Come on, Alan, give us something here. Lewis Kelly on the bowl. He just pushes that down, manages to get a single. Hopefully his partner will learn a thing or two about rotating the strike from Magdalenic. Played that nicely down the ground.
Come on, let's do it. We've done this before. I want everybody that's watching around the globe, we want to be thinking, I want you all to think positive and all think boundary here. Everybody's thinking boundary. Come on, let's try and do this. So after 3, 1, 2, 3, think boundary. Now. Right, done it? Okay, here we go. Let's see. Kelly's got the ball. Jay Thakur is going to hit a boundary. He hits it, and I'm telling you, it works. There you go. Thank you very much. I can make anything happen. I'll give you my business cards later.
Oh, Rico, you are an amazing specimen, both physically and spiritually. Thakur, who'd scored 1 run off about his previous 20 balls, after the power of thought and community involvement from Rico Falls Colt, somehow launches a boundary.
There he goes back to normal. But look, it does work. Thank you, everybody that took part in that little exercise. And remember, you can all go back and tell everybody that you made that boundary possible.
What do you wish? Can we try this a second time so we can see if the power of community thought can bring us a second positive element?
Well, he does get a single now. He does rotate the strike. You were after that. That's better, I suppose. But still, I mean, even with that boundary, his 3rd boundary of the innings, he's moved on to 20 or 25 deliveries. And Kelly, we could do. Yeah, we could do. What would you like us to think about? Come on.
Let's see what happens with this ball, and then we'll seek assistance. Oh, shot.
And unfortunately for him, it's straight to the fielder, but yeah, he gave it a good whack, didn't he? Zach Tribe. There he is. He just bowled a maiden.
Great shot from Magdalenic, though. Cracked off the bat.
Okay, we'll try this. So we said boundary. Now I want everybody to think wicket. Let's think wicket. After 3, 1, 2, 3.
This is very subtle, Rico.
Are you all done? Okay, let's see. If this works, I'm retiring. Oh, well, he misses it. It's not quite a wicket. Anyway. What's going on here now? He's going. Hey, if he goes, is he going? That could be a wicket if he goes. No, he's not going. It's just the end of the over. I thought for a moment maybe he's going to retire himself out and say, hey, it worked. It's not to be. It's the end of 8 overs. It's 37 for 2.
Maybe some sort of problem here, Rico. Magic Spray Mary has made her way onto the field, so the Kerr going off for some treatment. It seems to be something to do.
Take him off.
It
needs to lie down for a bit. Take him off. Next batter on, please. Thank you very much. Come on, Croatia. Give somebody else a knock. Come on. Let's have it.
Geez, I'd love to see Nikola Davidovic come out, throw a couple of lusty swings.
What about
in these
Jukic as well? Remember Josip Jukic? Well, I don't know if you saw yesterday, Vinny brought up one of the amazing shots that he played back in Croatia when he was playing. He's somebody, you know, I'd just like to see somebody come out there and just try and hit the ball and try to get as many runs on the board. I don't think, you know, a lot of people weren't expecting Croatia to win this match, and maybe not even be so competitive, but I think we were hoping to see better than this, a bit more of a fight. I think 26 balls for 20 from Thakur doesn't really help. I want to say hello to Kitty and Julian Dawson. This one's been well hit, but it's been well fielded as well as the throw he gets.
Tell you what, he plays that pull shot really well, Magdalenic. Gives it a fair whack. Unfortunately, he's found the fielder on both the last 2 deliveries that he's played it. But nice little technique as the Kerr has had some help from Magic Spray Mary. He's now getting some assistance from Jack Kemp, the Jersey wicketkeeper.
There's obviously issues with it could be his hand, getting the glove back in. Maybe he's had a bit of spray on his hand. Yeah. Brennan. Well,
I'm a bit speechless, Rico.
You're not watching Test Match Special here. Well, look at Magdalenic. He's having a look at this as well, and he's smiling. Yeah, I've got to say, you've only lost 2 wickets here. I think we could have had more opportunity, maybe for some of the other batters to come out. This one just gets... Look, he's obviously struggling with his hand, so just go off, my son. Go off. It's not working. Your hand's hurting. Go off and let somebody else come in and have a go.
Oh, I thought I was getting a catch.
Tell you what, who is enjoying this is Charlie Brennan, because I think this might be his first over of the tournament, and he's going to end up with the greatest economy rate by the time this one finishes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That is it. That is done. So there will be a wicket. The call will go. And, well, yeah, well, Charlie Brennan, there's a little celebration from him. He gets a wicket. And, well, the misery for Thakur is over. He will go. I mean, all right, I'm going to say maybe he was being very brave. He's obviously got an issue there with his hand. We saw a few times when he hit the ball, him giving it a shake. We did see the magic spray come out. He's walking off there and he's not holding the hand very well. But all I would say to that is, if he was coming into bat at number 8 with all those wickets down, I would say, yeah, go out there, you're being brave, etc., etc. You're doing something, you're doing a job for your team. But to be going out there as an opener and with 7 balls to go, it's finally when you're out. And you haven't really troubled the scorers too much. I just think he's denied an opportunity to quite a few of the other Croatian batters. But anyway, that's my final say on the subject as Nikolai comes out there. Let's see if what he can do with the few balls that remain in this innings.
Well, we got what we wanted, didn't we? Davidovic coming to the crease.
Yes, Brenda. Brenda, give me a catch.
Nicola goes to launch a few, and clearly in some considerable pain. I just failed to see why he hasn't retired hurt earlier in the innings.
Yeah, that's going to be a wide delivery. Wide ball there, so another one will come. Divovic. And yeah, nicely played. Up to the field. Oh, hesitation. It goes to the bowler's hand. It's going to be a run out here. Just not reading the call. So that's going to be an easy wicket there. The second wicket will fall in the over, and that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication from Divovic and Magdalenic. There was possibly a single there. It was really Magdalenic's call. He was running to the danger end. Unfortunately, Divovic hasn't reacted. Divovic lives to fight another day. Magdalenic, he's walking off after a well-constructed innings of 3 off 3. That's the end of the over. We are at 39 for 4. 6 balls left in this contest.
David Lambasa coming in a bit lower than where he normally would. We've seen him opening the batting. He holds an end pretty well, plays some nice shots, likes to straight the ball around on the offside. Not going to get too much of an opportunity here though, as he joins Nicola out there. Score on 39, so 6 balls to go. It'd be nice if they could maybe get the 11 runs that they need to get to 50.
Good to see Alan Magdalenic with a smile on his face. Just got barbecued by his partner, but he's keeping his spirits up.
He's a promising prospect. I like the way he bowled, and you said it yourself. He played some nice shots there. Unfortunately, going to hand. He's certainly somebody that when we see him again is going to be stronger and better. Lawrenson gets the ball. Nice looking shot, and they want the single. In comes the throw. It's very quick work, and I reckon he's gone here because I think the bat might have plugged, and this could be another one. Oh no. And well, David Lambasa is probably saying, sorry buddy, why didn't you go straight away? And oh dear. Well, Nikolai is probably now getting the taste of it. Yeah, the bat plugs. It's so unfortunate. Watch, if he keep this game now, the bat is then falling over, it plugs. He wasn't able to slide it in. That's why sometimes it's better to get the bat sliding in on the pitch, on the artificial, on the soft ground there. It plugs, which means he can't get it in. And really, you don't really need the replay there. You can just go with where the bat landed and the mark that it made. A disappointment. I suppose you got to say that for the batter, as Nicola will go, and he's going to have to go for a Derek. So I don't think we've seen a Derek today. I'm going to see Derek here in the night time, because there's going to be a golden Derek as well. We got golden Derek in the house. Derek, are you there? Seems to be glowing tonight, Derek.
Well, I suspect Derek's already dressed up for his night out at the one of the salubrious clubs along the Torremolinos strip.
Oh, it's another, and he plays completely round this. So Rambo, well, he gets taken out. First blood to Lawrenson. There's another batter, has to make way.
Thought he may scare the ball just by looking at it, Demir Svilicic. He takes a big swing across the line. Wasn't a bad looking sweep shot, but just beaten in flight by Lawrenson. Comes through, takes his leg stump. Nice piece of bowling from the young man, and sends Svilicic back to the pavilion. So 2 wickets in consecutive balls.
I tell you what, Derek is like the London buses. We saw him once, and now we're going to have to see him again, because that's going to be another golden duck. So Derek, I hope you haven't gone back into the lake and already. There he is. There's Derek. Smiles on the faces, though. That's what I like to see.
Oh, they've played positively for the most part, the Croatians. Svilicic, he was very good with the ball earlier on today. There's certainly a lot of promise from a number of young guys within this lineup, and they've done themselves proud in the way that they've played here against some pretty handy opposition in this Group B. Ultimately, that loss against Bulgaria earlier today has consigned them to a very likely 5th place finish. But they can go back home feeling like they have done that Croatian flag proud as Zanko comes to the crease.
Zanko, well, this is the man that I was calling out for earlier. when Jay Takua was defending balls all over the place. Let's get somebody out there that's prepared to have a go. Well, he does have a go. Misses out on the first one, Zenko. Gets a bit of bat on this one and get off the mark. And this time, more importantly, the two batters do communicate with each other and they get the run.
Now, well done to Vedran Zenko. Deliciously played just behind square on the leg side. Gives Lambasa a chance to open his account. 2 balls remaining.
Being played nicely down, so Lambasa hands the strike back to Zenko. So we get past the 40 mark here.
Final ball, Rico. Zenko has to go big, surely.
Well, I'll put my mind to it. And he does. Strike it nicely. He'll get 1. And he'll stay there for the 1. So he'll finish 2 not out. So he does get a bat, 2 not out. But that is the end of this contest. It wasn't really too much of a contest, to be honest, as Croatia at the end of their 10 overs get to 42. So it's going to be a victory by Jersey over Croatia by 105 runs. And that's a crushing defeat, really. But well done to Jersey. They keep their 100% record intact. So maybe they're going to do what Spain did, perhaps, in Group A. They've got a big day tomorrow. But Croatia, look, what can we say? I don't think they really did themselves too much justice with that batting display, but for the rest of the time, particularly in the field here today and in the other matches, they have shown, though they were going to be competing against the big boys, though they were going to be the underdogs, they had to come out there, they had to fight, they had to work hard, they had to come out here and learn, and I think learn they would have done. They'll go away and they'll be very grateful for this experience, and I think we'll see better from them the next time that we see them.
Oh, absolutely. Fabulous experience all round for them, Rico, and they've been a great addition to the tournament. They can take some magic moments back home, and I'm sure they will have thoroughly enjoyed the experience. There's some talented players amongst that group, and certainly as they get the opportunity to play more and more high-level cricket, they will develop immensely. Start of this innings, the Kerr, he went big on at least one occasion, but it was almost the victim of a magnificent Pershard catch.
Yeah, I mean, he did. I mean, at this point, we thought, okay, this is good. He played, and look at that, he played some really nice shots. Then all of a sudden, he just went into defensive mode. And this one, well, it should have been out, and that's a moment that the young man, Theo Pullman, won't want to see again. But he'd like to see all 12 balls that he bowled up, because he bowled absolutely beautifully, didn't he? And this one was an absolute peach from Pershard.
Yeah, Pershard will probably actually walk away from this as one of the happier players to have been involved in this game, because he's got his bowling form back. That's good news for Jersey as they search for their best combination. Asa tried. Not much he can't do on a cricket field. Lovely little off spinner to get Maheshwari back into the pavilion. The Kerr finally freed the arms after some positive vibes from Rico and his cult followers, but eventually he was dismissed, and then a couple of unfortunate runouts.
Yeah, there were, weren't there? There was this one first, and though it was nice to see he was smiling, then there was this one as well. This is where the bat unfortunately did plug, and that was a Nicola. Well, it have to go as well, and we got a chance to see Derek as well, not just once but twice. That one was straight through as well. Really good delivery, and that was the end of it. It's a triumphant victory for Jersey. They complete the group stages undefeated, and well, you can talk us through the scorecard.
Thanks a lot, Rico. Scintillating stuff there from the Croatians. Jared Newton fought hard at the top of the order. The skipper, 10 of 16. Jay Thakur, didn't he provide some fireworks on a couple of occasions? 20 off 30. The rest of the innings probably just struggling to reach the boundary. Mate Delenich played a couple of nice pull shots before he was eventually run out by the combo of Will Pershard and Charlie Brennan. And Davidovich, James Smith coming up with a rocket throw to have him run out as the bat plugged. And the Jersey bowling card, a little bit more positive there, Rico.
Yeah, look, I'm liking the bowling. I think they've got some tremendously talented young players. And I think the bowling today, particularly of Theo Pullman and also William Pershard, who's had his few problems in this series so far, was absolutely fantastic. And I think everybody else, well, they made the most of the opportunity that they got.
Yeah, certainly will. And speaking of making the most of opportunities, Croatia really done themselves proud in this tournament. This will be a bit of a boost for the sport back home, I suspect.
Yeah, it will. And look, I'm looking forward to, as I've said, right after this European Cricket Championship, we will go to Croatia. I'm looking forward to go there and speaking more to these guys. And one thing I know that Croatia got going for them, they really are investing in the development of youth cricket. So I think cricket is going to catch on. And I think a lot of those youngsters, seeing that their players in action here today, they're going to be very happy with what they've seen.
Certain that they will. I'm not sure what's going on here in the commentary box, Rico. Can you explain?
Well, look, everybody towers over me. When I'm with Vinny, I'm made to feel a little bit small. When I'm with you, I feel like a dwarf. So I thought, well, I'm just going to, raise the level a little bit here. When I'm with Corey, I'm all right.
You know what one of my big discoveries today with? I always think of Corey Rutgers as a bit of a rugrat, a short man. I don't think the same thing about Maximo. I saw them on commentator camp today.
Yeah.
There's actually not that much difference in height, is there?
Oh, there is.
You think? Maybe it was the angle. It wasn't a favourable angle.
If you're saying that means that you're saying that I'm shorter than Corey. I'm not. All right, I'll come back down here again. I was getting a bit, struggle with the height sometimes. But look at this. I'm getting a stiff neck here. I'm going to need a massage. But anyway, look, folks, I hope you've enjoyed the evening. It wasn't quite the close contest that we expected. We didn't really have a close contest today. It was one of those days, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess that game between Guernsey and Belgium was 50-50 contest for probably a lot of it. But ultimately, in the end, I think Guernsey have probably been the big winners from today, actually. It would have been a bit of a tight thing for most people, whether or not they would take that second place or whether Belgium would get the double chance yesterday. They won very decisively today, and in particular, their batting lineup. That top three are very, very good players. And when it comes to sudden death cricket, particularly if they make the final tomorrow night, if that top three fires, they could very easily walk away from here as winners.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They batted really well. But I suppose you could say the same thing here about Jersey as well. And look, Belgium are not going to make it into the top two, so they've got they've got a tough day tomorrow. So I don't know if we have those pictures that maybe we can put up on the display, if we've got those put up as graphics. If not, we can talk you through them. So Belgium, will be playing Bulgaria. Now, Bulgaria, okay, against the bigger teams, they didn't perform well. Of course, it was an easy victory for Belgium over Bulgaria. That was earlier today. I think that was the first match of the day. It was a very easy victory. Bulgaria were just restricted to 60-odd and trying to get to that big score. But Bulgaria are going to be better for the experience. And, it's a funny thing. When you get a win under your belt like they did against Croatia, when you get that win, and they bowled really well, they played well, so they deserved that win. It was no fluke. They played well. It's confidence. So they'll come out tomorrow with a bit more confidence. They've got nothing to lose, where, of course, Belgium have. So that could be a tricky one. Then, of course, we're going to see the player for qualifier one, where the likes of Jersey and Guernsey, they're going to go head to head. Whoever wins that qualifier one will put their place in the final. Whoever loses is then going to have another tricky contest.
Yeah, indeed. Going back to your point about the Bulgarians, we saw this in Group A with the Greeks getting some momentum late in the qualification process. They came to finals day, they knocked off the Isle of Man and really gave a good account of themselves when it came to playing in the sudden death format. You never know. The same thing could happen with the Bulgarians, but on the other hand, I would not be surprised to see this Belgian batting lineup catch fire. I don't think the bowling has got enough variety and enough quality in it to consistently keep down Jersey or Guernsey. But their batting lineup, even if it's just a one-off game, could easily reach 160, 170. And if they do that, they will be very hard to beat.
Yeah, they will. And we saw again today, even when the likes of Ali Raza doesn't perform, other batters can do. Sherry Butt today was absolutely sensational. Okay, yeah, he had a little bit of luck when he was dropped, but he went on and he scored big runs. But yeah, I think one thing that Belgium and their coaching staff will be saying to the bowlers is they'll be just saying length, length, length. Get the length right, get the Yorkers going.
Yeah, and especially against the Jersey opening batters. They love to play square of the wicket. Yeah. They're all diminutive players. They love to get on the back foot and hit to square leg. The Belgians tomorrow, if they play them in that qualifier, they have to get the ball up and to try to force them to hit straight down the ground. Intriguing scenarios all over the place, Rico. You probably won't be too focused about it tomorrow, though. Wandering along the beach.
Yeah.
It's down to myself, Maximo, and the Rugrat, Corey Rutgers.
Well, look, I will be tuning in, and just as we're talking, I see that those fixtures now have come up on the board, so you can see what's going to be happening first. It's going to be the eliminator first, so Belgium take on Bulgaria. Whoever wins out of that will have a chance to still make it through to the group final, because they will be playing the loser of qualifier 1. The winner of qualifier 1 will go straight through to the final. So if Belgium or Bulgaria are to do it, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to win every single match that's going to be played tomorrow. But it's going to be a great day. Of course, I will be tuning in from time to time, as well as enjoying my day off. So good luck to you, to Corey and to Vinny as well. And good luck to all the teams.
Big question, Rico. Are you going to join me to watch the mighty Brisbane Lions take down the AFL flag at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning?
Well, I was just about to say, I heard you and Vinny talking about the time. So quite simply, no.
Fair enough. Well, enjoy your day off, Rico Fall. As always, an absolute pleasure to have called some games with you. I won't be back for a couple of weeks, so I hope you enjoy your day off tomorrow, relaxing on the beach. And for all of our viewers, our European cricket devotees, the members of the Rico Fall cult who wished us a boundary today, love it if you could please join us tomorrow on the European Cricket Network, whether through our YouTube stream, whether through our partners fan code, or any of our broadcast partners throughout the world. We've got some cracking action coming up. It's finals day for Group B, 4 fantastic teams on show, and I think there could be an upset or two amongst them. So please come back and join us at 11:30 CET tomorrow for all of the Group B finals action. On behalf of Rico Fall and everyone at the European Cricket Network, I'm Andrew Ryan. Thank you very much for your company today, and we will see you next time.
Adios. Hasta mañana, mi familia.